Chapter 1. How Robin Hood Came to be an Outlaw. In Old England, King Henry II was king. In Sherwood Forest, near Nottingham town, there was a famous outlaw named Robin Hood. He was a very good archer. His arrows flew fast and true. He had many men with him, about 140. They were happy in Sherwood Forest. They played games and ate deer from the king's land. They drank good ale. Robin Hood and his men were outlaws, but the people in the country liked them. Robin always helped people in need. He never sent them away without help. Now I will tell you how Robin Hood became an outlaw. Robin was 18 years old. He was strong and brave. The Sheriff of Nottingham announced a shooting contest. The prize was a barrel of ale. Robin said, "I will go. I want to shoot for my girlfriend's beautiful eyes and for good ale." So he took his strong bow and arrows. He walked from Locksley Town through Sherwood Forest to Nottingham. It was morning in May. The trees were green. Flowers were in the fields. Birds sang in the trees. Young men and women looked at each other with love. Women put their clothes out to dry. The forest was beautiful as Robin walked. The leaves were green and made a soft sound. Birds sang loudly. Robin whistled happily. He thought of Maid Marian and her pretty eyes. Young men often think of the girls they love. Robin walked quickly and whistled. He saw 15 foresters sitting under a big tree. They were eating and drinking. They had a big pie and ate it with their hands. They drank a lot of ale from a barrel. They wore green clothes. One of them, with food in his mouth, called to Robin, "Hello! Where are you going, little boy, with your small bow and cheap arrows?" Robin became angry. Young men do not like to be teased about their age. Robin said, "My bow and arrows are as good as yours. I am going to the shooting contest in Nottingham. The sheriff is holding it. I will shoot with other strong men. The prize is good ale." Then one man with a horn of ale said, "Listen to the boy. Your mother's milk is still on your lips. You talk about shooting with strong men. You can barely pull a strong bow." Robin said, "I will bet 20 marks that I can hit the target from 60 rods away. Our Lady will help me." Everyone laughed. One man said, "You talk big, little boy. You know there is no target nearby for your bet." Another man said, "He will drink ale with his milk next." Robin became very angry. He said, "Look, at the end of the clearing I see deer. They are more than 60 rods away. I will bet 20 marks that I can kill the best deer there, with Our Lady's help." "Done!" cried the first man. "Here are 20 marks. I bet you cannot kill a deer, with or without Our Lady's help." Robin took his bow. He put the string on it. He put an arrow on the string. He pulled the string back to his ear. The next moment, the bow made a sound, and the arrow flew. It went like a fast bird. The biggest deer jumped high and then fell dead. Its blood made the green path red. "Ha!" cried Robin. "How do you like that shot? I think I won the bet, even if it was 300 pounds. All the foresters were angry. The man who made the bet was the angriest. "No!" he cried. "You did not win the bet. Go away now, or I will beat you until you cannot walk again." Another man said, "Don't you know you killed the king's deer? King Harry's law says your ears should be cut off." "Catch him!" cried a third man. "No," said a fourth. "Let him go. He is young." Robin Hood said nothing. He looked at the foresters with an angry face. Then he turned and walked away into the forest. But he was very angry inside. His young blood was hot. It would have been better for the first man if he had left Robin Hood alone. But he was very angry because Robin had won. Also, he had drunk a lot of ale. So, he suddenly stood up. He took his bow and put an arrow on it. "Yes," he cried, "I will hurry you." He shot an arrow after Robin. It was good for Robin Hood that the forester was drunk. If not, Robin would have been hurt. The arrow flew very close to his head. Robin turned around quickly. He drew his own bow and shot an arrow back. "You said I was not an archer," he cried loudly. "Say it again now." The arrow flew straight. The archer fell down with a cry. He lay on his face. His arrows fell around him. The arrow in him was wet with his blood. Before the others could move, Robin Hood was gone into the deep forest. Some tried to follow him, but they were scared. They did not want to die like their friend. So they all stopped. They picked up the dead man and took him to Nottingham town. Robin Hood ran through the forest. All the joy was gone from him. His heart was sick. He knew he had killed a man. "Oh no," he cried. "You have made me an archer who will make your wife cry. I wish you had not spoken to me. I wish I had not walked this way. I wish my finger had been cut off before this happened. I acted quickly, but I am very sad now." Even in his sadness, he remembered the old saying, "What is done is done. A cracked egg cannot be fixed." So he came to live in the forest. This was his home for many years. He would not see the happy days with the young people of Locksley Town again. He was an outlaw. He had killed a man, and he had killed the king's deer. £200 were offered to anyone who could bring him to the king's court. The Sheriff of Nottingham swore he would catch Robin Hood. He wanted the £200. Also, the forester Robin Hood killed was related to him. But Robin Hood hid in Sherwood Forest for 1 year. Many other people like him came to join him. They were outlaws for different reasons. Some had killed deer when they were hungry and had no other food. Foresters saw them, but they escaped. Some lost their land so it could be added to the king's land. Some were treated badly by rich men or powerful church leaders. All of them came to Sherwood to escape bad treatment. In that year, about 100 strong men joined Robin Hood. They chose him as their leader. They promised that they would take from the rich who had wronged them. They would take from powerful lords, church leaders, and knights. They would take money that was taken from the poor through unfair taxes or fines. But they would help poor people in need. They would give back what was taken unfairly. Also, they promised never to hurt a child or a woman. After some time, people saw that Robin and his men did not harm them. They gave money or food to poor families. So, people started to praise Robin and his men. They told many stories about him in Sherwood Forest. They felt he was one of them. One morning, Robin Hood got up. All the birds were singing. His men also got up. They washed their hands and faces in the cold stream. Robin said, "We have not had fun for 14 days. I will go out to find adventures. You, my men, stay here in the forest. Listen for my call. I will blow my horn 3 times if I need help. Then come quickly." He walked through the forest until he reached the edge of Sherwood. He walked for a long time on roads and small paths. He saw a happy young woman in a lane. They smiled at each other and walked on. He saw a lady on a horse. He took off his hat, and she bowed. He saw a fat monk on a donkey. He saw a brave knight with shining armor. He saw a page in red clothes. He saw a serious man from Nottingham town. He saw all these people, but he found no adventure. At last, he took a path by the forest. It went down to a wide stream with a narrow bridge made of a log. As he came near the bridge, he saw a tall stranger coming from the other side. Robin walked faster, and the stranger also walked faster. Both wanted to cross first. "Stand back," said Robin. "Let the better man cross first." "No," answered the stranger. "You stand back. I am the better man." "We will see about that," said Robin. "Stay where you are. If not, by Saint Elfrida, I will shoot an arrow between your ribs." "Now," said the stranger, "I will beat you until your skin is many colors, like a beggar's cloak, if you touch your bowstring." "You talk like a fool," said Robin. "I could shoot an arrow through your heart before a friar could say grace over a goose." "And you talk like a coward," answered the stranger. "You stand there with a bow to shoot me, but I only have a stick to fight you." "Now," said Robin, "I have never been called a coward. I will put down my bow and arrows. If you dare to wait, I will go and cut a stick to fight you." "Yes, I will wait, and I will be happy to," said the stranger. He leaned on his stick and waited for Robin. Robin Hood quickly went to the side of the path and cut a good, straight stick from an oak tree. It was 6 feet long. He came back, trimming the small branches from it. The stranger waited, leaning on his stick and whistling. Robin watched him as he trimmed his stick. He looked at the stranger from head to toe. He thought he had never seen a stronger man. Robin was tall, but the stranger was a head and a neck taller. He was 7 feet tall. Robin was broad across the shoulders, but the stranger was even broader. He was very big around the waist. "Still," Robin said to himself, "I will beat you well, my friend." Then he said loudly, "Look, here is my good stick, strong and tough. Wait for me if you dare, and meet me if you are not afraid. We will fight until one of us falls into the stream." "Yes, that is what I want," cried the stranger, spinning his stick over his head. They fought harder than any knights. Robin quickly stepped onto the bridge where the stranger stood. First, he pretended to hit, then he hit the stranger's head. If it had hit, the stranger would have fallen into the water. But the stranger blocked the hit well. Then he hit Robin hard. Robin also blocked it. So they stood, neither moving back. They fought for 1 hour. They hit each other many times. They had sore bones and bumps, but neither wanted to stop. Neither seemed likely to fall from the bridge. Sometimes they stopped to rest. Each thought he had never seen such a good fighter with a stick. At last, Robin hit the stranger on the ribs. His jacket smoked like a wet roof in the sun. The hit was so strong that the stranger almost fell off the bridge, but he quickly got back his balance. He hit Robin on the head, and blood flowed. Robin became angry and hit with all his might. But the stranger blocked the hit. He hit Robin again, so hard that Robin fell backward into the water, like a bowling pin. "Where are you now, my good boy?" shouted the stranger, laughing loudly. "Oh, in the water and floating with the current," cried Robin. He could not stop laughing at his own situation. Then he stood up and walked to the bank. The little fish swam away, scared by his splashing. "Give me your hand," he cried when he reached the bank. "I must say you are a brave and strong man, and good with a stick. My head is buzzing like a beehive on a hot June day." Then he put his horn to his lips and blew a loud sound. It echoed sweetly through the forest. "Yes," he said again, "you are a tall and brave man. No man from here to Canterbury could do to me what you have done." "And you," said the stranger, laughing, "take your beating like a brave and strong man." But now, The sound of men coming was heard. Suddenly, 20 or more strong men, all in green clothes, came out of the trees. Will Stuteley was their leader. "Good master," cried Will, "what happened? You are all wet from head to foot." "Why," answered Robin, "that strong man threw me into the water and also gave me a beating." "Then he will also get a ducking and a beating," cried Will Stuteley. "Get him, men!" Then Will and 20 men jumped on the stranger. But even though they were fast, he was ready. He hit them left and right with his strong stick. He fell down because there were so many of them, but some of them got hit on the head before he was beaten. "No, stop!" cried Robin, laughing until his sore sides hurt again. "He is a very good and true man. No harm will come to him. Listen, good young man. Will you stay with me and be one of my group? You will get 3 new green clothes each year and 40 marks. You will share in all the good things that happen to us. You will eat good deer meat and drink the strongest ale. You will be my most important man, because I have never seen such a good stick fighter in my life. Speak. Will you be one of my good men?" "I don't know," said the stranger angrily, because he was angry about being thrown around. "If you use a bow and arrow no better than you use a stick, I think you are not good enough to be called men in my country. But if there is any man here who can shoot better than I can, then I will think about joining you." "Now by my faith," said Robin, "you are a very rude fellow, but I will do something for you that I have never done for any man before. Good Stuteley, cut a piece of white bark 4 fingers wide. Put it 80 yards away on that oak tree. Now, stranger, hit it well with an arrow and call yourself an archer." "Yes, I will," he answered. "Give me a good strong bow and a good wide arrow. If I do not hit it, strip me and beat me blue with bowstrings." Then he chose the strongest bow among them, next to Robin's own. He chose a straight arrow with good feathers. He went to the mark. All the men, sitting or lying on the grass, watched him shoot. He pulled the arrow to his cheek and shot it very well. It flew so straight that it hit the center of the mark. "Aha!" he cried. "Beat that if you can." Even the men clapped their hands for such a good shot. "That is a very good shot," said Robin. "I cannot beat it, but maybe I can spoil it." Then he took his own strong bow and carefully put an arrow on it. He shot with his very best skill. The arrow flew straight and true. It hit the stranger's arrow and split it into many pieces. Then all the men jumped up and shouted for joy. Their leader had shot so well. "Now by the strong bow of good St. Withold," cried the stranger. "That is truly a shot, and I have never seen anything like it in my life. Now I will truly be your man from now on and forever. Good Adam Bell was a good shot, but he never shot like that." Robin said, "Then I have gained a very good man today. What is your name, good fellow?" "Men call me John Little where I came from," answered the stranger. Then Will Stuteley, who liked a good joke, spoke up. "No, fair little stranger," he said, "I do not like your name. I want it to be different. You are indeed little, small in bone and muscle. So you will be named Little John, and I will be your godfather." Then Robin Hood and all his men laughed loudly. The stranger began to get angry. "If you make a joke of me," he said to Will Stuteley, "you will have sore bones and little pay, and that soon." "No, good friend," said Robin Hood. "Do not be angry. The name fits you well. You will be called Little John from now on. So come, my men, we will prepare a christening feast for this fair baby." So they turned from the stream and went into the forest again. They walked until they reached their home in the deep woods. There, they had built huts from bark and branches. They made beds of soft plants with deer skins. There was a big oak tree with wide branches. Under it was a seat of green moss where Robin Hood sat for feasts and fun with his men. Here they found the rest of the group. Some had brought 2 fat deer. Then they all built big fires. After some time, they roasted the deer and opened a barrel of ale. When the feast was ready, they all sat down. Robin put Little John on his right side, because he was now to be the second in command. When the feast was done, Will Stuteley spoke. "It is time, I think, to christen our beautiful baby, isn't it, merry boys?" And "Yes, yes," cried all, laughing until the woods echoed. "Then we will have 7 sponsors," said Will Stuteley. He looked among all the men and chose the 7 strongest. "Now by St. Dunstan," cried Little John, jumping up, "more than one of you will be sorry if you touch me." But without a word, they all ran at him at once. They grabbed his legs and arms and held him tightly, even though he struggled. They carried him out while everyone stood around to watch. Then one man came forward. He had been chosen to be the priest because he had a bald head. In his hand, he carried a pot full of ale. "Now, who brings this baby?" he asked seriously. "I do," answered Will Stuteley. "And what name do you call him?" "I call him Little John." "Now, Little John," said the pretend priest, "you have not lived before. You have only walked through the world. But from now on, you will truly live. When you did not live, you were called John Little. But now that you truly live, you will be called Little John. So I christen you." With these last words, he emptied the pot of ale on Little John's head. Then everyone shouted with laughter. They saw the good brown ale run over Little John's beard and drip from his nose and chin. His eyes blinked from the sting of it. At first he wanted to be angry, but he could not, because the others were so happy. So he also laughed with the rest. Then Robin took this sweet baby. He dressed him all new from head to toe in green clothes. He gave him a good strong bow. So he made him a member of the happy group. And this is how Robin Hood became an outlaw. This is how a group of happy friends came together around him. This is how he found his most important man, Little John. And so the story begins. Now I will tell how the Sheriff of Nottingham tried 3 times to catch Robin Hood, and how he failed each time. Chapter 2. Robin Hood and the Tinker. Before, people said that Robin Hood had a price on his head, £200. The Sheriff of Nottingham wanted to catch Robin. He wanted the money, and the man Robin killed was his family. The sheriff did not know how many men Robin Hood had in Sherwood Forest. He thought he could arrest Robin like anyone else who broke the law. So he offered 80 gold coins to anyone who would arrest Robin. But the people of Nottingham knew more about Robin Hood. Many laughed at the idea of arresting Robin. They knew they would only get hurt, so no one came forward to do it. 2 weeks passed, and still no one helped the sheriff. The sheriff said, "I offered a good reward to anyone who would arrest Robin Hood. I am surprised no one has done it." Then one of his men said, "Master, you do not know how many men Robin Hood has. He does not care about the king or the sheriff. No one wants to go, because they are afraid of getting hurt." "Then all men in Nottingham are cowards," the sheriff said. "Let me see any man in Nottinghamshire who will not follow the king's order. By St. Edmund, I will hang him very high. If no man in Nottingham will earn 80 gold coins, I will send someone else. There must be brave men somewhere." Then he called a messenger he trusted. He told him to get his horse ready and go to Lincoln Town. He wanted the messenger to find someone there who would do the job and get the reward. So that morning, the messenger left. The sun shone brightly on the dusty road from Nottingham to Lincoln. The road was white over hills and valleys. The road was dusty, and the messenger was thirsty. He was happy when he saw the Blue Boar Inn. He was a little more than halfway there. The inn looked good to him. The shade of the oak trees around it looked cool and nice. So he got off his horse to rest. He asked for a drink of ale to quench his thirst. He saw some happy men sitting under a large oak tree in front of the inn. There was a tinker, 2 friars with no shoes, and 6 of the king's foresters. They all wore green clothes. They were all drinking ale and singing happy songs from old times. The foresters laughed loudly when they told jokes. The friars laughed even louder. They were strong men with curly beards, but the tinker laughed the loudest, and he sang the best. His bag and hammer hung on a tree branch. His strong stick, as thick as his wrist and knotted at the end, was leaning nearby. "Come," one of the foresters called to the tired messenger. "Come drink with us. Landlord, bring a fresh drink for everyone." The messenger was happy to sit with them. His body was tired, and the ale was good. "What news do you bring?" one man asked. "Where are you going today?" The messenger liked to talk and share news. Also, the ale made him feel warm. So he sat in a comfortable corner of the inn bench. The host leaned on the door, and the hostess stood with her hands under her apron. He told his news. He told everything from the start, how Robin Hood killed the forester, and how he hid in the forest to escape the law. He told how Robin lived there against the law, killing the king's deer and taking money from rich abbots, knights, and gentlemen. So no one dared to travel on the big roads because they feared him. He told how the sheriff wanted to arrest Robin, but Robin did not care about the king or the sheriff. He was not a law-abiding man. Then he told how no one in Nottingham would arrest Robin because they feared getting hurt. He, the messenger, was now going to Lincoln to see if the men there were brave. "I am from Banbury Town," said the happy tinker. "No one near Nottingham or Sherwood can hold a stick like me. Lads, I met Simon of Ely at the fair in Hertford Town. I beat him there in front of Sir Robert of Leslie and his wife. This Robin Hood, who I have never heard of, is a happy man. But if he is strong, am I not stronger? If he is clever, am I not cleverer? By the bright eyes of Nan of the Mill, and by my name, Wat of the Crabstaff, and by my own mother's son, I, Wat of the Crabstaff, will meet this strong man. If he does not care about the king's seal and the sheriff's order, I will hit him so hard that he will not be able to move a finger or a toe. Do you hear that, men?" "You are the man for me," cried the messenger. "You will come back with me to Nottingham." "No," said the tinker, shaking his head. "I will not go with anyone unless I want to." "No, no," said the messenger. "No man in Nottinghamshire could make you go if you do not want to, brave fellow." "Yes, I am brave," said the tinker. "Yes," said the messenger, "you are a brave man. But our good sheriff has offered 80 bright gold coins to whoever arrests Robin Hood, but it will not do much good." "Then I will go with you, lad. Wait until I get my bag, hammer, and stick. Let me meet this Robin Hood. I will see if he cares about the king's order." So, after they paid, the messenger and the tinker, walking beside his horse, went back to Nottingham. Soon after, one bright morning, Robin Hood went to Nottingham town to see what was happening. He walked happily along the road where daisies grew. His eyes and thoughts wandered. His horn hung at his side, and his bow and arrows were on his back. In his hand he carried a strong oak stick, which he twirled as he walked. As he walked down a shady path, he saw a tinker coming. The tinker was singing a happy song as he came closer. His bag and hammer were on his back. In his hand he carried a strong stick 6 feet long. He sang, "In springtime, when dogs listen for the deer, and little boys with cornpipes sit watching animals in the fields." "Hello, good friend," cried Robin. "I went to gather strawberries." "Hello," cried Robin again, "by woods and groves so fair." "Hello, are you deaf, man? Good friend, I say." "And who are you to stop a good song?" asked the tinker, stopping his singing. "Hello to you, whether you are a good friend or not. But let me tell you, strong fellow, if you are a good friend, it will be good for both of us. But if you are not a good friend, it will be bad for you." "Where do you come from, my strong man?" asked Robin. "I come from Banbury," answered the tinker. "Oh no," said Robin. "I hear there is sad news this happy morning." "Ha! Is that so?" cried the tinker eagerly. "Please tell it quickly. I am a tinker, as you see, and I want news, just like a priest wants money." "Well then," said Robin, "listen, and I will tell you. But be brave, for the news is sad. It is this. I hear that 2 tinkers are in prison for drinking ale and beer." "May bad things happen to you and your news, you bad dog," said the tinker, "for you speak badly of good men. But it is sad news if 2 strong men are in prison." "No," said Robin, "you are wrong and crying for the wrong thing. The sadness of the news is that only 2 are in prison, for the others are still free." "By St. Dunstan's plate," cried the tinker, "I want to hit you for your bad joke. But if men are put in prison for drinking ale and beer, I think you would not avoid it." Robin laughed loudly and cried, "Well said, tinker, well said. Your cleverness is like beer. It foams up when it gets sour. But you are right, man, for I love ale and beer very much. So come with me to the Blue Boar Inn. If you drink as much as you look like you do, and I know you will, I will give you the best homemade ale in all of Nottinghamshire." "By my faith," said the tinker, "you are a good fellow, even with your bad jokes. I like you, my dear friend, and if I do not go with you to that Blue Boar, you can call me a non-believer." "Tell me your news, good friend, please," said Robin as they walked together. "For tinkers, I think, are full of news, like an egg is full of meat." "I love you like a brother, my strong man," said the tinker. "Otherwise I would not tell you my news. For I am clever, and I have a serious job that needs all my wits. I am looking for a brave outlaw that people here call Robin Hood. In my pouch I have an order, written on paper, with a big red seal to make it lawful. If I could meet this Robin Hood, I would give it to him. If he did not care, I would beat him until all his bones cried out. But you live around here. Maybe you know Robin Hood, good fellow." "Yes, I do somewhat," said Robin, "and I saw him this morning. But, tinker, men say he is just a sad, clever thief. You had better watch your order, man, or he may steal it from your pouch." "Let him try," cried the tinker. "He may be clever, but I am clever too. I wish I had him here now, man to man." And he made his heavy stick spin again. "But what kind of man is he, lad?" "Much like me," said Robin, laughing, "and about the same height, build, and age, and he has blue eyes too." "No," said the tinker, "you are just a young man. I thought he was a big man with a beard. Men in Nottingham feared him so much." "Truly," "He is not as old or as strong as you are," said Robin, "but men call him very good with a quarter-staff." "That may be," said the tinker strongly, "but I am better than he. Did I not beat Simon of Ely in a fair fight in Hertford town? But if you know him, my happy friend, will you go with me and take me to him? The sheriff has promised me 80 bright gold coins if I give the order to the bad man, and I will give 10 of them to you if you show him to me." "Yes, I will," said Robin, "but show me your order, man, so I can see if it is good or not." "I will not do that, even for my own brother," answered the tinker. "No man will see my order until I give it to that man himself." "So be it," said Robin. "If you do not show it to me, I do not know to whom you will show it. But here we are at the Blue Boar Inn, so let us go in and taste his good ale." No inn in Nottinghamshire was better than the Blue Boar. None had such beautiful trees around it, or was so covered with climbing plants. None had such good beer and ale. In winter, when the north wind blew and snow covered the hedges, there was no other place with such a big fire as the one at the Blue Boar. At these times, many good farmers or country people would sit around the fire, telling jokes. Roasted apples would float in bowls of ale on the fireplace. Robin Hood and his men knew the inn well. He and his friends like Little John, Will Stuteley, or young David of Doncaster often met there when the forest was full of snow. The host knew how to keep quiet and not speak too much. He knew that Robin and his men were his best customers and always paid. So now, when Robin Hood and the tinker came and asked for 2 big drinks of ale, no one would have known from the host's face or words that he had seen Robin Hood before. "Stay here," said Robin to the tinker, "while I go and make sure the host pours ale from the right barrel. I know he has good ale, brewed by Withold of Tamworth." Saying this, he went inside and whispered to the host to add some strong foreign spirits to the good English ale. The host did this and brought it to them. "By Our Lady," said the tinker after a long drink of the ale, "that Withold of Tamworth, a good old English name too, makes the best ale I have ever tasted." "Drink, man, drink," cried Robin, only wetting his own lips. "Landlord, bring my friend another drink of the same, and now for a song, my happy friend." "Yes, I will sing you a song, my dear fellow," said the tinker, "for I have never tasted such ale before. By Our Lady, it makes my head hum even now. Hey, hostess, come listen if you want to hear a song, and you too, pretty girl, for I never sing as well as when bright eyes look at me." Then he sang an old song about King Arthur's time, called The Marriage of Sir Gawain. You might read it yourself some day, in Old English. As he sang, everyone listened to that noble story of a noble knight and his sacrifice for his king. But long before the tinker finished the song, his tongue started to slur and his head started to spin, because of the strong spirits mixed with the ale. First his tongue slurred, then his speech became thick. Then his head swayed from side to side, until at last he fell asleep as if he would never wake up again. Then Robin Hood laughed loudly, and quickly took the order from the tinker's pouch with his quick fingers. "Clever you are, tinker," he said, "but not yet, I know. Are you as clever as that clever thief, Robin Hood?" Then he called the host and said, "Here, good man, are 10 shillings for the entertainment you have given us today. Make sure you take good care of your guest there. When he wakes, you can charge him 10 shillings again. If he does not have it, you can take his bag, hammer, and even his coat as payment. This is how I punish those who come into the forest to harm me. As for yourself, I never knew a landlord who would not charge twice if he could." At this, the host smiled slyly, as if saying to himself the old saying, "Teach a bird to suck eggs." The tinker slept until the afternoon ended, and the shadows grew long by the forest edge. Then he woke up. First he looked up, then down, then east, then west, for he was trying to think clearly, like scattered barley straws. First he thought of his happy friend, but he was gone. Then he thought of his strong stick, which he had in his hand. Then he thought of his order, and the 80 gold coins he would get for giving it to Robin Hood. He put his hand into his pouch, but there was nothing there, not even a penny. Then he jumped to his feet in anger. "Landlord," he cried, "where is that bad man gone who was with me just now?" "What bad man does your worship mean?" asked the landlord, calling the tinker worship to calm him, like pouring oil on angry water. "I saw no bad man with your worship, for I swear no man would dare call that man bad so close to Sherwood Forest. I saw a very strong farmer with your worship, but I thought your worship knew him, for few around here pass him by and do not know him." "How should I, who have never been in your house, know all the people in it? Who was he then, if you know him so well?" "Why, that is a very strong man whom people here call Robin Hood, who—" "By Our Lady!" cried the tinker quickly, and in a deep voice like an angry bull, "you saw me come into your inn, I, an honest worker, and never told me who my company was, knowing well yourself who he was. Now, I very much want to hit your bad head." Then he picked up his stick and looked at the landlord as if he would hit him right there. "No!" cried the host, putting up his arm, for he feared the blow. "How did I know that you did not know him?" "You can be very thankful," said the tinker, "that I am a patient man, and so spare your bald head, or else you would never cheat a customer again. But as for this bad man Robin Hood, I am going right away to find him. If I do not hurt his bad head, cut my stick into small pieces and call me a woman." Saying this, he got ready to leave. "No," said the landlord, standing in front of him and holding out his arms like a person driving geese, for money made him brave. "You are not leaving until you pay me." "But did he not pay you?" "Not 1 penny. And you have drunk 10 shillings worth of ale today. No, I say, you are not leaving without paying me, or our good sheriff will know about it." "But I have nothing to pay you with, good fellow," said the tinker. "Do not call me good fellow," said the landlord. "I am not a good fellow when it means losing 10 shillings. Pay me what you owe me in money, or leave your coat, bag, and hammer. Still, I know they are not worth 10 shillings, and I will lose money. No, if you move, I have a big dog inside, and I will let him loose on you. Macon, open the door and let out Brian if this fellow moves 1 step." "No," said the tinker, for, by traveling the country, he had learned about dogs. "Take what you want, and let me leave in peace, and may bad things happen to you. But, oh, landlord, if I catch that bad man, I swear he will pay much more for what he has taken." Saying this, he walked away toward the forest, talking to himself. The landlord and his wife and Macon stood watching him and laughed when he was truly gone. "Robin and I took that man's things very neatly," said the landlord. Now, about this time, Robin Hood was going through the forest to Fosse Way to see what was there, for the moon was full and the night looked bright. In his hand he carried his strong oak stick, and at his side hung his horn. As he walked up one forest path, whistling, the tinker came down another path, muttering to himself and shaking his head like an angry bull. So, at a sudden turn, they met face to face. Each stood still for a time, and then Robin spoke. "Hello, my dear friend," he said, laughing happily. "How do you like your ale? Will you not sing me another song?" The tinker said nothing at first, but looked at Robin with a serious face. "Now," he said at last, "I am glad I have met you, and if I do not beat you today, you can put your foot on my neck." "With all my heart," cried happy Robin. "Beat me if you can." Saying this, he grabbed his stick and got ready to fight. Then the tinker spit on his hands and, holding his stick, went straight at Robin. He hit 2 or 3 times, but soon found that Robin was just as good. Robin blocked all the blows, and before the tinker knew it, Robin hit him on the ribs. At this, Robin laughed loudly, and the tinker became angrier than ever. He hit again with all his strength. Again Robin blocked 2 of the hits, but on the third, his stick broke from the tinker's strong blows. "Oh no, bad stick!" cried Robin as it fell from his hands. "You are a bad stick to do this to me when I need you." "Now give up," said the tinker, "for you are my prisoner. If you do not, I will beat your head to a pulp." Robin Hood did not answer. He put his horn to his lips and blew 3 loud, clear sounds. "Yes," said the tinker, "you may blow, but you must come with me to Nottingham town, for the sheriff wants to see you there. Now will you give up, or must I break your head?" "If I must drink sour ale, I must," said Robin. "But I have never given up to a man before, and without a wound or mark on my body, and I think I will not give up now. Hello, my merry men, come quickly." Then Little John and 6 strong men in green clothes jumped out of the forest. "What is it, good master?" cried Little John. "Why do you blow your horn so loudly?" "There stands a tinker," said Robin, "who wants to take me to Nottingham, to hang on the gallows." "Then he will hang right away," cried Little John, and he and the others went toward the tinker to grab him. "No, do not touch him," said Robin, "for he is a very strong man. He is a metal worker by trade, and a strong man by nature. Also, he sings a lovely song. Tell me, good fellow, will you join my merry men? You will get 3 new green suits a year, besides 40 coins. You will share everything with us and live a very happy life in the forest. We have no worries, and bad luck does not come to us in the sweet shades of Sherwood, where we shoot deer and eat venison and sweet oat cakes and curds and honey. Will you come with me?" "Yes, I will join all of you," said the tinker, "for I love a happy life, and I love you, good master, though you hit my ribs and cheated me. I am happy to say you are both stronger and cleverer than I, so I will obey you and be your true servant." So they all went into the deep forest, where the tinker would live from then on. For many days he sang songs to the group until the famous Allan a Dale joined them. His sweet voice made all other voices sound harsh like a raven's. But we will learn about him later. Chapter 3. The Shooting Match at Nottingham Town. The sheriff was very angry. He failed to catch Robin Hood. People laughed at him. They made jokes about him. The sheriff said, "The king will know about this. This tinker is a traitor. If I catch him, I will hang him." Then the sheriff told his men to get ready. They would go to London to see the king. There was much work at the sheriff's castle. Men ran around. Blacksmiths worked all night. They made and fixed armor for the sheriff's men. This work took 2 days. On the 3rd day, everything was ready. They started their trip in the sunlight. They rode from Nottingham to London. It took 2 days. They saw the tall buildings of London. Many people stopped to watch them ride by. The sheriff's men wore shiny armor and colorful feathers. In London, King Henry and Queen Eleanor were at their palace. Many ladies wore nice clothes. Brave knights were also there. The sheriff went to see the king. He knelt down. "I ask for a favor," he said. The king said, "What do you want? Tell me." The sheriff said, "In Sherwood Forest there is a bad man named Robin Hood." The king said, "Yes, I know about him. He is rude, but he is also funny." The sheriff said, "But king, I sent a paper with your seal to him. He hit my messenger and took the paper. He also kills your deer and robs your people on the roads." The king was angry. "What do you want me to do? You have many men, but you cannot catch one group of men without armor. What should I do? Are you not my sheriff? Are my laws not strong in Nottinghamshire? Can you not stop people who break the law? Go now and think. Make a plan. Do not bother me again." "But sheriff, my laws must be followed. If you cannot do this, you are not my sheriff. Be careful, or bad things will happen to you and the thieves in Nottinghamshire." The sheriff felt sad. He was upset that he had so many men, but could not enforce the laws. As they rode back to Nottingham, the sheriff thought hard. He did not speak. He tried to think of a plan to catch Robin Hood. Suddenly, he hit his leg and said, "Aha! I have it! Let's go back to Nottingham fast. In 2 weeks, Robin Hood will be in jail." What was the sheriff's plan? The sheriff thought about many ideas. He thought about Robin's brave spirit. He knew Robin often came into Nottingham. The sheriff thought, "If I can get Robin close to Nottingham, I can catch him." Then he had an idea. He would announce a big archery contest. There would be a great prize. Robin Hood might come. This is why he cried, "Aha!" When he got back to Nottingham, he sent people to tell everyone about the contest. Everyone who could shoot a longbow could come. The prize was a golden arrow. Robin Hood heard the news in Lincoln. He went back to Sherwood Forest. He called his men. He said, "Listen, my friends. The Sheriff of Nottingham has a shooting contest. The prize is a golden arrow. I want one of us to win it. We will go and shoot. It will be fun." Young David of Doncaster said, "Please listen, master. I just came from a friend. He told me about the contest. He heard from the sheriff's man that this is a trick for you. The sheriff wants to catch you there. Do not go, master. Stay in the forest. It will be bad if we go." Robin said, "You are a smart boy. But should we let the sheriff say that Robin Hood is scared?" "No, David. What you said makes me want the prize even more. We must be smart too. Some of you dress like monks, some like farmers, some like beggars. But bring a good bow or a sword. I will shoot for the golden arrow. If I win, we will hang it on our tree." "Good," said all the men. Nottingham was a nice sight on the day of the contest. There were benches for rich people. At the end, near the target, was a special seat for the sheriff. The area for shooting was wide. At one end was the target. At the other was a tent with flags. There was free beer for the archers. Poor people stood behind a fence. The benches started to fill with important people. They arrived in carts or on horses. Poor people sat on the grass near the fence. In the tent, archers gathered. Some talked about their past shots. Some checked their bows and arrows. The best archers from all of England were there. There was Gill of the Red Cap, the sheriff's best archer. There were many other famous archers. The benches were full. The sheriff and his wife arrived. He rode a white horse. She rode a brown horse. The sheriff wore purple velvet. His clothes were trimmed with fur. He had a golden chain. His wife wore blue velvet. Everyone cheered. The sheriff and his wife sat in their special seats. Soldiers stood around them. The sheriff told his helper to blow his horn. He blew it 3 times. The sound echoed. Then the archers stepped forward. People cheered for their favorite archer. "Red Cap!" some yelled. "Crookshank!" others yelled. Ladies waved scarves. The helper read the rules. Each man shoots from far away, 150 yards from the target. The best 10 archers shoot again. Each of those 10 shoots 2 arrows. The best 3 shoot again. Each of those 3 shoots 3 arrows. The best shooter gets the prize. The sheriff looked for Robin Hood. He did not see anyone in green clothes. He thought, he might still be here. I will look when only 10 men shoot. The archers shot. It was amazing shooting. 6 arrows hit the middle. 4 hit the black ring. Only 2 hit the outer ring. Everyone cheered. Only 10 men were left. 6 were famous. 2 were from Yorkshire. 1 was a tall stranger in blue from London. The last was a poor stranger in red with one eye covered. The sheriff asked a soldier, "Do you see Robin Hood?" The soldier said, "No, sir. I know 6 of them. The Yorkshire men are too tall or too short for Robin. Robin has yellow hair. The man in red has brown hair and one eye. The man in blue is not as wide as Robin." The sheriff hit his leg. "Then that man is a coward and a thief." The 10 men rested. Then they shot again. Each shot 2 arrows. No one spoke. Everyone watched. When the last arrow was shot, there was a big cheer. An old man, Sir Amyas, said, "I have never seen such good shooting in my life." Only 3 men were left: Gil of the Red Cap, the stranger in red, and Adam of the Dell. People cheered for Gil and Adam. No one cheered for the stranger. The sheriff said to Gilbert, "Shoot well, Gilbert. If you win, I will give you 100 silver coins and the prize." Gilbert said, "I will do my best." He shot his arrow. It landed very close to the center. "Good, Gilbert!" everyone shouted. The sheriff clapped his hands. "That is a good shot." Then the stranger stepped forward. People laughed. They saw a yellow spot under his arm. He aimed with one eye. He shot quickly. His arrow landed even closer to the center than Gilbert's. "Wow!" cried the sheriff. "That is a truly beautiful arrow." Adam of the Dell shot carefully. His arrow landed next to the stranger's. Then they all shot again. All arrows hit the middle. But Adam's was farthest from the center. The stranger's shot was the best again. They rested and shot a 3rd time. Gilbert aimed very carefully. His arrow flew straight. It landed very close to the center. "Well done, Gilbert," cried the sheriff. "I think you won. Now, you poor man, let me see you shoot better than that." The stranger said nothing. He stood still for a moment. Then he shot his bow. His arrow flew straight. It hit a feather on Gilbert's arrow. The feather fell down. The stranger's arrow landed right in the center. No one spoke. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Old Adam of the Dell took a deep breath. He shook his head. "I have shot arrows for over 40 years, but I will not shoot today. No one can shoot like that stranger." He put his arrow away and unstrung his bow. The sheriff came down to the stranger. People gathered to see the amazing shooter. "Here, my good man," said the sheriff. "Take the prize. You won it fairly. What is your name? Where are you from?" "Men call me Jock o' Teviotdale. I am from there," said the stranger. "You are the best archer I have ever seen," said the sheriff. "If you work for me, I will give you better clothes. You will eat and drink well. You will get good pay. You shoot better than that coward Robin Hood. Will you work for me?" "No," said the stranger roughly. "I will be my own master. No one in England will be my master." "Then go away, and bad luck to you," cried the sheriff. His voice shook with anger. "I want to have you beaten for being rude." He turned and walked away. That day, many people gathered around a tree in Sherwood Forest. There were monks, tinkers, beggars, and farmers. A man in red with one eye covered sat on a mossy seat. In his hand was the golden arrow. He took off the eye patch. He took off his red clothes. He wore green clothes. He said, "These things come off easily, but walnut stain does not come off yellow hair so fast." Everyone laughed louder. It was Robin Hood. He had won the prize from the sheriff. Everyone sat down to eat. They talked about the trick they played on the sheriff. They talked about their adventures in disguise. When they finished eating, Robin Hood spoke to Little John. "I am angry. The sheriff said I was a coward. I want him to know who won the golden arrow." Little John said, "Master, let me and Will Stuteley send the sheriff a message he does not expect." That day, the sheriff was eating in his big house in Nottingham. Many men sat at long tables. They talked about the contest. The sheriff sat at the main table with his wife. He said, "I thought Robin Hood would be here. I did not think he was a coward. But who was that rude man who spoke to me? I wonder why I did not have him beaten. There was something special about him." Just then, something fell on the table. Everyone jumped. A soldier picked it up. It was an arrow. A small paper was tied to it. The sheriff opened the paper. His face turned red with anger. He read, "May heaven bless your grace today, all in sweet Sherwood say, for you gave the prize away to merry Robin Hood." "Where did this come from?" yelled the sheriff. "Through the window, sir," said the soldier. Chapter 4. Will Stuteley, rescued by his companions. The sheriff was very worried. He could not catch Robin Hood. He thought, "I told the king about Robin Hood. Now I must catch him, or the king will be angry with me." The sheriff had tried laws and tricks, but they did not work. So he decided to use force. He called his men. He told them, "Each of you take 4 strong men. Go to the forest. Look for Robin Hood. If you see many enemies, blow your horn. Then all other groups will come and help. This way we can catch him." The sheriff also said, "If you catch Robin Hood, alive or dead, you will get a lot of money. If you catch one of his men, you will get some money too. Be brave and smart." So, many groups of 5 men went into Sherwood Forest. They wanted to find Robin Hood. They looked for 7 days and nights, but they did not see anyone in green clothes. Robin Hood knew they were coming. His friend Edom from the Blue Boar told him. When Robin Hood heard the news, he said, "If the sheriff sends men to fight, it will be bad. Many people will get hurt. I don't want to fight or hurt anyone. I killed a man once, and I don't want to do it again. So, we will stay quiet in the forest. But if we must fight to protect ourselves, we will fight hard." Some of Robin Hood's men were sad. They thought the sheriff would think they were scared. They thought people would make fun of them. But they did not say anything. They did what Robin Hood told them. They stayed hidden in Sherwood Forest for 7 days and nights. They did not show themselves. On the morning of the 8th day, Robin Hood called his men. He said, "Who will go and see what the sheriff's men are doing? I know they will not stay in the forest forever." All the men shouted. They wanted to go. Robin Hood was happy to see his brave men. He said, "You are all brave, but only one can go. Will Stuteley will go. He is very clever, like a fox." Will Stuteley jumped and laughed. He was happy to be chosen. He said, "Thank you, master. I will bring you news of those men." He put on a friar's robe. Under it, he hid a sword. He went to the edge of the forest. He saw 2 groups of the sheriff's men. He walked past them without looking. He pulled his hood over his face. He folded his hands as if he was thinking. He went to the Blue Boar Inn. He thought, "My friend Edom will tell me everything." At the Blue Boar, he saw some of the sheriff's men drinking. He sat on a bench far away. He held his staff and bowed his head. He looked like he was thinking. He waited to talk to the inn owner. Edom, the owner, did not know him. He thought Will was a tired friar. Edom let him sit. He did not talk to him. A cat came and rubbed against Will's leg. It pushed his robe up a little. Will quickly pulled his robe down, but a constable saw it. He saw the green clothes under the robe. He thought, "This is not a real friar, and honest men don't wear priest's clothes. This must be one of Robin Hood's men." "So," he said loudly, "Holy Father, do you want some beer?" Will shook his head. He did not speak. He thought, "Maybe someone here knows my voice." The constable asked again, "Where are you going, Holy Friar, on this hot day?" "I am going to Canterbury," Will said. He made his voice sound rough so no one would know him. Then the constable asked for the 3rd time, "Holy Father, do pilgrims wear green clothes under their robes?" "Ha! I think you are a thief, maybe one of Robin Hood's men. If you move, I will stab you with my sword." The constable pulled out his sword. He jumped at Will. But Will had his own sword under his robe. He pulled it out fast. The constable swung his sword, but Will stopped the blow. Will hit the constable very hard. Will tried to run away, but the constable grabbed his legs as he fell. Other men came. Will hit another man. The sword hit his helmet. It cut deep, but the man did not die. The constable pulled Will down. Other men rushed at Will. One hit him on the head. Blood ran down his face and blinded him. Will fell down. They jumped on him. He fought hard, but they tied him with ropes. He could not move. They caught him. Robin Hood was under a tree. He was thinking about Will Stuteley. Suddenly, he saw 2 of his men running. With them was a woman named Machen from the Blue Boar. Robin's heart felt sad. He knew they had bad news. "Will Stuteley has been caught," they cried. Robin asked the woman, "Did you bring this sad news?" "Yes, I saw it all," she cried. She was out of breath. "I think he is badly hurt. Someone hit him on the head. They tied him and took him to Nottingham town. Before I left the Blue Boar, I heard he will be hanged tomorrow." "He will not be hanged tomorrow," Robin cried. "If he is, many people will die, and many will be sad." He blew his horn 3 times. Many of his men came running. 140 brave men gathered around him. "Listen," Robin cried. "Our friend Will Stuteley has been caught by the sheriff's men. We must get him back. We should risk our lives for him, just as he risks his life for us. Is that right, my merry men?" All the men shouted, "Yes." The next day, they left Sherwood Forest. They took different paths to be smart. They went in groups of 2 or 3. They were all going to meet near Nottingham town. When they were all together, Robin said, "We will hide here. We will wait for news. We must be smart and careful to get our friend Will Stuteley back from the sheriff." They hid for a long time. The sun was high. The day was warm. The road was empty. Only an old pilgrim walked slowly near the castle wall of Nottingham town. When Robin saw no one else, he called young David of Doncaster. David was a smart young man. Robin said, "Go, David, talk to that pilgrim. He just came from Nottingham. Maybe he can tell you about Stuteley." David walked to the pilgrim. He said, "Good morning, Holy Father. Can you tell me when Will Stuteley will be hanged? I don't want to miss it. I came from far away to see such a strong rogue hanged." "Oh, young man," the pilgrim cried. He was angry. "How can you say that? A good man will be hanged for only trying to save his own life." He hit his staff on the ground. "Oh, it is so sad. Today, when the sun goes down, he will be hanged. It is far from the town gate where 3 roads meet. The sheriff says he will die there to warn all outlaws. But still, I say, it is so sad. Robin Hood and his men are outlaws, but he only takes from the rich and bad people. No poor widow or farmer with many children near Sherwood ever runs out of food because of him. It makes my heart sad to see brave Stuteley die. I was a strong farmer in my younger days before I became a pilgrim. I know a strong hand, and one who fights hard against cruel Normans or rich abbots. If good Stuteley's master knew how much danger he was in, maybe he would send help to save him." "Yes, that's true," the young man cried. "If Robin and his men are near, I know they will try to save him. Goodbye, good old man. Believe me, if Will Stuteley die, he will be avenged." Then he turned and walked away fast. The pilgrim watched him. He said to himself, "That youth is not a country boy who came to see a good man die. Maybe Robin Hood is not far away. Something big will happen today." He walked away, talking to himself. When David of Doncaster told Robin Hood what the pilgrim had said, Robin gathered his men. He said, "Now, let's go into Nottingham town. We will mix with the people, keep an eye on each other, get close to the prisoner and his guards when they come out. Don't hit anyone unless you have to. I don't want blood, but if you hit, hit hard. Make sure you don't need to hit again. Stay together until we return to Sherwood. No one leaves his friends." The sun was low. A bugle blew from the castle. Nottingham town became busy. Crowds filled the streets. Everyone knew Will Stuteley would be hanged that day. Soon the castle gates opened. Many armed men came out. The sheriff, in shining armor, rode in front. Will Stuteley rode in a cart in the middle of the guards. A rope was around his neck. His face was pale from his wound and blood loss. His hair was messy with dried blood on his forehead. When he came out, he looked around. He saw some sad faces and some friendly faces, but he did not see anyone he knew. His heart sank, but he spoke bravely. "Give me a sword, Sir Sheriff," he said. "Even with my wound, I will fight you and all your men until I die." "No, you bad man," the sheriff said. He looked at Will Stuteley. "You will not have a sword. You will die a shameful death, like a bad thief." "Then just untie my hands," Will said. "I will fight you and your men with only my fists. I don't need a weapon. Just don't let me be hanged like a coward today." The sheriff laughed loudly. "Why?" he said. "Are you scared now? Get ready to die, you bad man. You will hang today where 3 roads meet. Everyone will see you hang. Birds will eat you." "Oh, you coward," Will Stuteley cried. He gritted his teeth at the sheriff. "You scared man! If my master ever meets you, you will pay for this day. He looks down on you, and so do all brave people. Don't you know that you are a joke to every brave farmer? A weak person like you will never catch brave Robin Hood." "Ha!" the sheriff yelled. He was angry. "Is that so? Am I a joke to your master? Now I will make a joke of you. A bad joke. I will cut you into pieces after you are hanged." Then he made his horse go forward. He did not say anything more to Stuteley. At last, they came to the big town gate. Stuteley saw the beautiful country outside. There were green hills and valleys. Far away, he saw the dark line of Sherwood Forest. He saw the red sunlight on the fields and houses. He heard birds singing. He heard sheep bleating. He saw swallows flying. His heart felt full. Tears filled his eyes. Everything became blurry. He bowed his head so people would not see his tears. He kept his head down until they were outside the town walls. But when he looked up again, his heart jumped for joy. He saw one of his friends from merry Sherwood. Then he looked around quickly. He saw familiar faces all around him. They were close to the armed men guarding him. Then blood rushed to his cheeks. He saw his master, Robin Hood, in the crowd for a moment. He knew Robin Hood and all his men were there, but a line of armed men was between him and them. "Now stand back!" the sheriff cried loudly. The crowd was pressing in. "What are you doing? Why are you pushing us? Stand back!" Then there was a loud noise. Someone tried to push through the armed men to get to the cart. Stuteley saw that it was Little John. "Now stand back!" cried one of the armed men Little John was pushing. "You stand back!" Little John said. He hit the man on the head. The man fell down like a cow. Then Little John jumped onto the cart where Stuteley sat. "I pray you, say goodbye to your friends before you die, Will," he said. "Or maybe I will die with you if you must die, because I could never have better company." Then, with one cut, he freed Stuteley's hands and legs. Stuteley jumped from the cart. "As I live," cried the sheriff, "I know that man. He is a strong rebel. Catch him, all of you. Don't let him go." The sheriff made his horse go toward Little John. He stood in his stirrups and swung his sword hard. But Little John quickly ducked under the horse. The sword missed him. "No, good Sir Sheriff," he cried. He stood up after the sword missed. "I must borrow your sword." He quickly took the sword from the sheriff's hand. "Here, Stuteley," he cried. "The sheriff has lent you his sword. Stand back to back with me, man, and fight. Help is near." "Down with them!" the sheriff roared like an angry bull. He made his horse go toward the two men who now stood back to back. In his anger, he forgot he had no weapon. "Stand back, Sheriff!" Little John cried. Just then, a horn blew loudly. An arrow flew very close to the sheriff's head. Then there was fighting and yelling. Swords clashed. Arrows flew through the air. Some people cried, "Help!" and some cried, "A rescue!" "Treason!" the sheriff cried loudly. Go back, or we will all die." He turned his horse and rode back through the crowd. Robin Hood and his men could have killed half of the sheriff's men, but they let them go. They only shot some arrows after them to make them run faster. "Oh, wait!" Will Stuteley shouted to the sheriff. "You will never catch brave Robin Hood if you don't fight him face to face." But the sheriff bent low on his horse's back. He did not answer. He just rode faster. Then Will Stuteley turned to Little John. He looked at him. Tears ran down his face. He cried loudly. He kissed his friend's cheeks. "Oh, Little John," he said, "my true friend, I love you more than anyone in the world. I never thought I would see you today or before I died." Little John could not speak. He also cried. Then Robin Hood gathered his men. Will Stuteley was in the middle. They slowly walked away toward Sherwood Forest. They left like a storm cloud moving away. 10 of the sheriff's men lay wounded on the ground. No one knew who hurt them. The Sheriff of Nottingham tried 3 times to catch Robin Hood. He failed each time. The last time, he was scared. He felt how close he came to dying. So he said, "These men fear no one. I would rather lose my job than my life. So I will not bother them any more." He stayed in his castle for many days. He did not dare to go outside. He was sad and did not talk to anyone. He was ashamed of what happened that day. Chapter 5. Robin Hood Turns Butcher. Robin Hood heard how the sheriff tried to catch him 3 times. Robin said, "I will make the sheriff pay for this. Maybe I will invite him to a happy meal in Sherwood Forest." When Robin caught rich men, he gave them food before taking their money. Robin Hood and his men stayed in Sherwood Forest. They did not go to Nottingham. Robin knew the sheriff was angry, but they were happy in the forest. They shot arrows at a target. They laughed. If someone missed, they got a hit. Little John's hits were strong. They also wrestled and fought with sticks. They got stronger every day. They lived like this for almost a year. Robin often thought about how to get back at the sheriff. One day, he felt bored. He took his stick and went to look for adventure. He walked until he came to the edge of the forest. On the road, he saw a young butcher. The butcher had a good horse and a new cart full of meat. The butcher sang happily. He was going to the market. "Good morning, happy man," Robin said. "You look happy today." "Yes, I am," the butcher said. "Why not? I am healthy. I have the prettiest girl in Nottinghamshire, and I will marry her next Thursday in Locksley Town." "Ah," Robin said, "you are from Locksley Town? I know that place well. I know the trees and the river. I was born there. Where are you going with your meat, my friend?" "I am going to Nottingham Town Market to sell my meat," the butcher answered. "But who are you from Locksley Town?" "I am a yeoman, and people call me Robin Hood." "Oh no!" the butcher cried. "I know your name. I have heard stories about you. Please don't take anything from me. I am an honest man. I have not hurt anyone. Please don't trouble me." "No, I won't," Robin said. "I would not take even 1 penny from you. I like honest faces like yours, especially from Locksley Town, and especially when the man is marrying a pretty girl next Thursday. Tell me, how much will you sell your meat, horse, and cart for?" "I want 4 marks for my meat, cart, and horse," the butcher said. "But if I don't sell all my meat, I won't have 4 marks. Robin took out his purse. "Here are 6 marks, he said. "I want to be a butcher for today and sell meat in Nottingham Town. Will you take 6 marks for your things?" "May good things happen to you," the butcher cried happily. He jumped from his cart and took the purse from Robin. "No," Robin laughed. "Many people like me, but few call me honest. Go back to your girl. Give her a kiss from me." Robin put on the butcher's apron. He got into the cart and took the reins. He drove through the forest to Nottingham Town. In Nottingham, he went to the market where butchers stood. He found the best spot. He put his meat on the table. He took his knife and steel. He hit them together and sang loudly, "Come, ladies, and buy your meat from me. I sell 3 times the meat for the price of 1 penny. I have lamb that ate sweet flowers by the river. I have beef from the fields, and mutton from green valleys, and white veal like a maiden's skin. So come, ladies, come, buy your meat from me, for 3 times the meat I sell for the price of 1 penny." He sang happily. Everyone near him listened, surprised. When he finished, He hit the knife and steel again, louder. He shouted, "Who will buy? Who will buy? I have 4 prices. I sell 3 pennyworths of meat to a fat priest for 6 pence. I don't want their business. I charge 3 pence to strong leaders. It doesn't matter if they buy or not. To pretty ladies, I sell 3 pennyworths for 1 penny, because I like their business. But to a pretty girl who likes a good butcher, I charge nothing but a kiss, because I like her business best of all." Everyone looked and wondered. They laughed. They had never heard of such selling in Nottingham town, but when they bought, it was true. He gave women as much meat for 1 penny as they could buy for 3 elsewhere. If a widow or poor woman came, he gave her meat for free. If a happy girl came and gave him a kiss, he charged nothing. Many girls came to his stall. His eyes were blue, and he laughed. He gave them a lot of meat. He sold his meat so fast that no other butcher near him could sell anything. The other butchers started talking. Some said, "This must be a thief who stole the cart, horse, and meat." But others said, "No, when did you see a thief give away his things so freely? This must be a rich young man who spent his father's money and wants to be happy while it lasts." More people thought this, so the others changed their minds. Some butchers came to meet him. "Come, brother," said one, who was their leader. "We are all butchers. Will you eat with us? The sheriff asked all the butchers to eat with him today at the guild hall. There will be good food and much to drink. You will like it." "Yes," Robin said. "I will eat with you all, my friends. I will come as fast as I can." He had sold all his meat, so he closed his stall and went with them to the big guild hall. The sheriff was already there with many butchers. When Robin and his new friends came in, laughing, some men near the sheriff whispered to him, "That man is crazy. He sold more meat for 1 penny today than we could sell for 3. And he gave meat for free to any pretty girl who kissed him." Others said, "He is a rich young man who sold his land for money and wants to spend it all happily." The sheriff called Robin to him. He did not know Robin in his butcher's clothes. He made Robin sit next to him. The sheriff liked rich young men who spent money freely. He thought he could get some of that money for himself. So he was very nice to Robin. He laughed and talked with him more than with anyone else. At last, dinner was ready. The sheriff asked Robin to say grace. Robin stood up and said, "May God bless us all and the good food and drink in this house, and may all butchers be as honest as I am." Everyone laughed, the sheriff loudest of all. He thought, "This is surely a rich young man. Maybe I can take some of the money he is throwing away." Then he spoke to Robin. "You are a happy young man, and I like you very much." He hit Robin on the shoulder. Robin laughed loudly too. "Yes," he said, "I know you like happy men. Did you not have happy Robin Hood at your shooting contest? And did you not happily give him a golden arrow?" The sheriff looked serious. All the butchers looked serious too. Only Robin laughed. Some people winked at each other. "Come, let's drink," Robin cried. "Let's be happy while we can. We do not live long, so let's be merry while we can. Don't look sad, Sir Sheriff. Maybe you can catch Robin Hood if you drink less and get thinner and smarter. Be happy, man." Then the sheriff laughed again, but he did not like the joke. The butchers said to each other, "We have never seen such a crazy man. Maybe he will make the sheriff crazy." "Come on, brothers," Robin cried. "Be happy. Don't worry about money. I will pay for this meal, even if it costs 200 pounds. No one needs to pay. Neither butcher nor sheriff will pay 1 penny for this feast." "You are a happy soul," the sheriff said. You must have many animals and much land to spend your money so freely." "Yes, I do," Robin said, laughing loudly again. "My brothers and I have 500 or more animals. We could not sell them all, or I would not be a butcher. As for my land, I have never asked how much I have." The sheriff's eyes shone. He chuckled. "No, good youth," he said. "If you cannot sell your animals, maybe I can find someone to buy them. Maybe I will buy them myself. I like happy young men and want to help them. How much do you want for your animals?" "Well," Robin said, "they are worth at least 500 pounds. "No," the sheriff answered slowly, as if thinking. "I like you, and I want to help you. But 500 pounds is a lot of money. I don't have it with me. But I will give you 300 pounds for all of them, in good silver and gold." "You old miser," Robin said. "You know that many animals are worth 700 pounds or more, and you, with your gray hair and 1 foot in the grave, want to trick a wild young man." The sheriff looked at Robin with a frown. "No," Robin said. "Don't look at me like you drank bad beer. I will take your offer. My brothers and I need the money. We live a happy life, and you cannot live a happy life without money. So I will make the deal with you. But make sure you bring a good 300 pounds, because I don't trust someone who makes such a hard deal." "I will bring the money," the sheriff said. "But what is your name, good youth?" "People call me Robert of Locksley," Robin said. "Then, good Robert of Locksley," the sheriff said, "I will come today to see your animals. But first, my clerk will write a paper. You must agree to the sale. You will not get my money without me getting your animals." Robin Hood laughed again. "It is a deal," he said, hitting the sheriff's hand. "My brothers will be thankful for your money." So the deal was made. Many butchers talked about the sheriff. They said it was a bad trick to fool a young man who spent too much money. In the afternoon, the sheriff got on his horse. Robin Hood waited for him outside. Robin had sold his horse and cart for 2 marks. They started their journey. The sheriff rode his horse, and Robin ran beside him. They left Nottingham town and went along the dusty road. They laughed and joked as if they were old friends. But the sheriff thought, "Your joke about Robin Hood will cost you a lot, foolish man, even 400 pounds. He thought he would make at least that much from the deal. They traveled until they came to Sherwood Forest. The sheriff looked around. He became quiet and stopped laughing. "Now," he said, "may God protect us today from a rogue named Robin Hood." Then Robin laughed loudly. "No," he said. "Don't worry. I know Robin Hood well. You are no more in danger from him today than you are from me." The sheriff looked sideways at Robin. He thought, "I don't like that you know this outlaw so well. I wish I were out of Sherwood Forest." But they went deeper into the forest. The deeper they went, the quieter the sheriff became. At last, they came to a bend in the road. A group of deer ran across the path. Robin Hood came close to the sheriff and pointed. "These are my horned animals, good Master Sheriff. How do you like them? Are they not fat and nice to see?" The sheriff stopped his horse quickly. "Now, friend," he said, "I wish I were out of this forest. I don't like your company. Go your way, and let me go mine." But Robin only laughed. He took the sheriff's horse by the bridle. "No," he cried. "Stay a while. I want you to see my brothers, who own these animals with me." He put his horn to his mouth and blew 3 happy notes. Soon 100 strong yeomen came leaping up the path, with Little John at their head. "What do you want, good master?" Little John asked. "Why," Robin answered, Do you not see that I have brought good company to eat with us today? Shame on you. Do you not see our good master, the Sheriff of Nottingham? Take his horse, Little John. He has honored us by coming to eat with us today." All the men took off their hats humbly. They did not smile. Little John took the horse's bridle and led it deeper into the forest. Everyone walked in order, with Robin Hood walking beside the sheriff, holding his hat. All this time, the sheriff did not say a word. He looked around like someone who just woke up, but when he found himself deep in Sherwood, his heart sank. He thought, "They will take my 300 pounds, even if they don't take my life. I have plotted against them many times." But everyone seemed humble, and no one spoke of danger to his life or money. At last, they came to a big oak tree in Sherwood Forest. Under it was a seat made of moss. Robin sat down and put the sheriff on his right. "Now, my merry men," he said, "bring out the best we have, both meat and wine. The sheriff feasted me in Nottingham Guildhall today, and I don't want him to leave empty." No one had said anything about the sheriff's money, so he began to feel better. He thought, maybe Robin Hood has forgotten all about it. Then in the forest, bright fires crackled. Good smells of roasted meat and chickens filled the air. Warm pies sat by the fire. Robin Hood entertained the sheriff like a king. First, some men fought with long sticks. They were so good and fast that the sheriff, who loved to watch such sports, clapped his hands. He forgot where he was. He cried loudly, "Well done! Well done, you man with the black beard!" He did not know that the man was the tinker who tried to serve Robin Hood a warrant. Then some yeomen came and spread cloths on the green grass. They set out a royal feast. Others opened barrels of wine and ale. They put them in jars on the cloth with drinking horns around them. Then everyone sat down and ate and drank happily until the sun was low. The half-moon shone faintly through the leaves above. Then the sheriff stood up and said, "Thank you all, good yeomen, for the happy time you have given me today. You have treated me well. This shows you respect our king and his deputy in Nottinghamshire. But the shadows are long, and I must go before dark, or I will get lost in the forest." Robin Hood and all his men stood up too. Robin said to the sheriff, "If you must go, sir, you must go. But you have forgotten one thing." "No, I forgot nothing," the sheriff said. But his heart still sank. "But I say you have forgotten something," Robin said. "We have a happy inn here in the greenwood, but whoever stays with us must pay." Then the sheriff laughed, but it was an empty laugh. "Well, jolly boys," he said, "we have had a happy time together today. Even if you had not asked, I would have given you 20 pounds for the nice time I had." "No," Robin said seriously, "it would be wrong for us to treat you so poorly. By my faith, Sir Sheriff, I would be ashamed if I did not charge the king's deputy 300 pounds. Is that not right, my merry men?" Then, "Yes!" cried all in a loud voice. 300 devils!" roared the sheriff. "Do you think your poor feast was worth 3 pounds, let alone 300? "No," Robin said gravely. "Do not speak so roughly, your worship. I love you for the sweet feast you gave me today in Nottingham town. But there are some here who do not love you so much. If you look down the cloth, you will see Will Stuteley. He does not like you much. Then there are 2 other strong men here you do not know. They were hurt in a fight near Nottingham town some time ago. You know when. One of them was badly hurt in one arm, but he can use it again. Good sheriff, listen to me. Pay your bill now, or things might go badly for you." As he spoke, the sheriff's red cheeks turned pale. He said nothing more. He looked at the ground and bit his lip. Then he slowly pulled out his fat purse and threw it on the cloth in front of him. "Now take the purse, Little John," Robin Hood said, "and see that the amount is right. We don't doubt our sheriff, but he might not like it if he found he had not paid his full bill." Then Little John counted the money. The bag held 300 pounds in silver and gold. But to the sheriff, every sound of the money was like a drop of blood from his body. When he saw it all counted out in a pile of silver and gold, filling a wooden plate, he turned away and quietly got on his horse. "We have never had such an important guest before," Robin said, "and as it is getting late, I will send one of my young men to guide you out of the forest." "No, please," cried the sheriff quickly. "I can find my own way, good man, without help." "Then I will show you the right path myself," Robin said. He took the sheriff's horse by the bridle. He led him to the main forest path. Before he let him go, he said, "Now, goodbye, good sheriff, and next time you think to cheat a rich young man, remember your feast in Sherwood Forest. Never buy a horse, good friend, without first looking in its mouth, as our old friend Swanthold says. And so, goodbye again." Then he hit the horse's back. The horse and sheriff rode off through the forest. Then the sheriff was very sorry he ever bothered Robin Hood. Everyone laughed at him. Many songs were sung about how the sheriff went to get money but came home with nothing. This is how people sometimes try to get too much through greed and tricks. Chapter 6. Little John Goes to Nottingham Fair. Summer was over, and it was October. The air was cool. Farmers had gathered their crops. Young birds could fly well. Hops were picked, and apples were ready. People did not talk about the sheriff's animals anymore. But the sheriff was still angry about Robin Hood. He did not want to hear Robin Hood's name. Every 5 years there was a big fair in Nottingham. People came from all over. Archery was a main sport. People from Nottinghamshire were very good with a bow and arrow. This year the sheriff was not sure about holding the fair. He was afraid Robin Hood might come. First, he thought about not having the fair, but then he thought people would laugh at him and say he was scared of Robin Hood. So he decided to have the fair. He chose a prize that he thought no one would want. Usually the prize was money or beer. This year, he said the best archer would get 2 fat cows. Robin Hood heard about the prize. He was angry. He said, "This sheriff is bad. Only farmers will want this prize. I wanted to shoot in Nottingham again, but this prize is not good for me." Then Little John spoke. "Listen, master," he said. "Will Stuteley, young David of Doncaster, and I were at the Blue Boar today. We heard all about the fair. We also heard the sheriff gave a bad prize, so we from Sherwood would not come. Master, I want to go and try to win even this small prize against the good archers in Nottingham." "No, Little John," Robin said. "You are strong, but you are not as clever as Stuteley. I do not want you to get hurt. But if you go, wear something different so people do not know you." "Okay, master," said Little John. "I only want a red suit instead of this green one. I will pull my jacket hood over my head to hide my hair and beard. Then I hope no one will know me." "I do not like it," said Robin Hood. "But if you want to go, then go. But be careful, Little John. You are my best man, and I do not want you to get hurt." So Little John put on a red suit and went to the fair in Nottingham. The fair days in Nottingham were very happy. There were many booths and tents in front of the town gate. They had colorful flags and flowers. People from all over the country came. In some booths, people danced to music. In others, they sold beer. Some sold sweet cakes. Outside, singers sang old songs and played the harp. Wrestlers fought in a circle of sawdust. But most people watched men playing with sticks on a raised platform. Little John came to the fair. His clothes were all red. He had a red cap with a red feather. He carried a strong bow and arrows. Many people looked at him. He was very tall and strong. He was wider than anyone else. He was a head taller than other men. The young women looked at him too. They thought he was the strongest young man they had ever seen. First, he went to a booth that sold beer. He stood on a bench and called to everyone to drink with him. "Hello, good friends," he shouted. "Who wants to drink beer with a strong man? Come on, everyone, let's be happy. The day is good, and the beer is tasty. Come here, good men, and you, and you. You will not pay anything. Come here, you strong beggar, and you happy metal worker. Everyone will be happy with me," he shouted, and everyone gathered around, laughing as the beer flowed. They called Little John a brave man. Everyone said they liked him like a brother. People like a person who gives them free things. Then he walked to the platform where men were fighting with sticks. He loved fighting with sticks. Here, something happened that people sang about for a long time. There was a man who hit everyone who tried to fight him. This was Eric of Lincoln. People knew his name from songs. When Little John came, no one was fighting. Only Eric was walking around, swinging his stick and shouting, "Who will fight for the girl he loves the most, with a good man from Lincolnshire? Come on, men! Or are the girl's eyes not bright here? Or is the blood of Nottingham young men slow and cold? Lincoln against Nottingham, I say. No one has come here today who can fight with a stick like us from Lincoln." People poked each other and said, "You go, Ned," or "You go, Thomas." But no one wanted to get hit in the head for free. Then Eric saw Little John standing among the others. He was taller than everyone. Eric shouted to him, "Hello, you tall man in red. Your shoulders are wide and your head is big. Is your girl not pretty enough for you to fight for her? I think Nottingham men are weak. You big slow man, will you not fight for Nottingham?" "Yes," said Little John. "If I had my own good stick here, I would be happy to hit your head, you rude talker. It would be good for you if you were quieter." He spoke slowly at first, but his anger grew like a big stone rolling down a hill. By the end, he was very angry. Then Eric of Lincoln laughed loudly. "Well said for someone who is afraid to fight me fairly," he said. "You are rude yourself. If you come here, I will make your rude tongue shake in your teeth." "Now," said Little John, "is there no one here who will lend me a good strong stick until I try this man?" 10 men gave him their sticks. He took the strongest and heaviest one. Then he looked at the stick and said, "Now, I have only a small piece of wood in my hand, like a piece of straw, but I think it will be enough. So here I go." Then he threw the stick onto the platform and jumped lightly after it, picking it up again. Then each man stood in his place and looked at the other with serious faces. The man in charge of the sport shouted, "Play!" Then they stepped forward, holding their sticks tightly in the middle. People saw the best stick fight Nottingham had ever seen. At first, Eric of Lincoln thought he would win easily. He came forward as if to say, "Watch, good people, how quickly I will hit this young man." But he soon found it was not so easy. He hit very well, with great skill, but Little John was as good as he was. Eric hit once, twice, 3 times. 3 times Little John blocked the hits to the left and to the right. Then quickly, with a clever backhanded hit, he hit Eric under his guard so hard that Eric's head rang. Then Eric stepped back to clear his head. A great shout went up, and everyone was happy that Nottingham had won against Lincoln. And so, the first part of the fight ended. Then the man in charge shouted, "Play!" and they came together again. But now Eric fought carefully. He knew Little John was very good. He also remembered the hit he had taken. So in this part, neither Little John nor Eric hit the other. Then, after a while, they stopped again. This was the second part. Then, for the third time, they came together. At first, Eric tried to be careful, like before. But he got very angry because he could not win. He started to hit very fast and hard, like hail on a roof. But he still could not hit Little John. Then Little John saw his chance and took it very cleverly. Again, with a quick hit, he hit Eric next to his head. Before Eric could recover, Little John moved his right hand down to his left. With a strong swing, he hit Eric so hard on the head that Eric fell down as if he would never move again. Then the people shouted so loudly that people came running from everywhere to see what was happening. Little John jumped down from the platform and gave the stick back to the man who lent it to him. And so, the famous fight between Little John and Eric of Lincoln ended. But now it was time for the archers to shoot. So people went to the targets where the shooting would be. Near the target, in a good place, sat the sheriff on a high seat with many rich people around him. When the archers were ready, a messenger came forward. He told everyone the rules. Each person would shoot 3 times. The person who shot the best would get the 2 fat cows. 20 good archers were there. Some were the best archers from Lincoln and Nottinghamshire. Little John was taller than all of them. "Who is that stranger in red?" some people asked. Others answered, "He is the one who just beat Eric of Lincoln." So people talked, and at last the sheriff heard it. Now each man stepped forward and shot. Everyone shot well, but Little John was the best. 3 times he hit the target. Once he was only a tiny bit away from the center. "Hooray for the tall archer!" the crowd shouted. Some of them shouted, "Hooray for Reynold Greenleaf!" This was the name Little John used that day. Then the sheriff got down from his seat and came to the archers. Everyone took off their hats when they saw him coming. He looked closely at Little John, but did not know him. But after a while he said, "Hello, good man. I think I have seen your face before." "Maybe so," said Little John, "for I have often seen you, sir." As he spoke, he looked at the sheriff's eyes. The sheriff did not know who he was. "You are a brave man, good friend," said the sheriff, "and I hear you did well for Nottinghamshire against Lincoln today. What is your name, good man?" "People call me Reynold Greenleaf, sir," said Little John. An old song about this story says, "So, in truth, he was a green leaf, but what kind of tree, the sheriff did not know." "Now, Reynold Greenleaf," said the sheriff, "you are the best archer I have ever seen, except for that bad man, Robin Hood. May God keep me from his tricks. Will you work for me, good man? You will be paid very well. You will get 3 new suits of clothes every year, with good food and as much beer as you can drink, and I will pay you 40 marks every year. Then I am a free man, and I will gladly work for you," said Little John. He thought he might find some fun trick if he worked for the sheriff. "You have fairly won the fat cows," said the sheriff, "and I will add a barrel of good beer, because I am happy to have such a man." for I know you shoot as well as Robin Hood himself." "Then," said Little John, "because I am happy to work for you, I will give the fat cows and the beer to all these good people to make them happy." At this, there was a great shout. Many people threw their hats in the air because they were happy about the gift. Then some people made big fires and cooked the cows. Others opened the barrel of beer. Everyone was happy. Then, when they had eaten and drunk a lot, and when the day ended and the big, red, round moon came up over Nottingham, they held hands and danced around the fires. They danced to the music of bagpipes and harps. But before this happy time started, the sheriff and his new servant, Reynold Greenleaf, were in Nottingham Castle. Chapter 7. How Little John Lived at the Sheriff's. Little John started working for the sheriff. He liked it because the sheriff treated him well. He sat near the sheriff at meals and ran with him when he went hunting. Little John ate good food and drank good wine. He slept late. He became very fat. One day, the sheriff went hunting. He wanted Little John to come, but Little John was still sleeping. He was snoring loudly. The sun was bright, and the air smelled sweet. Spring was here. Little John lay in bed. He thought about how nice everything was. Then he heard a bugle. It was far away, but it made him think. He remembered his friends in the greenwood. He remembered how they sang and ate. He thought about Robin Hood and Will Stuteley. He loved Will very much. He also thought about young David. Little John felt sad. He had been with the sheriff for 6 months. He was getting fat and lazy. He decided to go back to his friends. He jumped out of bed. He went downstairs. The steward was there. He was a big fat man with many keys. Little John said, "I am hungry. Give me food." The steward did not like Little John. He said, "You sleep too much. Hungry people do not sleep late." Little John was angry. "Give me bread and meat," he said. "Where is my breakfast? Tell me, or I will break your bones." The steward said, "Your breakfast is in the pantry." "Then bring it here," said Little John. "Go get it yourself," said the steward. "I said bring it to me." "I said get it yourself." Little John was very angry. He went to the pantry. The door was locked. The steward laughed. Little John hit the door with his hand. 3 parts of the door broke. He could now go inside. The steward was very angry. Little John bent down to go into the pantry. The steward grabbed him. He hit Little John's head with his keys. Little John turned and hit the steward. The fat man fell down. He did not move. Little John said, "Do not keep food from a hungry man." Little John went into the pantry. He looked for food. He saw a big pie. There were also 2 cooked chickens and some eggs. There was wine, too. He took the food and put it on a table. He was ready to eat. The cook was in the kitchen. He heard Little John and the steward fighting. He heard Little John hit the steward. The cook came running. He had a cooking stick with meat on it. The steward was now standing up. He looked at Little John through the broken door. Little John was ready to eat. The steward spoke to the cook. He put his arm around the cook. "Look what that bad man has done," he said. "He broke the door and hit me. Good cook, I like you. You will get wine every day. I will also give you 10 shillings. Do you not hate this man?" The cook said, "Yes, I do." He liked the steward because of the wine and money. "Go to your room," he said. "I will take care of this man." The cook put down his cooking stick. He took out his sword. The steward left quickly. He did not like swords. The cook went to the pantry door. He saw Little John. Little John was putting a napkin under his chin. He was ready to eat. The cook said, "You are a thief. Come out, or I will cut you like a pig." "No, cook," said Little John. "Be careful. I am like a lamb most times, but when someone tries to stop me from eating, I am like a lion." "Lion or not," said the cook, "come out now, or you are a coward and a thief." "Ha," said Little John. "I am not a coward. Look out, cook, I am coming out now, like a roaring lion." Little John took out his sword. He came out of the pantry. They stood ready to fight. But then Little John put his sword down. "Wait, cook," he said. "It is not good to fight near so much food. We should eat this food first. What do you think?" The cook thought about it. He loved good food. He took a deep breath. "Yes," he said, "that is a good plan. Let us eat. One of us might be in heaven before night." They put their swords away. They went into the pantry. They sat down. Little John put his knife into the pie. "A hungry man must eat," he said. The cook also put his hands into the pie. They did not speak, they just ate. They looked at each other. Each thought the other was a very strong man. After a long time, the cook took a deep breath. He wiped his hands. He could not eat more. Little John also had enough. He pushed the pie away. He took the wine. "You are the best eating friend I ever had," he said. "I drink to you." He drank the wine. Then he gave it to the cook. The cook also drank. "Your voice is nice and sweet," said Little John. "Can you sing a song?" "Yes, I can," said the cook, "but I do not want to sing alone." "No," said Little John. "That is not right. You sing first, then I will sing one." "Okay," said the cook. "Have you heard the song of the deserted shepherdess?" "I do not know," said Little John. "Sing it, and I will listen." The cook drank more wine. He cleared his throat. He sang sweetly, the song of the deserted shepherdess. "In spring, when leaves are green, and birds find friends, when the lark sings, and the thrush, and the dove coos all the time, fair Phyllis sat by a stone, and I heard her cry, 'O willow, 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 I will take your branches and make a wreath for my hair.' The thrush found a friend, the robin too, and the dove. My robin left me for another love. So here, by the river, alone, I sit and cry. O willow, 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 I will take your branches and make a wreath for my hair." But no fish came from the sea, but a good one was in the water. Young Corydon came over the field and sat down next to Phyllis. So soon she changed her song and stopped crying. "O willow, 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 you can keep your garlands. I do not want them for my hair." "That is a good song," said Little John. "It is true." "I am glad you like it," said the cook. "Now you sing one. A man should not be happy alone." "I will sing you a song," said Little John. "It is about a knight who felt sad. He got better without finding another sad thing. Listen while I sing, The Good Knight and His Love. When King Arthur ruled, he was a good king, and he had strong knights, a happy group. Among them all, big and small, there was a strong knight, a lively and tall young man who loved a beautiful lady. But she would not be with him. She turned away. So he went to a far country and left that happy lady. There alone he cried, and sobbed and sighed, and wept so much it would move a stone, and he was like to die. But his heart still felt the pain and the great sadness, and his pain grew sharper as his body grew weaker. Then he went back where there was good wine and happy friends, and soon he stopped crying when he was cheerful and happy. From this I believe, and am bold to say, that if the belly is not hungry, the heart will stop being sad. "I like that song very much," cried the cook. "You are a smart man," said Little John. "I love you like a brother." "I love you too," said the cook. "But it is getting late. I need to cook before our master comes home. Let us finish our fight." "Yes," said Little John. "Quickly, I am never slow to fight. Come to the hallway. There is good room to swing a sword. I will try to hit you." They went into the hallway. They took out their swords again. They began to fight. Their swords made a loud noise. Sparks flew. They fought for an hour. Neither of them hit the other. They were both good at fighting. They rested sometimes, breathing hard. Then they fought again, more strongly. At last, Little John said, "Wait, cook!" They both stopped and rested. "You are the best sword fighter I have ever seen," said Little John. "I thought I would have cut you by now." "I thought the same about you," said the cook, "but I missed." "I was thinking," said Little John, "why are we fighting? I do not know." "Me neither," said the cook. "I do not like the steward, but I thought we had to fight." "It seems to me," said Little John, "that instead of fighting, we should be good friends. What do you say, cook? Will you come with me to Sherwood Forest and join Robin Hood's group? You will have a happy life there. You will have many good friends, and I am one of them. You will get new clothes every year and money." "You are a man after my own heart," cried the cook. "Yes, I will go with you gladly. Give me your hand. I will be your friend from now on. What is your name?" "Men call me Little John." "What? Are you Little John? Robin Hood's right-hand man? I have heard of you many times. I never thought I would see you." The cook was very surprised. "Yes, I am Little John," he said. "And today I will bring Robin Hood a strong man to join his group. But before we go, it is a pity that we have eaten so much of the sheriff's food. We should take some of his silver things to Robin Hood as a gift." "Yes," said the cook. They looked for silver. They put it in a bag. When the bag was full, they went to Sherwood Forest. They went into the woods. They came to the greenwood tree. Robin Hood and many of his men were there. They were on the grass. When Robin and his men saw Little John, they stood up. "Welcome, Little John," cried Robin Hood. "We have not heard from you for a long time. We knew you were with the sheriff. How have you been?" "I have lived very well with the sheriff," answered Little John. "I have come from there. Look, master, I have brought you his cook and even his silver plates." Then he told Robin Hood everything that had happened since he left them. Everyone laughed except Robin Hood. He looked serious. "No, Little John," he said. "You are brave and loyal. I am glad you are back, and with the cook. We welcome him to Sherwood, but I do not like that you stole the sheriff's silver. We have punished the sheriff before. He lost money, but he has not done anything for us to steal his things." Little John was upset, but he tried to make a joke. "No, master," he said. "If you think the sheriff did not give us the plates, I will bring him here. He can tell us himself that he gave them to us." He stood up and left before Robin could stop him. Little John ran for 5 miles. He came to where the sheriff and his friends were hunting near the forest. Little John took off his hat and bowed. "God save you, master," he said. "Why, Reynold Greenleaf," cried the sheriff. "Where have you been?" "I have been in the forest," answered Little John. He spoke like he was amazed. "I saw something no one has ever seen. I saw a young deer, all green, and around him were 60 other deer, all green too. But I did not shoot, master, because I was afraid they would kill me." "What are you talking about, Reynold Greenleaf?" cried the sheriff. "Are you dreaming or crazy? Why do you tell me such a story?" "No, I am not dreaming or crazy," said Little John. "If you come with me, I will show you, but you must come alone. The others might scare them away." So the sheriff and his men rode forward. Little John led them into the forest. "Now, master," he said at last, "we are near where I saw them." The sheriff got off his horse. He told his men to wait. Little John led him through some trees. Suddenly, they came to a clearing. Robin Hood was sitting there under a big oak tree with his men around him. "Look, Master Sheriff," said Little John, "there is the deer I told you about." The sheriff looked at Little John. He said sadly, "I thought I knew your face before. Now I know you. You have tricked me today, Little John." Robin Hood came to them. "Welcome, Master Sheriff," he said. "Have you come to eat with me today?" "No, God forbid," said the sheriff seriously. "I do not want to eat or drink today." "Still," said Robin, "if you are not hungry, maybe you are thirsty. You will drink wine with me. I am sad you will not eat with me. Your cook is here." Then he led the sheriff to the seat under the tree. "Boys," cried Robin, "fill the sheriff's cup with wine. He is tired." One of the men brought the sheriff a cup of wine. He bowed, but the sheriff could not touch the wine. He saw it was in his own silver cup, on his own silver plate. "How now?" said Robin. "Do you not like our new silver? We got a bag of it today." He held up the bag of silver that Little John and the cook brought. The sheriff was very angry, but he did not say anything. He just looked at the ground. Robin looked at him for a while. Then he spoke again. "Master Sheriff, last time you came to Sherwood Forest, you came to take from a poor man, and you lost your own money. But today you came to do no harm. I do not know that you have stolen from anyone. I take from rich priests and lords to help those they hurt. But I do not know that you have hurt your own people. So, take your things back. I will not take anything from you today. Come with me, and I will lead you back to your men." Robin put the bag on his shoulder. He turned. The sheriff followed, too confused to speak. They walked until they were close to where the sheriff's men were waiting. Then Robin Hood gave the bag of silver back to the sheriff. "Take your things back," he said, "and listen to my advice, Sheriff. Be careful who you hire next time." Then he turned and left the sheriff standing there, confused, with the bag in his hands. The sheriff's men were surprised to see him come out of the forest with a heavy bag. They asked him questions, but he did not answer. He seemed to be dreaming. Without a word, he put the bag on his horse. Then he got on his horse and rode away. His men followed him. Many thoughts were in his head. And so ends the story of Little John and his time with the sheriff. Chapter 8. Little John and the Tanner of Blyth. One day, Little John came back to the greenwood. He was with the sheriff's cook. Robin Hood and some friends were resting under a tree. It was a warm day. Many others were away, working in the forest. These few men were lazy. They told jokes and stories. They laughed a lot. The air smelled like mayflowers. Birds sang in the woods. They heard thrushes, cuckoos, and wood pigeons. They also heard a small river flowing over stones. It was a nice view. 10 strong men wore green clothes. They lay under a big oak tree. Sunlight came through the leaves and danced on the grass. Suddenly, Robin Hood hit his knee. "Oh," he said, "I almost forgot. It's almost time to pay for things. We need more green cloth. We must get it soon. Little John, go to Hugh Longshanks. He sells cloth in Ancaster. Tell him to send us 400 yards of green cloth. Maybe this trip will make you less fat. You got fat at the sheriff's house." "No," Little John mumbled. He had heard this before and was tired of it. "Maybe I am fatter now, but I can still fight on a narrow bridge. I can beat any man in Sherwood or Nottinghamshire, even if he is as thin as you, master." Everyone laughed loudly. They all looked at Robin Hood. Everyone knew Little John was talking about their first fight. That was how they met. "No," Robin Hood said, laughing even louder. "I don't doubt you. I don't want to fight you with a stick, Little John. Some men here use a stick better than me, but no one in Nottinghamshire can shoot an arrow like me. Still, a trip to Ancaster is good for you. Go now, as I said. Go tonight. Many people know you from the sheriff's house. If you go in the day, his men might catch you. Wait here. I will get money for Hugh. We are his best customers in Nottinghamshire." Robin left and went into the forest. Near the tree was a big rock. Inside it was a room. A big, strong wooden door with spikes and a lock closed it. This was their treasure room. Robin Hood opened the door and went inside. He took out a bag of gold. He gave it to Little John for the cloth. Little John stood up. He put the gold in his shirt. He put a belt around him. He took a strong 7-foot stick in his hand. Then he started his journey. He walked and whistled on the forest path. It led to Fosse Way. He did not turn left or right. Soon, the path split. One way went to Fosse Way. The other way went to the Blue Boar Inn. Little John stopped whistling. He stopped in the middle of the path. He looked up. Then he looked down. Then he tilted his hat and scratched his head. 2 ideas came to him. One said, "Go to the Blue Boar Inn. Have some ale. Have a fun night with friends." The other said, "Go to Ancaster. Do your job." The first idea was stronger. Little John liked good food and drink from the sheriff's house. So he looked at the sky. Clouds like silver boats sailed by. Swallows flew in circles. He said, "I think it will rain tonight. I will stop at the Blue Boar. My master would not want me to get wet." So he walked down the path he liked. There were no signs of bad weather. But when you want to do something, you always find a reason. 4 happy men were at the Blue Boar Inn, a butcher, a beggar, and 2 monks. Little John heard them singing from far away. It was evening, and the sky was dark. They were happy to see Little John. They brought more ale. Hours passed with jokes, songs, and stories. No one thought about time. It got very late. Little John decided not to travel that night. He stayed at the Blue Boar Inn until morning. Little John chose fun over duty. This was bad luck for him. He paid a high price for it, as you will see. He woke up at dawn the next day. He took his strong stick. He started his journey again. He wanted to make up for lost time. In the town of Blyth lived a strong tanner. He was famous for his strength. He was good at wrestling and fighting with a stick. For 5 years, he was the champion wrestler. Then, a man named Adam O'Lincoln beat him and broke a rib. But no one had ever beaten him with a stick. He also loved to shoot a longbow. He liked to hunt deer in the forest when the moon was full. So, the king's guards watched him closely. Arthur à Bland often had deer meat that was not allowed by law. Arthur had been to Nottingham the day before. He went to sell cowhides. He left Nottingham the same day Little John left the inn. He was going home to Blyth. His path went near Sherwood Forest in the morning. Birds sang loudly. Arthur carried his strong stick on his shoulder. He could grab it quickly. He wore a tough cap made of cowhide. A sword could hardly cut it. Now, Arthur à Bland said to himself. He was where the road went through the forest. Deer will come closer to the open fields now. Maybe I can see some deer this early in the morning. He loved to see deer. He would even look at them when he could not shoot them. So he left the path. He looked through the bushes. He was very good at moving in the woods. He had often worn green clothes like Robin Hood's men. Little John walked happily. He thought about the sweet smell of flowers. He looked at the lark singing in the sky. It flew high with shaking wings in the yellow sunlight. Its song fell like a star. His luck led him away from the main road. He was near where Arthur à Bland was looking through the bushes. Little John heard a sound. He stopped. He saw the tanner's brown cap moving in the bushes. I wonder, Little John said to himself, what is that man doing? He is looking around. I think he is a thief. He is here for our deer and the king's deer. Little John had been in the forest a lot. He thought all the deer in Sherwood belonged to Robin Hood and his men, and to King Harry. No, he said again, I must check this. So he left the road. He went into the bushes. He started watching Arthur à Bland. For a long time, they both looked around. Little John looked for the tanner. The tanner looked for deer. At last, Little John stepped on a stick. It broke. The tanner heard the noise. He turned quickly and saw Little John. Little John saw that the tanner saw him. He acted brave. Hello, he said. What are you doing here, bad man? Who are you walking in Sherwood's paths? You look bad. I think you are a thief. You are here for our good king's deer. No, the tanner said bravely. He was surprised, but not scared. You are lying. I am not a thief. I am an honest worker. My face is just my face. And your face is not pretty either, rude man. Ha, Little John said loudly. Are you talking back to me? I want to hit your head. You should know, I am like one of the king's foresters. He mumbled to himself. My friends and I take good care of our king's deer. I don't care who you are, the brave tanner said. Unless you have many more people with you, you can't make Arthur à Bland ask for mercy. Is that so? Little John shouted in anger. By my faith, rude man, your words have put you in trouble. You will have a hard time getting out. I will beat you like never before. Take your stick, man. I will not hit a man without a weapon. Oh, really? The tanner shouted. He was also angry. Big words never killed a mouse. Who are you to talk about hitting Arthur à Bland's head? If I don't beat you up today, as I never beat a calf's hide before, cut my stick into skewers and don't call me brave. Now watch out. Wait, Little John said. Let's measure our sticks first. I think my stick is longer than yours. I don't want to have an advantage. No, I don't care about length, the tanner answered. My stick is long enough to hit a calf, so watch out, I say again. So they both held their sticks in the middle. They looked angry. They slowly came together. Robin Hood had heard that Little John did not do his job. He went to the Blue Boar Inn for fun. He stayed there all night instead of going to Ancaster. Robin Hood was very angry. He left at dawn to find Little John at the inn, or at least to meet him on the way. He wanted to tell Little John what he thought. As he walked, still angry, thinking about what to say, he heard loud, angry voices. Men were shouting angry words. Robin Hood stopped and listened. "Surely," he said to himself, "that is Little John's voice. He is angry too. The other voice sounds strange. I hope my good Little John has not met the king's guards. I must check this quickly." Robin Hood said this to himself. All his anger went away. He thought his trusted friend might be in danger. So, he quietly went through the bushes where the voices came from. He pushed aside the leaves. He looked into the small open space. The two men, with sticks in hand, were slowly coming together. "Ha!" Robin said to himself. "This is a fun fight. I would give 3 gold coins if that strong man would beat Little John well. I would like to see him hit hard for not doing my job. But I fear there is little chance of seeing such a nice sight." So he lay down on the ground. He wanted to see the fight better. He wanted to enjoy the funny sight easily. You may have seen 2 dogs ready to fight. They walk slowly around each other. Neither wants to start. These 2 strong men moved slowly around. Each watched for a chance to hit the other first. At last, Little John hit quickly. The tanner blocked the hit. Then he hit Little John. Little John also blocked the hit. So, this big fight began. They moved up and down, back and forth. They hit each other so fast. From far away, you would think 10 men were fighting. They fought for almost half an hour. The ground was dug up by their heels. They breathed hard, like an ox working. But Little John suffered the most. He was not used to such hard work. His body was not as ready as before he lived with the sheriff. All this time, Robin Hood lay under the bush. He enjoyed the good stick fight. "By my faith," he said to himself, "I never thought I would see Little John meet his match, but he might have won if he was in better shape." At last, Little John saw his chance. He put all his strength into one big hit. It could have knocked down an ox. He hit the tanner very hard. The tanner's cowhide cap helped him. Without it, he might not have held his stick again. The hit near his head was so strong. It sent him stumbling across the small open space. If Little John had strength to follow up, it would have been bad for Arthur. But he quickly recovered. He hit Little John from a distance. This time, the hit landed. Little John fell down completely. His stick flew from his hand. Then Arthur raised his stick. He hit Little John again on his ribs. "Stop!" Little John roared. "Would you hit a man when he is down?" "Yes, I would," the tanner said. He hit him again with his stick. "Stop!" Little John roared. "Help! Stop, I say! I give up! I give up, I say! Good man!" "Have you had enough?" the tanner asked seriously. He held his stick up. "Yes, and more than enough." "And you say I am the better man?" "Yes, truly, and may you be cursed," Little John said. He said the first part loudly and the last part to himself. "Then you can go. Thank your saint that I am kind," the tanner said. "A curse on your kindness," Little John said. He sat up and felt his ribs. The tanner had hit him there. "I swear my ribs feel broken. I tell you, good man, I thought no one in Nottinghamshire could do to me what you did today." "And I thought so too," Robin Hood shouted. He came out of the bushes. He laughed so much that tears ran down his face. "Oh, man," he said, laughing. "You fell like a bottle from a wall. I saw the whole fight. I never thought you would give up to anyone in all of England. I was looking for you to scold you for not doing my job. but this good man has paid you back fully." He reached out his arm while you looked at him. "And with a good hit, he knocked you down like I've never seen before." Robin said this. Little John sat on the ground. He looked like he had sour milk in his mouth. "What is your name, good man?" Robin asked the tanner. "Men call me Arthur a Bland," the tanner said bravely. "Now, what is your name?" "Ha, Arthur a Bland," Robin said. "I have heard your name before, good man. You hurt my friend at the fair in Ely last October. People there call him Jock o' Nottingham. We call him Will Scathellock. This poor man you beat is the best with a stick in all of England. His name is Little John, and mine is Robin Hood." "What?" the tanner cried. "Are you really the great Robin Hood? And is this the famous Little John? Oh, if I had known who you were, I would never have hit you. Let me help you up, good Master Little John. Let me brush the dust from your coat." "No," Little John said angrily. He stood up carefully, as if his bones were made of glass. "I can help myself, good man, without your help. And let me tell you, if it were not for that bad cowhide cap, it would have been bad for you today." Robin laughed again. He turned to the tanner and said, "Will you join my group, good Arthur? I swear you are one of the strongest men I have ever seen." "Will I join your group?" the tanner cried happily. "Yes, I will. Hooray for a happy life," he shouted. He jumped up and snapped his fingers. "And hooray for the life I love. Away with tanning and dirty vats and cowhides. I will follow you anywhere, good master. All the deer in the forest will know the sound of my bowstring." "As for you, Little John," Robin said, turning to him and laughing, "you will go to Ancaster again. We will go part way with you. I will not let you turn left or right until you are truly out of Sherwood. There are other inns you know nearby." Then they left the bushes. They went back to the road and started their business. Chapter 9. Robin Hood and Will Scarlet. 3 strong friends walked on a sunny road. People looked at them because they were big and walked well. Robin Hood asked Little John, "Why didn't you go to Ancaster yesterday? I told you to go." Little John said, "I was afraid of rain." He was sad because Robin was making fun of him. Robin stopped. He looked at Little John. He said, "Rain? There has been no rain for 3 days, no sign of bad weather." Little John said, "But St. Swithin holds the water. He could have made it rain. I didn't want to get wet." Robin laughed loudly. "Oh, Little John, you are funny. I cannot be mad at you." They started walking again. It was a warm and dusty day. Robin Hood was thirsty. They saw a cool fountain by the road. They went to it. They drank water with their hands. The place was cool and shady. They rested there for a while. In front, the dusty road went far. Behind them were green fields. Above them was a big tree. They smelled sweet flowers. They heard the water. It was a nice May day. They were quiet for a long time. They looked at the sky. Then Robin spoke. "Look," he said. "There is a man in nice clothes." The others looked. They saw a young man walking slowly. He wore a red silk shirt and red socks. He had a nice sword. His hat was red. He had long yellow hair. He held a rose and smelled it. Robin Hood laughed. "Did you ever see such a fancy man?" Arthur a Bland said, "His clothes are too fancy for me, but he is strong. His arms are not weak." Little John said, "Yes, I think he is not weak like he looks." Robin Hood said, "Bah! He looks bad to me. Look how he holds the flower. He acts like he doesn't like it much. I think if a mouse ran by, he would faint. Who is he? Little John said, He is probably a rich man's son. Robin said, Yes, that is true. It is bad that such men, who only want fancy clothes, make good men work for them. It makes me angry to see these men. I will take their money from them. Little John said, Master, why are you so angry? Maybe he is a good man. Robin said, No, he is not. Stay here. I will show you how I will beat him. Robin walked to the middle of the road. He waited for the man. The man walked slowly. He smelled his rose. He did not look at Robin. Robin said, Stop! Stand still. The man said, Why should I stop? But I will stop for a short time to hear what you want. Robin said, You are polite, so I will be polite. I take money from people who come here. I use it for good things. Give me your purse. I need to see if you have too much money. As Gaffer Swanthold says, He who is fat from living too much must lose blood. The young man kept smelling his rose. He smiled. I like to hear you talk, he said. Are you done? I can stay a little longer. Robin said, I am done. Give me your purse. If you have little, I will take nothing. Then you can go. The man said sadly, I cannot. I have nothing to give you. Please, let me go. Robin said, No, you will not go until you show me your purse. The man said gently, I have other things to do. I have listened to you. Please, let me go in peace. Robin said strongly, I told you, you will not move until you do what I say. He raised his stick. The stranger said sadly, I am sorry, but I must fight you. He took out his sword. Robin said, Put away your sword. My stick is stronger than your sword. I could break it. There is a place with small oak trees by the road. Get a stick from there, then we can fight fairly. The stranger looked at Robin, then at Robin's stick. You are right, he said. My sword is not strong enough. Wait here. He threw away his rose. He put his sword back. He went to the trees. He pulled a young tree out of the ground with his hands. Then he came back. He cleaned the roots off with his sword. Little John and the tanner watched. When they saw the man pull up the tree, the tanner made a long sound with his lips. Little John said, Did you see that, Arthur? Our master will have a hard time. He pulled up that tree easily. Robin Hood stood ready. He and the man in red stood face to face. Robin Hood fought well. They hit their sticks together. Dust flew up like a cloud. Little John and the tanner could not see. They only heard the sticks. Robin hit the stranger 3 times, once on the arm, twice on the ribs. The stranger blocked all of Robin's hits. If one of the stranger's hits landed, Robin would have been badly hurt. At last, the stranger hit Robin's stick in the middle. Robin could hardly hold it. The stranger hit again, and Robin bent. A 3rd time, the stranger hit Robin hard. Robin fell down in the dust. Robin Hood cried, Stop! I give up! Little John and the tanner ran out. Stop! Stop! They cried. The stranger said quietly, If there are 2 more of you, and you are strong like him, I will be busy. But I will try my best to fight you all. Robin Hood said, Stop. We will not fight more. This is a bad day for you and me, Little John. I think my arm is hurt from that hit. Little John helped Robin. Oh, master, you are dirty with dust. Let me help you up. Robin said angrily, No, I can get up myself. Little John said, Let me clean your coat. Your bones must be sore. He smiled. Robin said, No, my coat is dirty enough. Then he asked the stranger, What is your name? The stranger said, "My name is Gamwell." Robin cried, "Gamwell! I have family with that name. Where are you from?" The stranger said, "I am from Maxfield Town. I was born there. I came here to find my mother's young brother, Robin Hood. Can you tell me where he is?" "Ha! Will Gamwell!" Robin cried. He put his hands on the man's shoulders. "It must be you. I know you by your nice way of walking. Do you not know me, boy? Look closely at me." The other man cried, "Yes, you are my Uncle Robin. It is true." They hugged each other and kissed cheeks. Robin held his nephew away again. He looked at him. "How you have changed. 8 or 10 years ago you were a thin boy. Now you are strong. Do you remember how I taught you to use a bow? You were a good archer. And do you remember how I taught you to fight with a stick?" Young Gamwell said, "Yes, and I looked up to you. I thought you were the best. If I had known it was you, I would not have fought you today. I hope I did not hurt you much." "No, no," Robin said quickly, looking at Little John. "You did not hurt me, but let us not talk about it. Yet I hope I never feel a hit like that again. My arm still hurts. You are the strongest man I have ever seen. I was scared when you pulled up that tree. But tell me, why did you leave Sir Edward and your mother?" Young Gamwell said, "It is a bad story, uncle. My father's steward was a rude man. My father kept him, but he was always rude to my father. One day he tried to yell at my father. I could not stand it. I hit him. He died. They said I broke his neck, so they sent me to find you and escape the law. I was on my way when you saw me." Robin Hood said, "For someone escaping the law, you were very calm. No one who killed a man walks so calmly, smelling a rose." Will Gamwell said, "Hurry never makes good butter, as they say. Also, my strength makes me less quick. You hit me 3 times, and I hit you 0 times, except by being stronger than you." Robin said, "Let's not talk about that. I am happy to see you, Will. You will be a great addition to my group. But you must change your name. They will be looking for you. Because of your fancy clothes, you will be called Will Scarlet from now on." "Will Scarlet," Little John said. He shook Will's hand. "That name fits you well. I am happy to have you with us. I am Little John. This is Arthur a Bland, a new member. You will be famous, Will. People will sing songs about how Robin Hood taught Little John and Arthur how to use sticks, and how our master bit off more than he could chew." "No, good Little John," Robin said gently. He did not like this joke. "Why speak of this? Let us keep it a secret." "With all my heart," Little John said. "But, master, I thought you liked jokes. You always joke about me getting fat when I stayed with the Sheriff of—" "No, good Little John," Robin said quickly. "I have said enough about that." "It is well," Little John said. "I am tired of it too. But now I remember you also wanted to joke about the rain last night, so—" "No," Robin Hood said angrily. "I was wrong. I remember now it did look like rain." "Truly, I thought so too," Little John said. "So, you think it was wise for me to stay at the Blue Boar Inn all night, instead of going out in bad weather, right?" "Oh, you and your jokes!" Robin Hood cried. "If you want it so, you were right to stay wherever you wanted." "Again it is well," Little John said. "As for me, I was blind today. I did not see you beaten. I did not see you fall in the dust. If anyone says you did, I will tell them they lie." "Come," Robin cried, biting his lip. The others laughed. "We will go no farther today. We will go back to Sherwood. You will go to Ancaster another time, Little John." Robin said this because his bones were sore. A long journey would be bad for him. So they turned around and walked back. Chapter 10. The Adventure with Midge, the Miller's Son. The four friends walked towards Sherwood. It was afternoon and they were hungry. Robin Hood said, "I want to eat. Bread, cheese, and ale would be great for a king." Will Scarlet said, "Yes, I am hungry too." Arthur a Bland said, "I know a house nearby. If I had money, I could buy bread, cheese, and ale for us." Little John said, "I have money, good master." Robin said, "How much money do we need, Arthur?" The tanner said, 6 pennies will buy food for many men." Robin said, "Give him 6 pennies, Little John. Food for 3 men is enough for me. Go, Arthur, buy the food. We will eat under that tree by the road." So Little John gave Arthur the money. The others went to the tree to wait for Arthur. After some time, Arthur came back. He had a big loaf of bread, a round cheese, and a bag of beer. Will Scarlet cut the bread and cheese into 4 pieces. Each man took a piece. Robin Hood drank some beer. He said, "This is the best drink." Then they all ate their bread and cheese and drank beer. Will Scarlet looked at his last piece of bread. He said, "I will give this to the birds." He threw it away and cleaned his clothes. Robin said, "I have had enough too." Little John and the tanner ate all their food. Robin said, "I feel much better now. Let's enjoy something before we go. Will, you have a good voice. Please sing a song." Will Scarlet said, "I can sing, but I don't want to sing alone." Robin said, "Others will sing after you. Start, boy." Will Scarlet said, "Okay, I remember a song my father's singer sang. I don't know its name, but here it is." He sang a song about flowers, birds, and love. Robin said, "That was well sung, but I like strong songs more than songs about flowers. Still, it was a nice song. Now, Tanner, it is your turn." Arthur smiled and said, "I don't know if I can sing as well as Will, and I think I have a cold. My throat feels strange." Little John, who was next to him, patted his shoulder. He said, "No, sing, friend. You have a good voice. Let us hear it." Arthur said, "If you want a simple song, I will try my best. Have you heard about Sir Keith, the young knight, in King Arthur's time?" Robin said, "I think I have heard something about it. But sing your song. It is a brave song." The tanner cleared his throat and began to sing about Sir Keith. The song was about King Arthur in his hall with many knights. A very old and ugly woman came in. She asked for help. She had a disease that only 3 kisses from a willing, unmarried knight could cure. The knights, including Lancelot and Sir Tristram, refused to kiss her because she was so ugly. But a young knight, Sir Keith, bravely kissed her 3 times. Suddenly, she became beautiful. Her skin was like a rose, her hair like gold, and her clothes turned to silk. Sir Keith asked to be her slave. She kissed him and said he was her master and her love. She gave him all her wealth because he was so kind. She said she was under a spell, and he had freed her. Robin Hood said, "Yes, that is how I remember it. A good song." Will Scarlet said, "It makes me think that a hard duty, when you accept it, becomes good." Robin said, "I think you are right, and if we chase only pleasure, it can become bad. Is that not true, Little John? This has made you sad today. No, cheer up and sing us a song." Little John said, "I don't know any songs as good as Arthur's. My voice is not good today. I don't want to ruin a song." Everyone asked Little John to sing. After a while he agreed. He said, "I will sing what I can." Like Will, I have no name for my song, but here it is. He started singing about spring and love. Robin suddenly said, "Who is that coming along the road?" Little John said in an angry voice, "I don't know, but it is bad to stop a song." Robin said, "No, Little John, don't be angry. I have been watching him since you started singing. He has a big bag on his back. Look, Little John, do you know him?" Little John looked. After a moment he said, "I think he is a young miller I have seen near Sherwood. He is not good enough to stop a song for." Robin Hood said, "Now that you say it, I think I have seen him too. Does he have a mill near Nottingham by the Salisbury Road?" Little John said, "You are right, that is him." Robin said, "He is a strong man. I saw him beat Ned of Bradford 2 weeks ago. He did it very well." By this time the miller was close. His clothes were covered in flour. He carried a big bag of flour on his back. He also had a thick stick. He was strong and walked well on the dusty road. His cheeks were red, his hair was yellow, and he had a soft yellow beard. Robin Hood said, "He is a good man. He is a credit to English people. Let's play a trick on him. We will pretend to be thieves and try to rob him. Then we will take him to the forest and give him a big meal. We will give him good wine and send him home with more money than he had." "What do you say, boys?" Will Scarlet said. "That is a fun idea." Little John said, "It is a good plan. But please, no more fighting today. My body hurts so much from earlier." Robin said, "Please be quiet, Little John. Your silly talk will make us laughed at." "My silly talk, really?" Little John grumbled to Arthur a Bland. "I wish it could stop our master from getting us into trouble again today." The miller walked along the road. He came to where the 4 friends were hiding. They ran out and surrounded him. "Stop, friend," Robin called to the miller. The miller slowly turned, with the heavy bag on his shoulder. He looked at each of them, confused. He was a strong man, but he was not very quick-witted. "Who tells me to stop?" the miller said in a deep, rough voice, like a dog's growl. "I do," said Robin, "and you should listen to me." "And who are you, friend?" said the miller. He put his big bag of flour on the ground. "And who are these with you?" "We are 4 good Christian men," said Robin. "We want to help you carry your heavy load." "Thank you," said the miller, "but my bag is not too heavy for me to carry alone." "No, you misunderstand," said Robin. "I mean you might have heavy money, silver or gold. Our old friend Swanthold says gold is too heavy for a man to carry, so we want to lift some of this load from you." "Oh no!" cried the miller. "What do you want to do to me? I have no money at all. Please don't hurt me. Let me go in peace. Also, you are on Robin Hood's land. If he finds you trying to rob an honest man, he will cut off your ears and whip you to Nottingham." "I am not afraid of Robin Hood," said Jolly Robin. "You must give me all your money today. If you move 1 inch, I will hit you with this stick." "No, don't hit me," cried the miller. He raised his arm as if he feared a blow. "You can search me if you want, but you will find nothing in my pouch, pocket, or clothes." "Is that so?" said Robin Hood, looking closely at him. "I don't believe you. I think you have something at the bottom of that big bag of flour. Good Arthur, empty the bag on the ground. I am sure you will find some money in the flour." "Oh no!" cried the miller, falling to his knees. "Don't spoil my good flour. It will not help you, and it will ruin me. Spare it, and I will give you the money in the bag." "Ha!" said Robin, nudging Will Scarlet. "Is that true? So I found where your money is? I have a great nose for gold. I smelled gold and silver under the barley flour. Bring it out now, miller." Slowly, the miller stood up. Slowly and unwillingly, he untied the bag. Slowly, he put his hands into the flour, up to his elbows. The others gathered around him, looking to see what he would bring out. They all stood with their heads close together, looking into the sack. But as he pretended to look for money, the miller grabbed 2 big handfuls of flour. "Ha!" he said. "Here they are, the beauties." Then, as the others leaned closer, he suddenly threw the flour into their faces. It filled their eyes, noses, and mouths. It blinded them and almost choked them. Arthur a Bland was the worst, because his mouth was open in wonder, and a big cloud of flour went down his throat. He coughed until he could barely stand. Then, while all 4 stumbled around, crying from the flour in their eyes, and rubbing their eyes until tears made lines on their faces through the flour, the miller grabbed more flour and threw it in their faces. They were now as blind as any beggar in Nottinghamshire. Their hair, beards, and clothes were white like snow. Then the miller picked up his big stick. He started hitting them as if he were crazy. The 4 men jumped around like peas on a drum, but they could not see to defend themselves or to run away. Thwack, thwack. The miller's stick hit their backs. With each hit, big white clouds of flour rose from their jackets into the air. "Stop!" Robin finally roared. "Stop, good friend! I am Robin Hood!" "You lie, you rogue!" cried the miller. He hit Robin on the ribs, sending up a big cloud of flour like smoke. Brave Robin never robbed an honest working man. "Ha! You want my money, do you?" And he hit him again. "No, you are not getting your share, you long-legged rogue. Share and share alike." And he hit Little John on the shoulders, sending him jumping half across the road. "No, don't worry, it's your turn now, Blackbeard." And he hit the tanner, who roared despite his coughing. "Hello, Redcoat, let me brush the dust off you," he cried, hitting Will Scarlet. He said funny words and hit them until they could barely stand. Whenever he saw one trying to clear his eyes, he threw more flour in his face. At last, Robin Hood found his horn and blew 3 loud sounds. It so happened that Will Stuteley and some of Robin's men were in the forest nearby. They heard the noise of voices and hits, like a flail in a barn in winter. They stopped, listening and wondering what was happening. Will Stuteley said, "If I am not wrong, there is a strong fight with sticks not far from here. I want to see this nice sight." So he and his men went towards the noise. When they were near, they heard the 3 blasts of Robin's horn. "Quick!" cried young David of Doncaster. "Our master needs help." So, without stopping, they ran very fast out of the trees onto the road. But what a sight they saw! The road was all white with flour. 5 men stood there, also white with flour from head to foot, for much of the flour had fallen back on the miller. "What do you need, master?" cried Will Stuteley. "And what does all this mean?" "Well," said Robin in a great rage, "that low traitor almost killed me. If you had not come quickly, good Stuteley, your master would be dead." Then, while Robin and the 3 others rubbed the flour from their eyes, and Will Stuteley and his men cleaned their clothes, Robin told them everything. He told them how he had planned a joke on the miller, and how it had gone so wrong for them. "Quick, men! Grab the bad miller!" cried Stuteley, who was almost choking with laughter, like the others. Several men ran to the strong miller and grabbed him. They tied his arms behind his back with bowstrings. "Ha!" cried Robin when they brought the shaking miller to him. "You would murder me, would you? By my faith!" Here he stopped and stared at the miller grimly. But Robin's anger did not last. First his eyes sparkled, and then, despite himself, he burst into laughter. When they saw their master laugh, the men around him could not hold back. A great shout of laughter went up from everyone. Many could not stand and rolled on the ground from pure joy. "What is your name, good fellow?" Robin finally said to the miller, who stood with his mouth open, as if he was very surprised. "Oh, sir, I am Midge, the miller's son," he said in a scared voice. "I promise," said merry Robin, hitting him on the shoulder. "You are the strongest Midge I have ever seen. Now, will you leave your dusty mill and join my group? By my faith, you are too strong to spend your days working at the mill. Then truly, if you forgive me for the blows I struck, not knowing who you were, I will join you very happily," said the miller. "Then today I have gained," said Robin, "the 3 strongest men in all Nottinghamshire. We will go to the greenwood tree, and there we will have a happy feast for our new friends. And perhaps a cup or 2 of good wine will make my sore joints and bones feel better, though I promise it will be many days before I am well again." Saying this, he turned and led the way. The rest followed, and they went into the forest again and could not be seen. So that night the forest was bright with crackling fires. Even though Robin and the others, except Midge, the miller's son, had many bumps and bruises, their bodies were not so sore that they could not enjoy a happy feast welcoming the new members of the group. So, with songs and jokes and laughter that echoed through the quiet parts of the forest, the night passed quickly, as happy times often do, until at last each man went to sleep, and silence fell on everything. But Little John's tongue was always hard to control. So slowly, the whole story of his fight with the tanner and Robin's fight with Will Scarlet came out. And so I have told it so you can laugh at the happy tale with me. Chapter 11. Robin Hood and Allan a Dale. Robin Hood and Little John had a bad day. They got hurt. Now we will hear how they helped someone. This good deed caused Robin a little pain. 2 days later, Robin Hood felt better. His body still hurt a little when he moved fast. It was like a voice saying, "You got hit hard, friend." The day was sunny. Morning dew was still on the grass. Robin Hood sat under a tree. Will Scarlet was lying down, looking at the sky. His hands were behind his head. Little John was making a stick. Many other men were sitting or lying on the grass. Robin said, "We have not had a guest for a long time. We do not have much money because no one has paid us. Stuteley, take 6 men. Go to Fosse Way. Find someone to eat with us tonight. We will make a big meal for our guest." Robin added, "Stuteley, take Will Scarlet with you. He needs to learn about the forest." Stuteley stood up. He said, "Thank you, master. I am happy to go on this trip. My body is tired from doing nothing. I will choose Midge the miller and Arthur a Bland. They are good fighters with sticks. Right, Little John?" Everyone laughed except Little John and Robin. Robin made a face. He said, "I can tell you about Midge and my cousin Scarlet. This morning my ribs were many colors, like a beggar's coat." So Will Stuteley and 6 men went to Fosse Way. They wanted to find a rich guest to eat with Robin and his men in Sherwood. They stayed near the road all day. Each man had cold meat and beer. It was to help them until they came home. At noon, they sat on the soft grass under a big tree. They had a good meal. After eating, one man watched while the others slept. It was a hot and quiet day. They had a nice time, but they did not find a guest. Many people walked on the dusty road in the sun. There were young women talking, a man fixing pots, a happy shepherd boy, and a strong farmer. They all looked ahead and did not see the 7 men hiding nearby. These were the people on the road. But no fat priest, rich knight, or moneylender came. At last, the sun went down. The light was red, and shadows were long. It became quiet. Birds sang softly. Far away they heard a milkmaid singing as she called her cows home. Stuteley stood up. He said, "This is bad luck. We stayed here all day. We did not find anyone important, so to speak. If I went out for something simple, I would have found many priests or moneylenders. But it is always like this. Deer are never hard to find except when you need one. Come on, boys, let's go home." The others stood up. They came out of the trees and walked back to Sherwood. After they walked some distance, Will Stuteley, who was in front, stopped. He said, "Listen." His ears were very good. "Listen, boys, I think I hear something." Everyone stopped and listened. For a time they heard nothing because their ears were not as good as Stuteley's. At last they heard a soft, sad sound, like someone crying. Will Scarlet said, "Oh, we must check this. Someone near us is sad." Will Stuteley shook his head. He said, "I do not know. Our master is always quick to get into trouble, but I do not want to get into problems. That is a man's voice, I think. A man should be able to fix his own problems." Then Will Scarlet spoke bravely. "Stuteley, do not talk like that. Stay here if you want. I am going to see what is wrong with this poor person." "No," Stuteley said. "You are too fast. You will fall. Who said I would not go? Come on, I will go." He led the way, and the others followed. After a short walk, they came to a small open space in the forest. A small stream flowed from under the bushes into a clear, rocky pool. By the pool, under a willow tree, a young man was lying on his face, crying loudly. This was the sound Stuteley had heard. His golden hair was messy. His clothes were all wrong. Everything about him showed sadness. Above his head, from the tree branches, hung a beautiful harp. It was made of shiny wood with gold and silver designs. Next to him lay a strong bow and 10 nice, smooth arrows. Will Stuteley shouted, "Hello! Who are you, man, lying there and making the grass wet with your tears?" The stranger heard the voice. He jumped up. He picked up his bow and an arrow. He was ready for any danger. One of the men said when they saw the young stranger's face, "I know that boy well. He is a singer I have seen around here before. Just last week I saw him jumping over the hill like a young deer. He looked good then, with a flower by his ear and a feather in his hat. But now I think our young man has lost his pretty feathers." Will Stuteley walked closer to the stranger. He said, "Bah! Wipe your eyes, man. I hate to see a strong man crying like a 14-year-old girl over a dead bird. Put down your bow, man. We will not hurt you." But Will Scarlet saw that the young stranger, who looked like a boy, was hurt by Stuteley's words. Will Scarlet went to him and put his hand on the youth's shoulder. He said kindly, "No, you are in trouble, poor boy. Do not mind what these men said. They are rough, but they mean well. Maybe they do not understand a boy like you. You should come with us. Maybe we can find someone who can help you with your problems, whatever they are." "Yes, truly, come along," Will Stuteley said roughly. "I did not mean to hurt you. I might even help you. Take your singing instrument from this tree and come with us." The young man did as he was told. With his head down and sad steps, he walked with the others, next to Will Scarlet. They walked through the forest. The bright light faded from the sky. A soft gray light fell over everything. From deep in the forest, they heard strange whispering sounds of the night. Everything else was quiet, except for the sound of their feet on the dry leaves from last winter. At last, a red glow showed before them through the trees. A little farther, and they came to an open area. It was now lit by the pale moonlight. In the middle of the open area, a big fire crackled. It cast a red glow all around. Juicy deer meat, birds, chickens, and fresh fish from the river were cooking over the fire. The air smelled sweet from the cooking food. The small group walked across the open area. Many men looked at them with curious eyes, but no one spoke or asked questions. So, with Will Scarlet on one side and Will Stuteley on the other, the stranger came to where Robin Hood sat on a moss seat under the greenwood tree. Little John stood beside him. Robin Hood stood up as the stranger came near. "Good evening, friend," he said. "Have you come to eat with me today?" "Oh dear, I do not know," the young man said, looking around with confused eyes. He was amazed by everything he saw. He said to himself softly, "Truly, I do not know if I am dreaming." "No, truly," Robin said, laughing. "You are awake, as you will soon find out, for a fine meal is cooking for you. You are our special guest today." The young stranger still looked around as if in a dream. Soon he turned to Robin. "I think," he said, "I know now where I am and what happened to me. Are you not the great Robin Hood?" "You are right," Robin said, patting him on the shoulder. "Men here call me by that name. Since you know me, you also know that anyone who eats with me must pay. I hope you have a full purse with you, good stranger." "Oh dear," the stranger said. "I have no purse and no money either, only half of a sixpence coin. My dear love wears the other half around her neck on a silk thread." At these words, a loud laugh came from the people around them. The poor boy looked like he would die of shame. But Robin Hood turned sharply to Will Stuteley. "Why, what is this?" he said. "Is this the guest you brought us to fill our purse? I think you brought us a thin chicken to market." "No, good master," Will Stuteley answered, smiling. "He is not my guest. Will Scarlet brought him here?" Then Will Scarlet spoke. He told how they found the young man in sadness, and how he brought him to Robin, thinking Robin might help him. Then Robin Hood turned to the young man. He put his hand on the young man's shoulder and held him at arm's length, looking closely at his face. "A young face," he said softly, half to himself. "A kind face, a good face. It is pure like a maiden's, and the most beautiful I have ever seen. But if I can judge by your looks, sadness comes to young people as well as old." At these kind words, the poor boy's eyes filled with tears. "No, no," Robin said quickly. "Cheer up, boy. I am sure your problem is not so bad that it cannot be fixed. What is your name?" "My name is Allen a Dale, good master." "Allen a Dale," Robin repeated, thinking. "Allen a Dale. That name does not sound completely new to me. Yes, you are surely the singer we have heard about lately, whose voice charms everyone. Do you not come from the Dale of Rotherstream, beyond Staveley?" "Yes, truly," Allen answered. "I come from there." "How old are you, Allen?" Robin asked. "I am only 20 years old." "I think you are too young to have so much trouble," Robin said kindly. Then, turning to the others, he called, "Come, boys, get our feast ready. Only you, Will Scarlet, And you, little John, stay here with me." When the others had gone to do their work, Robin turned to the young man again. "Now, boy," he said, "tell us your problems. Speak freely. Talking always makes a sad heart feel better. It is like opening a gate when the water dam is too full. Come, sit here next to me and speak easily." Then the young man immediately told the three men everything in his heart. At first, he spoke in broken words. Then he spoke freely and more easily when he saw that they listened carefully. He told them how he came from York to the beautiful valley of Rother. He traveled as a singer, stopping at castles, big houses, and farmhouses. He told how he spent one nice evening in a big, low farmhouse. There he sang for a strong farmer and a maiden as pure and lovely as the first spring flower. He played and sang for her, and how sweet Ellen of the Dale listened to him and loved him. Then, in a low, sweet voice, barely louder than a whisper, he told how he watched for her and met her sometimes when she went out. But he was too afraid to speak to her in her sweet presence. Until at last, by the Rother River, he told her of his love, and she whispered something that made his heart tremble with joy. Then they broke a sixpence coin in half and promised to be true to each other forever. Next, he told how her father found out what was happening. He took her away from him so he never saw her again, and his heart sometimes felt like breaking. He said that this morning, only 1.5 months after he last saw her, he heard and knew it was true. She was to marry old Sir Stephen of Trent in 2 days. Ellen's father thought it would be great for his daughter to marry someone so important, even though she did not want to. It was no wonder that a knight would want to marry his own sweet love, who was the most beautiful maiden in all the world. The men listened quietly to all this. The sound of many voices joking and laughing was around them. The red light of the fire shone on their faces and in their eyes. The poor boy's words were so simple, and his sadness was so deep, that even little John felt a lump in his throat. "I am not surprised," Robin said after a moment of silence, "that your true love loved you, for you truly have a silver cross under your tongue, like good Saint Francis, who could charm the birds with his words." "By my life," little John suddenly said, trying to hide his feelings with angry words, "I have a strong mind to go right now and beat the life out of that evil Sir Stephen. Really, I say, what a trouble. Does an old thin man think that young girls can be bought like chickens on market day? Away with him. But never mind, he just needs to watch himself." Then Will Scarlet spoke. "I think it seems bad of the girl that she would change so quickly because others told her to, especially when it comes to marrying a man as old as this Sir Stephen. I do not like it in her, Alan." "No," Alan said angrily. "You are wrong about her. She is as soft and gentle as a dove. I know her better than anyone in the world. She may do what her father says, but if she marries Sir Stephen, her heart will break and she will die. My own sweet dear, He stopped and shook his head, for he could not say more. While the others were speaking, Robin Hood had been thinking. "I think I have a plan that might work for you, Alan," he said. "But tell me first, boy, do you think your true love has enough courage to marry you if you were together in church? The marriage was announced, and a priest was found, even if her father said no." "Yes, truly she would," Alan cried eagerly. "Then, if her father is the man I think he is, I will make sure he gives you both his blessing as husband and wife, instead of old Sir Stephen, on his wedding morning." "But wait," Now I remember. There is one thing I forgot. The priest. Truly, those religious men do not like me much. When it comes to doing what I want in such a matter, they are likely to be stubborn. As for the lower priests, they are afraid to help me because of their abbot or bishop. No, Will Scarlet said, laughing. As for that, I know a certain friar. If you could be nice to him, he would do what you want, even if Pope Joan herself tried to stop him. He is known as the Curtal Friar of Fountain Abbey, and he lives in Fountain Dale. But, Robin said, Fountain Abbey is a good 100 miles from here. If we want to help this boy, we do not have time to go there and back before his true love gets married. Nothing can be gained there, cousin. Yes, Will Scarlet said, laughing again. But this Fountain Abbey is not as far away as the one you are talking about, uncle. The Fountain Abbey I speak of is not a rich and proud place like the other. It is a simple little house, but it is a very cozy place for a holy man. I know the place well and can guide you there. Even though it is a good distance, I think strong legs could carry a man there and back in one day. Then give me your hand, Alan, Robin cried. Let me tell you, I promise by St. Elfrida's bright hair that 2 days from now, Ellen of the Dale will be your wife. I will find this friar of Fountain Abbey tomorrow. I promise I will make him agree, even if I have to hit him. At this, Will Scarlet laughed again. Do not be too sure of that, good uncle, he said. However, from what I know of him, I think this Curtal Friar will happily marry 2 such lovely people, especially if there is good food and drink after. But now, one of the men came to say that the food was ready on the grass. So, Robin led the way, and the others followed to where the good food was. The meal was happy. Jokes and stories were shared freely, and everyone laughed so much that the forest echoed. Alan laughed with the rest. His face was red with the hope Robin Hood had given him. At last, the meal was finished. Robin Hood turned to Alan, who sat next to him. Now, Alan, he said, so much has been said about your singing that we would like to hear it ourselves. Can you sing for us? Surely, Alan answered quickly. He was not a bad singer who needed to be asked many times. He said yes or no right away. So, he picked up his harp and moved his fingers lightly over the sweet-sounding strings. Everyone became quiet. Then, with his voice and sweet harp music, he sang, May Ellen's Wedding. This is a story about how a fairy prince loved her and took her to his home. May Ellen sat under a thorn tree. Flowers fell around her like snow. A strange wild bird sang sweetly in a lime tree nearby. Oh, sweet, 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 oh, very sweet, oh, lasting sweet song. May Ellen's heart stopped in her chest with happy pain. So, with her face turned up, listening, she sat like dead in that beautiful place. Come down from the flowers, bird. Come down from the tree, and I will let you lie on my heart and love you gently. May Ellen cried softly from where the hawthorn shed its snow. The bird dropped down on trembling wings from the blooming tree and rested in her white chest. My love, she cried. Then at once she carried him home, through sun and flowers, to her own sweet room. The day turned into a soft night. The moon floats over the field, and in its serious pale light, a young man stands quietly. A young man of strange and rare beauty is in May Ellen's room. He stood where the glimmering moonbeams lay over the cold floor. May Ellen stared with wide, scared eyes. She could not look away. For, as we see a spirit in dreams, he stood quietly, In a low and quiet voice. "Where do you come from?" she asked. "Are you a dream or something I see?" Then he spoke softly, like night winds shaking reeds by the river. "I came, a bird on feathered wings, from faraway fairyland, where softly singing waters are, on the golden beach, where sweet trees are always green, and my mother is the queen there." May Ellen no longer leaves her room to enjoy the pretty flowers, but in the quiet midnight hour they hear her talking there, or, when the moon is shining white, they hear her singing through the night. "Oh, put on your silk clothes and nice jewels," May Ellen's mother said, "for the Lord of Lyne is coming here, and you must marry this lord." May Ellen said, "It cannot be. He will never find his wife in me." Her brother spoke, dark and mean. "Now, by the bright blue sky, before a day has passed for him, your bad bird will die, for he has hurt you badly, by some strange power or trick." Then, with a sad song, the bird flew away over the castle roofs and through the gray and windy sky. "Come out!" Then the mean brother cried, "Why do you look at him like that?" It is May Ellen's wedding day. The sky is blue and pretty, and many lords and ladies are gathered in church. The groom was Sir Hugh the Bold, dressed in silk and gold cloth. The bride came in white silk with a white wreath on her head. Her eyes had a blank look. Her face was like that of a dead person. And when she stood among the crowd, she sang a wild and wonderful song. Then came a strange and fast sound, like the coming wind brings. And into the open windows flew 9 swans with whistling wings, and they flew high above the heads, fighting in the gleaming darkness. They flew around May Ellen's head in a wide and windy fight, and circled 3 times. The guests moved back in fear, and the priest by the altar made a cross sign and said a prayer quietly. But the 3rd time they flew around, fair Ellen was suddenly gone, and in her place on the ground stood a snow-white swan. Then, with a wild and lovely song, it joined the fast-winged group. There have been old men at weddings for 60 years or more, but such a wonderful wedding day they never saw before. But no one could stop, and no one could keep the swans that carried the bride away. Not a sound was heard when Alan a Dale finished. Everyone sat looking at the handsome singer. His voice and the music were so sweet that each man held his breath, hoping to hear more. "By my faith," Robin said at last, taking a deep breath, "boy, you must not leave us, Alan. Will you stay with us here in the sweet green forest? Truly, I feel great love for you." Then Alan took Robin's hand and kissed it. "I will stay with you always, dear master," he said, "for I have never known such kindness as you have shown me today." Then Will Scarlet reached out his hand and shook Alan's hand as a sign of friendship, and Little John did too. And so the famous Alan a Dale became one of Robin Hood's men. Chapter 12. Robin Hood seeks the Curtal Friar. People in Sherwood Forest woke up early, especially in summer. The morning dew was bright, and the birds sang sweetly. Robin Hood said, "I will go find the Friar of Fountain Abbey. We talked about him last night. I will take 4 men with me, Little John, Will Scarlet, David of Doncaster, and Arthur a Bland. The rest of you stay here. Will Stuteley will be your leader." Robin put on a metal shirt. Over it, he wore a green jacket. He put a metal cap on his head and covered it with a soft white leather hat with a feather. He also had a sword with strange pictures on it. Robin looked brave and strong. His metal shirt shone in the sun under his green coat. Robin and the 4 men started walking. Will Scarlet led the way because he knew the path. They walked for miles. They crossed a small stream and walked on a sunny road. They walked on a forest path where trees met overhead. They saw deer run away. They walked, sang, and laughed until noon. They came to a wide river with water lilies. A path was next to the river. Horses used to pull boats on this path. The boats carried food from the country to the town. But now, in the hot quiet, there were no horses or people. The river was calm. Will Scarlet said, "Uncle, just ahead is a shallow place to cross the river. It's not deeper than your leg. On the other side is a small house hidden in the trees. The Friar of Fountaindale lives there. I will lead you, for I know the way." Robin stopped. He said, "I did not think I would need to walk in water, but it's okay. Getting wet will not hurt me. You boys stay here. I want to do this adventure alone. But listen, if you hear my horn, come quickly." He turned and walked away alone. Robin walked a little further. He stopped because he thought he heard voices. He stood still and listened. He heard 2 voices, but they sounded very similar. The sound came from behind the riverbank, which was high. Robin thought, "That's strange. 2 people spoke, but their voices were so alike. I have never heard anything like it." He went quietly to the riverbank and looked over. It was cool and shady under the bank. A willow tree leaned over the water, making a shadow. There were many ferns. Robin smelled wild thyme, a plant that grows near water. A big, strong man sat there, leaning against the tree. He was half hidden by the ferns. He was alone. His head was round with short, curly black hair, but the top of his head was bald. He wore a loose robe and beads. This showed he was a friar. His cheeks were red and shiny. He had a black beard that covered his chin and upper lip. His neck was thick. His round head sat on strong shoulders, like Little John's. He had small gray eyes that moved a lot. Looking at him made you feel happy. Next to him was a metal cap. He had taken it off to stay cool. His legs were spread wide. Between his knees, he held a big meat pie. It had different kinds of meat and onions with gravy. He held a piece of bread in his right hand and ate it. He put his left hand into the pie for more meat. Then he drank from a large bottle of wine next to him. Robin thought, "This is the happiest feast, the happiest person, the happiest place, and the happiest sight in all of England. I thought there was another person here, but it must have been this holy man talking to himself." Robin watched the friar eat. The friar did not know Robin was watching him. When he finished, he wiped his hands on the ferns and thyme. Then he picked up his bottle and started talking to himself. He answered himself as if he were another person. "Dear lad, you are the sweetest fellow. I love you like a lover loves his girl. Oh, you make me shy to talk like this when no one is here. But if you want me to say so, I love you as you love me. Won't you drink some good wine? After you, lad, after you. No, I ask you, touch the bottle with your lips." He moved the bottle from his right hand to his left. "If you make me, I must do what you say. I drink to your health." He took a long drink. "Now, sweet lad, it's your turn." He passed the bottle back to his right hand. "I take it, sweet friend, and I wish you as much good as you wish me." He took another drink. He drank enough for 2 people. Robin lay on the bank and listened. His stomach shook with laughter. He had to put his hand over his mouth to stop himself from laughing out loud. He did not want to ruin such a good joke. After his last drink, the friar began to talk again. "Now, sweet lad, can you sing me a song?" "Oh, I don't know. My voice is not good today. Please don't ask me. Don't you hear me croak like a frog?" "No, no, your voice is as sweet as a bird's. Come, sing, please. I would rather hear you sing than eat a great feast. Alas, I don't want to sing in front of someone who sings so well and has heard so many good songs. But if you want, I will do my best. But now I think you and I could sing a song together. Do you know a song called The Loving Youth and the Scornful Maid?" "Yes, I think I have heard it before. Can you sing the girl's part if I sing the boy's?" "I don't know, but I will try. You start with the boy, and I will follow with the girl." Then he sang with a deep voice and then with a high voice. He sang the song called The Loving Youth and the Scornful Maid. "Will you come with me, my love, and will you be mine? I will give you, my love, nice ribbons. I will ask you to marry me, and I will sing sweet songs only for you. Listen, listen, listen to the bird in the sky, and listen to the dove. And the bright yellow flower grows by the small stream, so come and be my love." She: "Go away, young man, go away, I say. My true love will never be you, so you should not stay. You are not good enough for me, so I will wait for a better young man. Because listen, listen, listen to the bird in the sky, and listen to the dove. And the bright yellow flower grows by the small stream. But I will never be your love." He: "Then I will find another nice girl, for many girls can be found, and since you will never be with me, I will never be tied to you. No flower in the field is so special, but others are just as nice. So listen, listen, listen to the happy bird in the sky, and listen to the dove. And the bright yellow flower grows by the small stream, and I will find another dear love." She: "Young man, do not turn away so quickly to find another nice girl. I think I spoke too fast today, and I have not decided. And if you only stay with me, I will love no one else, sweet lad, but you." Robin could not hold back his laughter any more. He laughed very loudly. Then the holy friar continued the song, and Robin joined in. Together they sang loudly, "So listen, listen, listen to the happy bird in the sky, and listen to the dove. For the bright yellow flower grows by the small stream, and I will be your true love." They sang together. The strong friar did not seem to hear Robin's laughter. He did not seem to know that Robin had joined the song. With his eyes half closed, he looked straight ahead. He moved his round head from side to side with the music. He and Robin finished the song with a loud shout that could be heard far away. As soon as the last word was sung, the holy man grabbed his metal cap. He put it on his head and stood up quickly. He shouted, "What spy is here? Come out, bad person, and I will cut you into small pieces." He pulled out a large sword from under his clothes. It was as strong as Robin's sword. "No, put away your sword, friend," said Robin. He stood up with tears of laughter still on his face. "People who sing so sweetly together should not fight." He jumped down the bank to where the friar stood. "I tell you, friend," he said, "my throat is dry from that song. Do you have any wine left in that bottle?" "Truly," the friar said sadly, "you ask freely where you are not invited. But I am a good Christian, so I will not refuse a thirsty man a drink. You are welcome to what is left." He held out the bottle to Robin. Robin took it and drank for a long time. The strong friar watched Robin worriedly. When Robin finished, the friar quickly took the bottle back. He shook it, held it up to the light, and looked at Robin with disapproval. Then he put it to his own lips. When he took it away, it was empty. "Do you know this area, good and holy man?" Robin asked, laughing. "Yes, a little," the friar answered dryly. "Do you know a place called Fountain Abbey?" "Yes, a little." "Then maybe you also know someone called the Curtal Friar of Fountain Abbey." "Yes, a little." "Well then, good fellow, holy father, or whatever you are," Robin said, "I want to know if this friar is on this side of the river or the other." "That," said the friar, "is a practical question. Logic rules don't apply. I advise you to find out using your own senses, sight, feeling, and so on." "I really want," Robin said, looking at the strong priest, "to cross that shallow part of the river and try to find this good friar." "Truly," the friar said in a religious way, "that is a good wish for someone so young. I will not stop you from such a holy search. Friend, the river is free for everyone." "Yes, good father," Robin said, "but my clothes are very nice, and I don't want to get them wet. Your shoulders look strong and wide. Could you carry me across?" "By the Holy Lady of the Fountain," the friar shouted angrily. "You, a small young man, ask me, Holy Tuck, to carry you? Now I swear—" He stopped suddenly. Then the anger slowly left his face, and his small eyes twinkled again. "But why not?" he said in a religious way. "Did not Saint Christopher carry strangers across the river? And should I, a poor sinner, be ashamed to do the same? Come with me, stranger, and I will do what you ask humbly." He climbed up the bank, with Robin close behind. He led the way to the shallow, stony river crossing. He chuckled to himself as if enjoying a joke. At the river crossing, he pulled up his robes. He put his sword under his arm and bent his back for Robin to get on. Suddenly, he straightened up. "I think," he said, "your weapon will get wet. Let me put it under my arm with mine." "No, good father," Robin said. "I don't want to burden you with anything but myself." "Do you think," the friar said gently, "that Saint Christopher would have thought about his own comfort? No, give me your weapon as I ask you, for I will carry it as a punishment for my pride." So Robin Hood took off his sword and gave it to the friar. The friar put it under his arm with his own sword. Then the friar bent his back again. Robin got on, and the friar walked strongly into the water. He splashed through the shallow water, making circles on the smooth surface. At last, he reached the other side, and Robin jumped off his back. "Thank you very much, good father," Robin said. "You are truly a good and holy man. Please give me my sword, and let me go, for I am in a hurry." The strong friar looked at Robin for a long time. His head was tilted, and his face had a funny look. Then he slowly winked his right eye. "No, good youth," he said gently. "I know you are in a hurry with your things, but you don't think about mine. Yours are about earthly things. Mine are about spiritual things, a holy work. Also, my things are on the other side of this stream. I see by your search for this holy man that you are a good young man and respect holy people. I got wet coming here, and I'm afraid that if I walk in the water again, I might get pains in my joints that would stop my prayers for many days. I know that since I have humbly done what you asked, you will carry me back again. You see how Saint Godric, whose birthday it is, has given me 2 swords and you none. So please, good youth, carry me back again." Robin Hood looked up and down, biting his lip. He said, "You clever friar, you have tricked me. No one like you has ever tricked me before. I should have known from your looks that you were not as holy as you pretended to be." "No," the friar stopped him. "Don't speak so rudely, or you might feel my sword." "Tut, tut," Robin said. "Don't talk like that, friar. The loser always has the right to speak as he wishes. Give me my sword. I promise to carry you back right away. No, I will not use the weapon against you." "Oh, come on," the friar said. "I am not afraid of you, fellow. Here is your sword. Get ready now, for I want to go back quickly." So Robin took his sword again and put it on his side. Then he bent his strong back and took the friar on it. Robin Hood had a heavier load with the friar than the friar had with him. Also, Robin did not know the river crossing well. He stumbled among the stones, stepped into deep holes, and almost tripped over rocks. Sweat ran down his face because of the hard journey and heavy load. Meanwhile, the friar kept pushing his heels into Robin's sides and telling him to hurry. He also called Robin bad names. Robin said nothing. He quietly felt around until he found the buckle of the friar's sword belt. He slyly worked at the fastenings to loosen them. So, by the time he reached the other bank with his load, the friar's sword belt was loose, but the friar did not know it. When Robin stood on dry land and the friar jumped off his back, Robin grabbed the sword. The sword, its cover, and the strap came off the holy man, leaving him without a weapon. "Now then," Robin said, breathing hard and wiping sweat from his forehead, "I have you, fellow. This time, that same saint you spoke of just now has given 2 swords to me and taken yours away from you. Now, if you do not carry me back, and quickly, I swear I will poke your skin until it is full of holes like a torn shirt." The good friar said nothing for a while. He looked at Robin with a grim face. "Now," he said at last, "I thought you were not very smart, and I did not know you were so cunning. Truly, you have outsmarted me. Give me my sword, and I promise not to use it against you except to defend myself. Also, I promise to do what you ask and carry you on my back." So happy, Robin gave him his sword again. The friar put it on his side and made sure it was more secure. Then, pulling up his robes again, he took Robin Hood on his back. Without a word, he stepped into the water and walked silently while Robin laughed on his back. At last, he reached the middle of the river crossing where the water was deepest. He stopped for a moment. Then, with a sudden lift of his hand and a heave of his shoulders, he threw Robin over his head as if Robin were a sack of grain. Robin fell into the water with a big splash. "There," the holy man said calmly, turning back to the shore. "Let that cool your hot spirit, if it can." Meanwhile, after much splashing, Robin stood up. He looked around confused, with water running off him. At last, he shook water out of his ears and spat some out of his mouth. He collected his thoughts and saw the strong friar standing on the bank, laughing. Then Robin Hood was very angry. "Stop, you bad man," he shouted. "I am coming for you now, and if I don't hurt you today, may I never lift a finger again." Saying this, he splashed to the bank. "You don't need to hurry," the strong friar said. "Don't worry, I will stay here, and if you don't say, 'Oh no,' soon, may I never see a deer again." Now Robin reached the bank and quickly rolled up his sleeves. The friar also pulled his robes up, showing a big, strong arm with muscles like bumps on an old tree. Then Robin saw something he had not known before. The friar also had a metal shirt under his robe. "Watch out!" Robin cried, drawing his sword. "Yes, indeed," said the friar, who already held his sword. So they started a fierce and powerful fight. They fought right and left, up and down and back and forth. Their swords flashed in the sun and then hit each other with a loud crash. This was not a playful fight. It was a serious fight. They fought for an hour or more, stopping now and then to rest. During these breaks, each looked at the other with wonder. They thought they had never seen such a strong man. Then they would fight again more fiercely than ever. But neither of them had hurt the other or made them bleed. At last, Happy Robin cried, "Stop, good friend." Both lowered their swords. "Now I ask for a favor before we start again," Robin said, wiping sweat from his forehead. They had fought so long that he thought it would be bad to be hurt, or to hurt such a strong and brave man. "What do you want from me?" the friar asked. "Only this," Robin said, "that you will let me blow my horn 3 times. The friar frowned and looked cleverly at Robin Hood. "I think you have some trick in this," he said, "but I am not afraid of you, and I will let you have your wish, if you also let me blow this little whistle 3 times. "With all my heart," Robin said. "So, here goes for one." He raised his silver horn to his lips and blew it 3 times, clear and high. Meanwhile, the friar watched carefully for what might happen. He held a small silver whistle in his fingers. Knights used these whistles to call their hawks. The whistle always hung at his belt with his prayer beads. As soon as the echo of Robin's horn faded from across the river, 4 tall men in green clothes came running around the bend in the road. Each had a bow in his hand and an arrow ready. "Ha! Is that how it is, you traitor?" cried the friar. "Then look out!" He quickly put the whistle to his lips and blew a loud, sharp sound. Then there was a crackling in the bushes on the other side of the road. Soon 4 big, shaggy dogs burst out from the trees. "Get them, Sweet Lips! Get them, Bell Throat! Get them, Beauty! Get them, Fangs!" the friar shouted, pointing at Robin. It was good for Robin that a tree was nearby. If not, he would have been in trouble. Before you could speak, the dogs were on him. He only had time to drop his sword and jump lightly into the tree. The dogs gathered around the tree, looking up at him like a cat on a roof. But the friar quickly called off his dogs. "Get them!" he cried, pointing down the road to where the other men stood still in wonder at what they saw. The 4 dogs ran at the men like a hawk chasing its prey. But when the 4 men saw the dogs coming, all of them, except Will Scarlet, pulled their arrows to their ears and shot. Now the old song tells of a wonderful thing that happened. It says that each dog that was shot at jumped to the side. As the arrow passed, whistling, the dog caught it in its mouth and broke it in half. It would have been a bad day for these 4 good men if Will Scarlet had not stepped in front of the others and met the dogs as they rushed forward. "What's this, Fangs?" he cried strictly. "Down, Beauty! Down, sir! What is the meaning of this?" At the sound of his voice, each dog quickly moved back. Then they came to him, licked his hands, and acted friendly, as dogs do when they meet someone they know. Then the 4 men came forward, with the dogs happily jumping around Will Scarlet. "What's this?" cried the strong friar. "What does this mean? Are you a wizard who can turn wolves into lambs?" "Ha!" he cried when they came closer. "Can I believe my eyes? Why do I see young Master William Gamwell with such people?" "No, Tuck," the young man said, As the four men came to where Robin was now climbing down from the tree, Robin had seen that the danger was over for now. "No, Tuck, my name is no longer Will Gamwell, but Will Scarlet, and this is my good uncle, Robin Hood, with whom I am staying now." "Truly, good master," the friar said, looking a little embarrassed. He reached out his big hand to Robin. "I have often heard your name in songs and stories, but I never thought to meet you in battle. I ask for your forgiveness. I am not surprised that I fought such a strong man." "Truly, most holy father," Little John said, "I am more thankful than ever that our good friend Scarlet knew you and your dogs. I tell you seriously that my heart felt like it would break when I saw my arrow miss, and those big dogs of yours coming straight at me." "You may indeed be thankful, friend," the friar said seriously. "But Master Will, why are you living in Sherwood now?" "Why, Tuck, don't you know about my bad luck with my father's helper?" Scarlet answered. "Yes, truly, but I did not know you were hiding because of it. Indeed, times are strange when a gentleman must hide for such a small thing." "But we are losing time," Robin said, "and I still need to find that Curtal Friar." "Why, uncle, you don't have far to go," Will Scarlet said, pointing to the friar. "For there he stands beside you." "What?" Robin asked. "Are you the man I have been working so hard to find all day, and got so wet for?" "Why, truly," the friar said humbly. "Some call me the Curtal Friar of Fountain Dale. Others call me the Abbot of Fountain Abbey as a joke. Still others call me simply Friar Tuck." "I like the last name best," Robin said, "for it is easier to say. But why did you not tell me you were the one I sought, instead of making me search for something that doesn't exist?" "Why, truly, you did not ask me, good master," said Strong Tuck. "But what did you want from me?" "No," Robin said. "The day is getting late, and we cannot stand here talking longer. Come back with us to Sherwood, and I will tell you everything as we travel." So, without waiting longer, they all left, with the strong dogs at their heels. They went back to Sherwood. But it was long past night when they reached the greenwood tree. Now listen, for next I will tell how Robin Hood helped two young lovers find happiness, with the help of the happy Friar Tuck of Fountain Dale. Chapter 13. Robin Hood compasses a marriage. It was the morning of Ellen's wedding. Robin Hood had a plan for Allen a Dale to marry Ellen, not Sir Stephen. Robin and his men woke up. Friar Tuck was sleepy. The birds sang. Everyone washed their faces and hands in the stream. After breakfast, Robin said, "It's time to go. I will take 20 men with me. Will Scarlet, you will stay here and be in charge." Many men wanted to go. Robin chose 20 strong men, including Little John and Will Stuteley. The chosen men got their bows and swords. Robin put on a bright coat and picked up a harp. He looked like a singing traveler. Everyone laughed at Robin's clothes. Robin said, "Yes, it looks like a silly bug costume, but it's pretty. Little John, take these 2 bags for me. They are gold." Little John said, "It sounds like gold." Robin said, "Yes, it's my money. Let's go." Robin led his men, with Allen and Friar Tuck, out of the forest. They walked a long way out of Sherwood Forest to Rotherstream Valley. It was different here. There were fields of barley and white sheep. The air smelled of fresh hay. Robin said, "The world is beautiful here too. Why do people call it a sad place? Our minds make it sad. Little John, what is that happy song you sing?" Little John sang about love and ale making worries disappear. Friar Tuck said. "No, you think about bad things. Fasting and thinking about God are better than ale and bright eyes. Look at me. Do I look sad?" Everyone laughed because Friar Tuck had drunk a lot of ale the night before. Robin laughed and said, "Your sadness is as big as your goodness." They walked, talked, sang, and laughed until they came to a small church. Ellen was to be married there. Across the road from the church was a stone wall with young trees and bushes. The wall had sweet-smelling flowers. The men jumped over the wall onto the soft grass. They scared some sheep. They rested in the cool shade. Robin said, "David of Doncaster, you watch the church. Hide under the flowers on the wall and tell me when you see someone coming." David did as he was told. The others lay on the grass. Some talked, some slept. It was quiet, except for the talking, Alan walking back and forth, and Friar Tuck's loud snoring. Robin lay on his back, looking at the leaves, thinking. After a long time, Robin asked, "David, what do you see?" David answered, "I see white clouds, the wind blowing, and 3 black crows. Nothing else." More time passed. Robin asked again, "David, what do you see now?" David said, "I see windmills, tall trees, and birds flying. Nothing else." Finally, Robin asked David one more time. David said, "I hear the cuckoo singing. The wind makes waves in the barley field. Now, an old friar is coming to the church. He has a big bunch of keys. He is going to the church door." Robin Hood woke Friar Tuck. "Wake up, holy man," Robin said. Friar Tuck stood up. "Look, there's another friar at the church door. Go and talk to him. Get inside the church. Little John, Will Stuteley, and I will follow you." Friar Tuck climbed over the wall, crossed the road, and went to the church. The old friar was trying to open the rusty lock. "Hello, brother," Tuck said. "Let me help you." He took the key and opened the door quickly. "Who are you?" the old friar asked, his voice high and wheezy. "Where do you come from?" He looked at Friar Tuck like an owl at the sun. "My name is Tuck," he said. "I am a poor hermit from Fountaindale. I live near a holy fountain. I want to stay and see the wedding. May I rest inside?" "Yes, you are welcome," the old friar said, leading the way inside. Robin Hood, dressed as a harper, came to the church with Little John and Will Stuteley. Robin sat on a bench outside. Little John, with the gold bags, and Will Stuteley went inside. Robin watched the road. After a while he saw 6 horsemen riding slowly. They were church leaders. Robin saw that the first was the Bishop of Hereford. He wore rich silk clothes and a gold chain. His hat had jewels. His shoes were black velvet with gold crosses. Next to him was the Prior of Emmet. Then came 2 more churchmen and 2 of the bishop's servants. The bishop wanted to look like a rich lord. Robin looked at them. He thought, "That bishop is too fancy for a holy man. I wonder if St. Thomas wore gold chains and silk clothes. This money comes from poor people. Bishop, you might fall." The holy men came to the church, joking about ladies. They got off their horses. The bishop saw Robin by the door. "Hello, good fellow," he said loudly. "Who are you in those bright clothes?" "I am a harper from the north," Robin said. "I can play the harp better than anyone in England. Many people have danced to my music, even if they didn't want to. If I play at this wedding, I promise the bride will love the man she marries forever." "Is that true?" the bishop asked, looking closely at Robin. "If you can make this girl love the man she marries, I will give you anything you ask. Show me your skill." "No," Robin said. "I play when I choose, not when a bishop tells me. I will not play until the bride and groom come." "You are rude to speak to me like that," the bishop said, frowning. "But I will allow it. Look, Prior, here comes Sir Stephen and his lady." Now, more people came on horses. The first was a tall, thin knight in black silk with a black velvet hat. Robin knew it was Sir Stephen because he looked like a knight and had grey hair. Next to him rode Ellen's father, Edward of Deirwold. Behind them was a carriage with Ellen inside. Behind the carriage were 6 soldiers. They came to the church. Sir Stephen got off his horse and helped Ellen out of the carriage. Robin looked at her. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. He understood why Sir Stephen wanted to marry her. But Ellen looked pale and sad, like a broken lily. She went into the church with Sir Stephen. "Why don't you play?" the bishop asked Robin sternly. "I will play, more than you think, but not yet," Robin said calmly. The bishop thought, "After the wedding, I will have this man whipped for his rude words." Ellen and Sir Stephen stood before the altar. The bishop came in his robes and opened his book. Ellen looked around in despair, like a scared deer. Robin Hood, in his colorful clothes, walked forward. He stood between the bride and groom. "Let me look at this girl," he said loudly. "Her cheeks are white like lilies, not red like roses for a bride. This is not a proper wedding. Sir Knight, you are old and she is young. You cannot marry her because you are not her true love." Everyone was shocked. They stood still, like stone. Robin put his horn to his lips and blew 3 loud blasts. The sound echoed everywhere. Then Little John and Will Stuteley jumped forward. They stood next to Robin and pulled out their swords. A loud voice from above said, "I am here, master." It was Friar Tuck from the organ loft. Now there was a lot of noise. Edward of Deirwold angrily tried to grab his daughter, but Little John pushed him back. "Stay back, old man," he said. "Down with them!" cried Sir Stephen, looking for his sword, but he didn't have it. The soldiers drew their swords. It looked like there would be a fight. But then there was more noise at the door. Steel flashed, and there were sounds of fighting. The soldiers fell back. 18 strong men in green clothes jumped up the aisle, led by Allan a Dale. Allan held Robin Hood's bow and gave it to him, kneeling. Edward of Deirwold said angrily, "Allan a Dale, did you cause all this trouble in a church?" "No," Robin said happily. "I did. My name is Robin Hood." Everyone became quiet. The Prior of Emmet and his men stood together like scared sheep. The Bishop of Hereford put down his book and made the sign of the cross. "May heaven protect us from that evil man," he said. "No," Robin said. "I mean you no harm. But this is Ellen's true love. She will marry him, or some of you will be in trouble." Edward of Deirwold said loudly and angrily, "No, I am her father. She will marry Sir Stephen, and no one else." During all this, Sir Stephen had been standing quietly, full of pride. "No, fellow," he said coldly. "You can have your daughter back. I would not marry her after today, even for all of England. I loved her, old as I am, but I didn't know she loved this man. Maiden, if you choose a poor singer over a knight, that is your choice. I am ashamed to stand here with these people. I will leave." He turned and walked out of the church with his men. The yeomen were quiet because of his words. Only Friar Tuck called out from the choir loft, "Good day, Sir Knight. Old bones must make room for young blood? Sir Stephen did not answer. The Bishop of Hereford quickly said, I have no business here either. I will leave. He tried to go, but Robin Hood grabbed his clothes and held him. Stay, Lord Bishop, Robin said. I have something more to say to you. The bishop looked sad, but he stayed because he could not leave. Robin Hood turned to Edward of Deirwold. Give your blessing to your daughter's marriage to this man, and all will be well. Little John, give me the gold bags. Look, farmer, here are 200 gold coins. Give your blessing, and I will give them to you as your daughter's wedding gift. If you don't give your blessing, she will still marry, but you will get no money. Choose. Edward looked at the ground, thinking. He was a smart man. At last, he looked up and said, not happily, If the girl wants to go her own way, let her. I wanted her to be a lady, but if she chooses this, I will have nothing to do with her. Still, I will give her my blessing when she is married. That cannot be, said one of the Emmet men. The marriage was not announced, and there is no priest here. What do you say? Roared Friar Tuck from the choir loft. No priest? I am a holy man. And as for the announcements, I will make them. He announced the marriage 9 times. Then he came down and married Alan and Ellen. Robin counted out 200 gold coins to Edward of Deirwold. Edward gave his blessing, but not with much happiness. The yeomen crowded around and shook Alan's hand. Alan, holding Ellen's hand, felt very happy. Then Robin turned to the Bishop of Hereford, who looked angry. Lord Bishop, he said, you promised me that if I made this girl love her husband, you would give me anything I asked. I played my part, and she loves her husband because of me. Now keep your promise. You have something on you that you would be better without. Please give me that gold chain around your neck as a wedding gift for this bride. The bishop's face turned red, and his eyes flashed. He looked at Robin, but he saw something in Robin's face that made him stop. Slowly, he took the chain from his neck and gave it to Robin. Robin put it around Ellen's neck. It sparkled. Robin said, Thank you for the bride's gift. You look better without it. If you ever come near Sherwood, I hope to give you a feast you've never had before. May heaven forbid, cried the bishop, for he knew what kind of feast Robin Hood gave in Sherwood Forest. Robin Hood gathered his men. With Alan and his new wife, they all went back to the forest. On the way, Friar Tuck went to Robin. You live a happy life, master, he said. Don't you think it would be good for all your souls to have a good chaplain like me to oversee holy things? I love this life very much. Robin laughed and told him he could stay and be part of their group. That night, there was a feast in the forest that Nottinghamshire had never seen. We were not invited, and it's a pity, so I will say no more about it. Chapter 14. Robin Hood Aids, A Sorrowful Night. Spring went by with its flowers. Summer went by with its warm sun. Then fall came. In the fall, people gathered food. Happy groups sang on the roads. They slept outside. The plants changed color. Good food was put away for winter. There was beer, meat, and apples. Seasons pass. We are like leaves that fall from a tree. Robin Hood said, It's a good day, Little John. We should not be lazy. Choose some men. You go east. I will go west. Let's each bring a guest for dinner under the green tree. Little John said, Yes, I will bring a guest, or I will not come back. They chose their men, and went into the forest on different paths. We will follow Robin Hood. Robin Hood, Will Scarlet, Allan a Dale, Will Scathlock, Midge, and others were there. Many men stayed to get food ready. The rest went with Robin Hood or Little John. They walked on. They went through a valley with houses. Then they went into the woods again. They passed Mansfield town. They came out of the forest. They walked through towns. People looked at them. They came to a place beyond Alverton. It was noon, but they had not found a guest. They stopped at a shrine where two roads met. There were tall hedges for hiding. They could watch the roads and eat their food. Robin said, "This is a good place to eat. Let's rest here and see who comes." They sat down behind a hedge where the sun was warm. Each man took out his food. They ate quietly. In front of them, a road went up a hill. At the top of the hill, there were a few houses. A windmill slowly turned. The men finished eating, but no one came. Then a man came riding slowly over the hill. He was a knight. He looked sad. His clothes were nice, but he wore no gold. You could tell he was a noble man. His head was down. His horse walked slowly, as if sad too. Robin Hood said, "That man looks sad. I will talk to him. He might have something good. His clothes are rich. Stay here while I talk to him." Robin stood by the road and waited. When the knight came near, Robin held his horse's bridle. "Stop, Sir Knight," he said. "Please wait. I want to talk to you." The knight said, "Who are you to stop me on the king's road?" Robin said, "It is hard to say who I am. Some call me kind, some call me bad, some call me good, some call me a thief. It depends on how you see me. My name is Robin Hood." The knight smiled a little. "Robin," he said, "you are clever. I have heard good things about you. What do you want from me?" Robin said, "Sir Knight, you speak well. If you come with me to Sherwood Forest today, I will give you a great meal." The knight said, "You are kind, but I will be a sad guest. You should let me go." Robin said, "No, you must come. We have a place deep in Sherwood. Guests do not often come to us, so my friends and I go to find them. But our guests must pay." The knight said, "I understand, but I have no money." "Is that true?" Robin asked, looking closely at the knight. "I believe you, but some knights do not tell the truth. Do you mind if I check?" Robin whistled. 80 men came running. "These are my men," Robin said. "They share everything with me. Sir Knight, tell me how much money you have." The knight's face turned red. He looked at Robin and said, "I have 10 shillings in my purse. That is all Sir Richard of the Lea has in the world." Everyone was quiet. Then Robin said, "Do you promise as a knight that this is all you have?" "Yes," Sir Richard said. "I promise. Here is my purse. You can see for yourselves." He held out his purse. "Put your purse away, Sir Richard," Robin said. "I believe you. I help sad people. Come with us into the greenwood. Maybe I can help you." Sir Richard shook his head with a small smile, but Robin's words gave him some hope. It was almost dark when they came near the greenwood tree. They saw many men. Little John had brought a guest. It was the Lord Bishop of Hereford. The bishop was upset. He walked around like a trapped fox. 3 friars stood behind him, afraid. 6 horses were tied to trees. One was the bishop's horse. The others had many packs. One box made Robin's eyes bright. It was small but had iron bands on it. When the bishop saw Robin, he tried to run to him. But a man stopped him. "Stop, Lord Bishop!" Robin called loudly. I will come to you quickly. I am happy to see you." Robin walked faster. "What is this?" the bishop said angrily when Robin came. "Is this how you treat a churchman like me? I and these friars were going along the road with our horses and guards. Then a big man, 7 feet tall, with 80 men, stopped me. He told me, the Lord Bishop of Hereford, to stop. My guards ran away. He threatened me. He said Robin Hood would make me poor. He called me bad names, like fat priest and money-gorging usurer, as if I were a beggar." The bishop looked angry. Sir Richard laughed. Only Robin looked serious. "Oh, my lord," Robin said, "I am sorry my men treated you badly. We respect you. Little John, come here." Little John came forward, looking funny. Robin asked the bishop, "Was this the man who spoke to you boldly?" "Yes, it was him," the bishop said. "A bad man." "And did you, Little John," Robin said sadly, "call his lordship a fat priest?" "Yes," Little John said sadly. "And a man-eating bishop?" "Yes," Little John said, even sadder. "And a money-gorging usurer?" "Yes," Little John said, so sadly it might make you cry. "Oh no," Robin said to the bishop. "I have always found Little John to be truthful." Everyone laughed loudly. The bishop's face turned red. He said nothing. "No, my lord bishop," Robin said. "We are rough, but we are not bad. No one here will hurt you. You are upset by our jokes. But here, we are all equal. There are no bishops or lords, only men. You must live like us while you are here. Get the feast ready, men. We will show our guests our games." Some men started fires for cooking. Others got their sticks and bows. Robin brought Sir Richard forward. "My lord bishop," he said, "here is another guest. I want you to know him. We will honor both of you." "Sir Richard," the bishop said, "I think you and I are both in trouble in this place of—" He almost said thieves. He stopped and looked at Robin Hood. "Speak, bishop," Robin said, laughing. "We speak freely here. You were going to say den of thieves." The bishop said, "Maybe I meant to say that, Sir Richard. But I saw you just now laugh at these men's jokes. You should have looked angry instead of laughing." "I meant no harm," Sir Richard said. "A joke is a joke. I would have laughed if it was about me." Robin Hood told some of his men to put soft moss and deerskins on the ground. Robin told his guests to sit, so the three sat down. Some chief men, like Little John and Will Scarlet, lay near them. A target was set up. The archers shot their bows. It was amazing to see. Robin talked to the bishop and the knight. They forgot their worries and laughed again and again. Then Allan a Dale played his harp. Everyone was quiet. He sang songs of love, war, and sadness. Everyone listened. Allan sang until the moon shone brightly. 2 men came to say the food was ready. Robin led his guests to the long white cloth on the grass. Many smoking dishes with good smells were there. Torches lit up everything with red light. Everyone sat down and ate loudly. The feast lasted a long time. Then wine and beer were passed around. Robin Hood called for quiet. Everyone was silent. "I have a story to tell you," he said. He told them about Sir Richard and his lands. As he spoke, the bishop's face became serious. He put down his wine. He knew Sir Richard's story. His heart felt heavy. When Robin finished, he turned to the bishop. "My lord bishop," he said, "do you not think this is bad, especially for a churchman who should be humble and kind?" The bishop said nothing. He looked at the ground. Robin said, "You are the richest bishop in England. Can you not help this needy man?" The bishop still said nothing. Then Robin turned to Little John. "Go, you and Will Stuteley, and bring those 5 pack horses." The 2 men brought the horses to where the light was brightest. "Who has the list of goods?" Robin Hood asked the friars. The smallest friar, an old man with a gentle face, spoke in a shaky voice. "I have it. Please do not harm me." "No," Robin said. "I have never harmed a harmless man. Give it to me, good father." The old man gave Robin the list of things on the horses. Robin gave it to Will Scarlet. "Read this," he said. Will Scarlet read aloud. 3 bales of silk for Quentin, the merchant at Ancaster." "We will not touch that," Robin said. "Quentin is an honest man. He earned his money." So the silk was put aside. 1 bale of silk velvet for the Abbey of Beaumont. "What do these priests want with silk velvet?" Robin said. "But I will not take all. Divide it into 3 parts, 1 for charity, 1 for us, and 1 for the Abbey." This was done. 40 large wax candles for the chapel of St. Thomas. "Those belong to the chapel," Robin said. "Put them aside. We will not take from St. Thomas." This was also done. The candles were put with Quentin's silk. The list was checked. Some things were left alone. Many things were opened and divided into 3 parts, for charity, for them, and for the owners. The ground was covered with silks, velvets, gold cloth, and wine. Then they came to the last line. "A box belonging to the Lord Bishop of Hereford." The bishop shivered. The box was put on the ground. "My Lord Bishop, do you have the key to this box?" Robin asked. The bishop shook his head. "Go, Will Scarlet," Robin said. "You are the strongest. Bring a sword and open this box." Will Scarlet brought a big sword. He hit the iron box 3 times. On the 3rd hit, it broke open. A large pile of gold rolled out, shining red in the torchlight. The men murmured like the wind, but no one touched the money. Robin said, "You, Will Scarlet, you, Allan a Dale, and you, Little John, count it." It took a long time to count the money. Will Scarlet said there were 1,500 gold pounds. With the gold, they found a paper. Will Scarlet read it aloud. It said this money was from rents and fees from the bishopric of Hereford. "My Lord Bishop," Robin Hood said, "I will not make you poor, like Little John said. You will take back 1/3 of your money. 1/3 you can give to us for entertaining you. You are very rich. 1/3 you can give to charity. Bishop, I hear you are hard on people and keep money you should give to charity." The bishop looked up but said nothing. He was glad to keep some money. Then Robin turned to Sir Richard of the Lea. "Now, Sir Richard, the church wanted to take your land. So some of the church's extra money can help you. You will take 500 pounds set aside for those who need it more than the bishop. You will pay your debts to Emmet with it." Sir Richard looked at Robin. His eyes became watery. At last he said, "Thank you, friend, but I cannot take your gift freely. I will take the money and pay my debts. In a year and a day, I will return it to you or the bishop. I promise this as a knight. I feel free to borrow because no one should help me more than someone high in the church that dealt so hard with me." "Sir Knight," Robin said, "I do not understand your fine ideas, but it will be as you wish. But it is better if you bring the money to me in a year. Maybe I can use it better than the bishop." Robin told his men. 500 pounds were counted and put in a leather bag for Sir Richard. The rest of the money was divided. Part went to their own money box, and part went with the bishop's other things. Then Sir Richard stood up. "I cannot stay longer, good friends," he said. My wife will worry. I must go." Robin Hood and his men stood up. Robin said, "We cannot let you go alone, Sir Richard." Little John said, "Good master, let me choose 20 strong men. We will dress well and go with Sir Richard until he can get his own men." "You spoke well, Little John, and it will be done," Robin said. Will Scarlet said, "Let's give him a gold chain for his neck, like a knight, and gold spurs for his heels." Robin Hood said, "You spoke well, Will Scarlet, and it will be done." Will Stuteley said, "Let's give him that rich velvet and gold cloth for his wife as a gift from Robin Hood and his men." Everyone clapped. Robin said, "You spoke well, Will Stuteley, and it will be done." Sir Richard looked around. He tried to speak but could not because he felt so much. At last he said in a shaky voice, "You will all see, good friends, that Sir Richard of the Lee will always remember your kindness today. If you ever need help, come to me and my lady. The walls of Castle Lee will fall before harm comes to you. He could say no more. He turned away quickly. Little John and his 19 men were ready. Each man wore a coat of mail and a steel cap. He had a good sword. They looked strong. Robin put a gold chain on Sir Richard's neck. Will Scarlet put gold spurs on his heels. Little John led Sir Richard's horse forward. The knight got on. He looked at Robin for a moment. Then he bent down and kissed Robin's cheek. The forest echoed with cheers as the knight and the men rode away with torches and shining steel. Then the Bishop of Hereford said sadly, "I must go too. It is late." But Robin held the bishop's arm. "Do not rush, Lord Bishop," he said. "Sir Richard must pay his debts in 3 days. Until then, you must stay with me. You might cause trouble for the night. I promise you will have fun. I know you like hunting deer. Forget your sadness. Live like a happy yeoman for 3 days. I promise you will be sad to leave." So the bishop and his men stayed with Robin for 3 days. The bishop had much fun. When it was time to go, he was sad to leave the greenwood. After 3 days, Robin let him go. He sent him with men to guard what was left of his things. As the bishop rode away, he promised himself that he would one day make Robin pay for stopping him in Sherwood. Now we will follow Sir Richard. You will hear what happened to him and how he paid his debts at Emmet Priory, and later to Robin Hood. Chapter 15. How Sir Richard of the Lea paid his debts. A long road went straight in the sun. Small rivers and trees were on both sides. Far away there were tall buildings and trees. A knight rode on the road. 20 strong men rode behind him. The knight wore a simple gray robe. He had a knife and a sword. His horse was beautiful, with silk and silver bells. They rode to a big gate. It was Emmet Priory. The knight told a man to knock on the gate. An old man, the porter, was sleeping. He woke up and opened a small window. He came out to meet the knight. A small bird sang, "Rest in heaven, rest in heaven." The porter taught the bird. "Where is your leader?" the knight asked the porter. "He is eating," the porter said. "He is waiting for you. You are Sir Richard of the Lea." "Yes, I am Sir Richard of the Lea. I will go find him now," the knight said. "Shall I take your horse?" the porter asked. "It is the most beautiful horse." He touched the horse. "No," Sir Richard said. "My horse will not stay here. Please open the gate." The knight went into the stone yard with his men. Their clothes made noise, and their horses' feet made noise. Birds flew away. A party was happening at Emmet Priory. The sun shone through the windows. It made light on the floor. A table had food. Prior Vincent sat at the table. He wore soft clothes and a black hat. A gold chain was around his neck. His bird was on his chair. The Sheriff of Nottingham sat on his right. He wore purple clothes. A famous lawyer sat on his left. He wore dark clothes. Other men were there too. Everyone was happy and laughing. The lawyer smiled. He had 80 gold coins. The prior gave them to him for helping with a problem between the prior and Sir Richard. The lawyer was paid before. The Sheriff of Nottingham said, "Do you have the land safely?" "Yes," Prior Vincent said, drinking wine. He did not know. "He has no money to pay me." "Yes, it is true," the lawyer said quietly. "His land is yours if he does not pay. But, Sir Prior, you must get his signature. If not, you will have trouble." "Yes," the prior said. "You told me before. This knight is very poor. He will gladly give his land for 200 pounds. Then an important man spoke. "It is wrong to treat a knight so badly. It is sad that the best land will be lost for only 500 pounds. "What?" the prior said loudly. His eyes were shiny, and his face was red. "Are you talking to me like that?" "No," the lawyer said smoothly. "This knight will not pay today, but we will find a way to get his land. Do not worry." Just then they heard horses and metal outside. The prior asked a man to look out the window. He knew it was Sir Richard. The man looked and said, "I see 20 men and a knight getting off his horse. His clothes look simple, but his horse has beautiful things. The knight and his men are coming this way. They are in the main room now." "Look," Prior Vincent said. "This knight has little money, but he has many men and rich things for his horse, and his own clothes are poor. Is it not good that such men should lose their money?" "But are you sure," the lawyer said softly, "that this knight will not hurt us? Men like him are strong when angry. He has many bad men. Maybe you should give him more time to pay." He said this because he was scared. "You do not need to be afraid," the prior said, looking at the lawyer. "This knight is gentle. He would not hurt you." When the prior finished speaking, a door opened. Sir Richard came in. His hands were together, and his head was down. He walked slowly. His men stood by the door. When he came to the prior, he kneeled. "God keep you, Sir Prior," he said. "I have come to pay my debt." The prior's first words were, "Have you brought my money?" "Oh no, I do not have one coin," the knight said. The prior's eyes shined. "You are clever," he said. Then, "Sir Sheriff, I drink to you." The knight was still kneeling. The prior turned to him again. "What do you want?" he asked sharply. The knight's face turned red, but he still kneeled. "I want your kindness," he said. "Show kindness to me. Do not take my land and make a good knight poor." "Your time is up, and your land is lost," the lawyer said, feeling brave. Sir Richard said, "Man of law, will you help me?" "No," the lawyer said. "I am with this holy prior. He paid me, so I must help him." "Will you be my friend, Sir Sheriff?" Sir Richard asked. "No," the Sheriff of Nottingham said. "This is not my business, but I will do what I can." He touched the prior's leg under the table. "Will you not lessen his debts, Sir Prior?" The prior smiled a hard smile. "Pay me 300 pounds, Sir Richard," he said, "and I will let you go." "You know, Sir Prior, it is as easy for me to pay 400 pounds as 300, Sir Richard said. But will you not give me 1 more year to pay?" "Not 1 more day," the prior said firmly. "Is this all you will do for me?" the knight asked. "Oh, you false knight!" the prior shouted, very angry. "Either pay your debt or give up your land and leave." Then Sir Richard stood up. "You false priest," he said in a strong voice. The lawyer looked scared. "I am not a false knight. I have always fought well. Do you have so little kindness that you make a true knight kneel for so long, or come into your hall and not offer him food or drink?" Then the lawyer said in a shaky voice, "This is not a good way to talk. Let us speak gently. How much will you pay this knight, Sir Prior, for him to give you his land?" "I would have given him 200 pounds, the prior said. "But because he spoke so badly to me, he will get no more than 100 pounds. "If you had offered me 1,000 pounds, false prior," the knight said, "you would not have gotten an inch of my land." Then he turned to his men. He called, "Come here," and made a sign. The tallest man came forward and gave him a long leather bag. Sir Richard took the bag and poured gold coins onto the table. "Remember, Sir Prior," he said, "you promised to let me go for 300 pounds. You will not get 1 coin more than that." Then he counted out 300 pounds and pushed them to the prior. The prior's hands dropped and his head fell. He had lost all hope of the land. Also, he had forgiven the knight 100 pounds and paid the lawyer 80 coins for no reason. He turned to the lawyer and said, "Give me back the money you have." "No!" the lawyer cried loudly. "It is my payment, and you will not get it back." He held his clothes close. "Now, Sir Prior," Sir Richard said, "I have paid my debt. So, as there is nothing more between us, I will leave this bad place now." He turned and walked away. All this time the sheriff had been looking at the tall man. He looked like a statue. At last he said, "Reynold Greenleaf." The tall man, who was Little John, turned and smiled at the sheriff. "Good day," he said. "Sweet sheriff, I heard all your pretty talk today. I will tell Robin Hood. So, goodbye for now." Then he also turned and followed Sir Richard. The sheriff was pale and amazed, small in his chair. Sir Richard came to a happy party, but he left sad people behind him. They did not want the food, only the lawyer was happy. A year and a day passed. Prior Vincent was at a party again. Another autumn came. Big changes happened to Sir Richard's lands. Where wild grass grew, now there was golden stubble. This meant a good crop was harvested. The castle also changed. Everything was tidy and well kept. The sun shone brightly on the castle walls and towers. Birds flew around a gold wind catcher. Then the bridge fell down with a loud noise. The castle gate slowly opened. Many men in metal clothes came out. A knight in white metal clothes came out too. The knight held a big spear. A red flag flew from its top. 3 horses with bags came with them. So Sir Richard of the Lea rode out to pay his debt to Robin Hood. They walked along the road. Their feet made noise and their swords jingled. They walked until they came near Denby. From a hill they saw many colorful flags. Then Sir Richard asked the man nearest to him, "What is happening in Denby today?" "Sir," the man said, "a fun fair is there today. There is a big wrestling match. Many people came. The prize is a big barrel of red wine, a nice gold ring, and gloves. All of it goes to the best wrestler." "Oh, by my faith," Sir Richard said. He liked good sports. "This will be good to see. I think we must stop for a little while and see this fun sport." So he turned his horse towards Denby and the fair. He and his men went there. they found much noise and fun. Flags flew, acrobats did tricks, music played, and young men and women danced. But most people were around a ring where wrestling was happening. Sir Richard and his men went there. When the judges saw Sir Richard and knew who he was, the main judge came down. He went to the knight and took his hand. He asked him to sit with them and watch the sport. So Sir Richard got off his horse and went to the seats. Much had happened that morning. A man named Egbert easily beat everyone. But a man from Denby, William of the Scar, was waiting. So when Egbert beat everyone else, strong William jumped into the ring. They had a tough fight. At last, William threw Egbert hard. Everyone shouted. All the Denby men were proud of their wrestler. When Sir Richard came, he saw strong William, proud from the shouts of his friends. William walked around the ring, asking anyone to fight him. "Come one, come all," he said. "I, William of the Scar, will fight any man. If no one in this area will fight me, come from other towns. If I do not make them fall, do not call me Brave William any more." Everyone laughed. But above the laughter, a loud voice said, "Here comes one from Nottinghamshire to fight you." A tall young man with a strong stick pushed through the crowd. He jumped into the ring easily. He was not as heavy as William, but he was taller and wider in the shoulders. His body was strong. Sir Richard looked at him closely. Then he asked a judge, "Do you know who this young man is? I think I have seen him before." "No," the judge said. "He is a stranger to me." Then, without a word, the young man put down his stick. He took off his shirt until he stood with bare arms and body. He looked good. His muscles were smooth and strong. Now each man spit on his hands. They put their hands on their knees and watched each other closely. Then, fast, they jumped together. A big shout went up, for William got a better hold. For a short time, they pushed and pulled. Then strong William tried his cleverest trip, but the stranger met it with more skill, and the trip did not work. Then, suddenly, with a twist, the stranger got free. William of the Scar felt his ribs crack. They stood for a while, breathing hard. Their bodies shone with sweat. But the stranger's hold was so tight that strong William's muscles became soft. He gave a sob. Then the young man used all his strength. He tripped William with his heel and threw him. Strong William fell down with a loud thud. He lay as if he would never move again. But no one shouted for the stranger. There was an angry sound from the crowd. He had won so easily. Then one of the judges, a relative of William, stood up. His lips trembled and he looked angry. He said, "If you killed that man, it will be bad for you." But the stranger answered bravely, "He took his chance as I took mine. No law can hurt me, even if I killed him, because it was done fairly." "We will see about that," the judge said, looking angrily. Again, an angry sound went through the crowd. The men of Denby were proud of strong William. Then Sir Richard spoke gently. "No," he said, "the young man is right. If the other man dies, he dies in the wrestling ring, where he took his chance. He was thrown fairly." But 3 men came forward. They lifted strong William. He was not dead, but he was very shaken. Then the chief judge stood up and said, "Young man, the prize is yours. Here is the gold ring, and here are the gloves, and there is the wine for you." At this, the young man, who had put on his clothes and taken his stick, bowed. He took the gloves and the ring. He put one in his belt and the other on his thumb. He turned and jumped lightly over the ropes again. He walked through the crowd and was gone. "Now, I wonder who that young man is," the judge said, turning to Sir Richard. "He looks like a strong Saxon. Our William is also a strong man, and I have never seen him thrown before. Does he not have a strong stance?" "Yes, truly, and yet this young man threw him fairly and very easily. I wonder very much who he can be." Sir Richard said this thoughtfully. For a time, the knight talked to the people around him. But at last, he stood up and got ready to leave. He called his men. He got on his horse again. Meanwhile, the young stranger walked through the crowd. But as he passed, he heard people saying, "Look at him! See how proud he is! I bet he threw good William unfairly. Yes? Did you not see glue on his hands? It would be good to hurt him." The stranger did not pay attention. He walked proudly. He walked slowly across the grass to a tent where there was dancing. He stood at the door and watched. As he stood there, a stone hit his arm. He turned and saw that an angry crowd had followed him. When they saw him turn, a loud noise and yelling came from everyone. People ran out of the dancing tent to see what was happening. At last, a tall, strong blacksmith walked from the crowd. He swung a big club. "Did you come to our town to beat an honest young man with bad moves?" he said in a deep voice. "Take that!" And suddenly he hit the young man with a blow that could have knocked down an ox. But the young man moved away skillfully. He hit back with a terrible blow. The Denby man fell down with a groan. When they saw their leader fall, the crowd shouted again angrily. But the stranger put his back against the tent. He swung his terrible stick. The blow he hit the blacksmith with was so hard that no one dared to come close. So the crowd moved back. But then a cowardly hand from behind threw a sharp stone. It hit the stranger on the head. He fell back. Red blood came from the cut and ran down his face and on his shirt. Then, seeing him confused, the crowd rushed at him. They pushed him down, and he fell under their feet. It would have been bad for the young man if Sir Richard had not come. Suddenly, shouts were heard, and metal shined. People were hit with swords. Sir Richard of the Lee rode through the crowd on his white horse. Then the crowd, seeing the knight in metal clothes and armed men, melted away like snow. They left the young man all bloody and dusty on the ground. The young man got free. He stood up and wiped the blood from his face. He looked up. He said, "Sir Richard of the Leah, maybe you saved my life today." "Who are you that knows Sir Richard of the Leah so well?" the knight asked. "I think I have seen your face before." "Yes, you have," the young man said, "for people call me David of Doncaster." "Ha!" Sir Richard said. "I am surprised I did not know you, David. But your beard has grown longer, and you are more like a man now. Come here into the tent, David, and wash the blood from your face. And you, Ralph, bring him a clean shirt. Now I am sorry for you, yet I am glad that I had a chance to pay back some of my kindness to your good master, Robin Hood, for it might have been bad for you if I had not come." So the knight led David into the tent. There the young man washed the blood from his face and put on the clean shirt. Meanwhile, a quiet talk went around. They said this was David of Doncaster, the best wrestler in the middle of the country. Just last spring, he had thrown strong Adam o' Lincoln. Now he had the champion belt. So, when young David came out of the tent with Sir Richard, his face clean and his shirt changed, no angry sounds were heard. Everyone came forward to see the young man. They felt proud that one of England's great wrestlers had fought at Denby Fair. People's minds change quickly. Then Sir Richard called out, "Friends, this is David of Doncaster. So do not be ashamed that your Denby man was thrown by such a wrestler. He is not angry with you. But let this be a lesson to you how you treat strangers from now on. If you had killed him, it would have been a bad day for you. Robin Hood would have attacked your town. I bought the barrel of wine from him, and now I give it to you freely. But never again attack a man for being a strong farmer." Everyone shouted loudly, but they thought more about the wine than the knight's words. Then Sir Richard, with David next to him and his men around, turned and left the fair. But in later days, when the men who saw that wrestling match were old, they would shake their heads. They would say, "Yes, yes, but you should have seen the great David of Doncaster throw strong William of the Scar at Denby Fair." Robin Hood stood in the green forest with Little John and most of his strong men. They waited for Sir Richard to come. At last, metal was seen through the brown leaves. Sir Richard rode out of the trees with his men. He rode straight to Robin Hood. He jumped off his horse and hugged Robin. "Well now," Robin said after a time, holding Sir Richard away and looking at him, "I think you look better than when I last saw you." "Yes, thanks to you, Robin," the knight said, putting his hand on Robin's shoulder. "Without you, I would be sad and wandering now. But I kept my word, Robin. I brought back the money you lent me. I have made it 4 times more, and so I am rich again. With this money, I brought a small gift for you and your brave men from my lady and myself." Then, turning to his men, he called out, "Bring forward the pack horses." But Robin stopped him. "No, Sir Richard," he said, "do not think it rude of me, but we in Sherwood do no business until we have eaten and drunk." Then, taking Sir Richard's hand, he led him to a seat under a green tree. Other men sat around. Then Robin said, "How is it that I saw young David of Doncaster with you, Sir Knight?" Then the knight told all about his time at Denby and what happened. He told how it was almost bad for young David. He told his story and said, "This is why I was late, good Robin. Otherwise, I would have been here an hour ago." When he finished speaking, Robin held out his hand and took the knight's hand. He said in a shaky voice, "I owe you a debt I can never repay, Sir Richard. For I tell you, I would rather lose my right hand than have such bad things happen to young David as almost happened to him at Denby." So they talked until a man came to say that the food was ready. Then everyone stood up and went to eat. When they finished, the knight told his men to bring the pack horses forward, which they did. Then one of the men brought the knight a strong box. He opened it and took out a bag. He counted out £500, the money he got from Robin. "Sir Richard," Robin said, "you will make us all happy if you keep that money as a gift from us. Is that not so, my lads?" Then everyone shouted, "Yes," very loudly. "I thank you all deeply," the knight said seriously, "but do not be upset with me if I cannot take it. I was glad to borrow it from you, but I cannot take it as a gift." Then Robin Hood said no more. He gave the money to Little John to put away. Robin was smart enough to know that nothing causes bad feelings like gifts that someone must take. Then Sir Richard had the bags put on the ground and opened. A big shout went up that made the forest echo, for there were 200 bows made of the best wood. They were shiny, and each bow had pretty silver designs. Next to them were 200 leather bags for arrows, with gold thread designs. In each bag were 20 arrows with shiny silver points. Each arrow had peacock feathers and silver on the end. Sir Richard gave each man a bow and a bag of arrows, but to Robin he gave a strong bow with beautiful gold designs. Each arrow in Robin's bag had gold on the end. Then everyone shouted again for joy for the good gift. Everyone promised they would die for Sir Richard and his lady if needed. At last, it was time for Sir Richard to leave. Robin Hood called his men around him. Each man took a light to show the way through the forest, so they came to the edge of Sherwood. There, the knight kissed Robin and left him and was gone. So Robin Hood helped a good knight out of his great troubles. Without Robin, the knight would have been very unhappy. Chapter 16. Little John Turns Barefoot Friar. Winter ended and spring began. The trees had new, small leaves, like a soft mist. The fields were green and shiny. The cornfields were dark and soft with new plants. A boy working in the fields sang in the sun. Birds looked for worms in the fresh earth. The whole world looked happy in the warm light. Robin Hood sat on a deer's skin on the ground. He was in front of a tree, enjoying the sun. He sat with his hands around his knees. He watched Little John. Little John was making a strong bowstring from rope. He kept wetting his hands and rolling the rope on his leg. Allan a Dale was nearby, putting a new string on his musical instrument. Robin said, "I like being in this forest in spring more than being a king. This forest is so beautiful. A king does not enjoy good food like I enjoy meat and drinks." An old man named Swanthold says, "It is better to have a little food and be happy than to have honey and be sad." Little John said, "Yes, I like our life. You talk about spring, but winter is also good. You and I had fun this past winter at the Blue Boar Inn. Do you remember that night with Will Stuteley, Friar Tuck, and me, and 2 poor men and a traveling priest?" Robin laughed and said, "Yes, that was when Will Stuteley tried to kiss the inn owner, and she poured beer on his head." Little John laughed too. "That's right," he said. "The traveling priest sang a nice song. Friar Tuck, you are good with songs. Do you remember it?" Tuck said, "I knew it once. Let me think." He touched his head and hummed. He stopped many times. At last, he remembered it all. He cleared his throat and sang happily. "The robin sings in the green bush. The sun is happy and bright. He jumps and moves his wings. His heart is full of joy. The flowers bloom in May. There is little worry, and much to eat in rare May. When the flowers die, he will fly away, to stay warm in a happy old barn, where snow and wind do not hurt him." This is the life of a traveling priest, with much to eat and drink. The good woman will give him a seat by the fire, and pretty girls smile at him. Then he sings loudly as he walks, a fun song for saving souls. When the wind blows, with snow coming, there is a place by the fire for the fatherly priest, and an apple in the bowl for his wish. Friar Tuck sang with a nice, soft voice. He moved his head with the song. When he finished, everyone clapped and laughed. The song was good for him. Little John said, "It is a good song. If I were not a forest man, I would want to be a traveling priest." Robin Hood said, "Yes, it is a good song, but I think the 2 strong poor men told better stories and had happier lives. Do you remember what the big man with a black beard said about asking for money at the fair in York?" Little John said, "Yes, but what did the priest say about the harvest party in Kentshire? I think he had a happier life than the other 2. Friar Tuck said, "Yes, I agree with Little John, for the honor of our clothes." Robin said, "No, I think my idea is best. Little John, what do you say to a fun trip today? Take a priest's robe from our clothes box and put it on. I will find the first poor man and trade clothes with him. Then let's walk around the country today and see what happens to us. Little John said, That sounds good to me. Let's go. So Little John and Friar Tuck went to the storage room. Little John chose a gray priest's robe. They came out, and everyone laughed loudly. No one had seen Little John in such clothes before. Also, the robe was too short for him. But Little John kept his hands in his loose sleeves. His eyes looked down. A long string of beads hung from his belt. Little John took his strong stick. At the end of it hung a small leather bottle. Travelers like priests carry these. But Little John's bottle had good wine, not just water like good travelers carry. Then Robin stood up and took his strong stick too. He put 10 gold coins in his bag. He did not have poor man's clothes, so he hoped to meet a poor man and buy his clothes. So, they were ready. The two men started walking. They walked fast in the misty morning. They walked down the forest path until they came to the big road. Then they walked along the big road until it split into two. One road went to Blyth and the other to Gainsborough. Here they stopped. Robin said, You take the road to Gainsborough, and I will take the road to Blyth. Goodbye, Holy Father. I hope you do not have to say your prayers seriously before we meet again. Little John said, Good day, good future, poor man. I hope you do not have to ask for mercy before I see you next. So each walked away until a green hill was between them, and they could not see each other. Little John walked along, whistling. No one else was on the road. Small birds sang in the new hedges. Green hills rose up to the sky. Big white clouds of spring moved slowly above them. Little John walked up and down hills. The fresh wind blew on his face. His clothes moved behind him. At last, he came to a crossroads that went to Tuxford. Here he met 3 pretty young women. Each carried a basket of eggs to sell at the market. He said, Where are you going, pretty girls? He stood in their path with his stick in front of them to stop them. They stood close together and nudged each other. One then said, We are going to Tuxford Market, holy priest, to sell our eggs. Oh no, Little John said, looking at them with his head tilted. It is a shame that such pretty girls have to carry eggs to market. If I could choose how things were in this world, all 3 of you would wear the best silks. You would ride white horses with helpers beside you. You would only eat whipped cream and strawberries. Such a life would fit your beauty. After he spoke, all 3 pretty girls looked down. They blushed and smiled shyly. One said, Oh. Another said, He is making fun of us. The third said, Listen to the holy man. But they looked at Little John from the corners of their eyes. Listen, Little John said, I cannot watch such delicate young women carrying baskets on a big road. Let me carry them. One of you, if you want, can carry my stick for me. No, one of the girls said. You cannot carry 3 baskets at once. Yes, I can, Little John said. I will show you now. I thank good St. Wilfrid that he gave me a clever mind. Look, I take this big basket so. I tie my prayer beads around the handle, like this, and I put the prayer beads over my head and put the basket on my back, like this. Little John did as he said. The basket hung behind him like a seller's bag. Then he gave his stick to one of the girls. He took a basket on each arm. He turned towards Tuxford town and walked happily. A laughing girl was on each side, and one walked ahead, carrying the stick. They walked like this. Everyone they met stopped and watched them, laughing. No one had ever seen such a funny sight. This tall, strong, gray friar, with clothes too short for him, full of eggs, walking with 3 pretty girls. Little John did not care. When people joked with him, he joked back. So they walked towards Tuxford, talking and laughing, until they were near the town. Here, Little John stopped and put down the baskets. He did not want to go into the town in case he met some of the sheriff's men. "Oh, sweet friends," he said, "I must leave you here. I did not think I would come this way, but I am glad I did. Now, before we part, we must drink to friendship." He took the leather bottle from his stick. He took out the stopper. He gave it to the girl who had carried his stick. First, he wiped the mouth of the bottle on his sleeve. Then each girl drank from it. When it had gone around, Little John finished what was left. There was not a drop more. Then he kissed each girl sweetly. He wished them all a good day and left them. But the girls stood watching him as he walked away, whistling. "What a shame," one said, "that such a strong, lively boy should be a priest." "Indeed," Little John said to himself as he walked, "that was not a bad thing to happen. May St. Dunstan send me more like it." After walking for a while, he started to get thirsty again in the day's warmth. He shook his leather bottle by his ear, but no sound came out. Then he put it to his lips and tipped it up high, but there was no drop. Little John," he said sadly to himself, shaking his head. "Women will ruin you if you do not take better care of yourself." But at last he reached the top of a hill. He saw a small inn with a straw roof below him, sitting nicely in the valley. The road went down steeply to it. When he saw this, a voice inside him shouted, "I am happy for you, good friend, for there is what your heart desires, a nice rest and a cup of brown beer." So he walked faster down the hill to the small inn. A sign with a deer's head painted on it hung from the inn. In front of the door, a hen was scratching in the dust with her baby chickens. Sparrows were talking about their homes under the roof. Everything was so nice and peaceful that Little John's heart felt happy. Next to the door were 2 strong horses with big, soft seats, good for easy travel. They suggested that rich guests were inside. In front of the door, 3 happy men, a repairman, a seller, and a poor man, sat on a bench in the sun, drinking strong beer. "Good day, sweet friends," Little John said, walking up to them. "Good day, Holy Father," the happy poor man said with a smile. "But look, your robe is too short. You should cut a piece from the top and sew it to the bottom so it will be long enough. But come, sit here with us and try some beer, if your promises do not stop you." "No," Little John said, also smiling. "Blessed St. Dunstan has given me permission for all such pleasures." And he put his hand in his bag for money to pay. "Truly," the repairman said, "unless your looks lie, holy priest, good St. Dunstan was wise. Without such permission, his follower would have many bad things to do. No, take your hand from your bag, brother, for you will not pay for this drink. Ho, inn owner, a pot of beer." So the beer was brought and given to Little John. Then, blowing the foam a little to make room for his lips, he tipped the bottom of the pot higher and higher until it pointed to the sky. He had to close his eyes to keep the bright sun out. Then he took the pot away, for it was empty. He breathed a deep sigh, looking at the others with wet eyes and shaking his head seriously. "Ho, inn owner!" the seller cried. Bring this good man another pot of beer, for truly it is an honor for all of us to have someone among us who can empty a cup so strongly." So they talked happily among themselves. After a while, Little John said, "Whose are those 2 horses over there?" "2 holy men like you, brother," the poor man said. "They are having a good meal inside, for I smelled boiled chicken just now. The inn owner says they come from Fountain Abbey in Yorkshire and are going to Lincoln for business." "They are a funny pair," the repairman said, "for one is as thin as an old woman's stick, and the other as fat as a pudding." "Speaking of fatness," the seller said, "you yourself look quite well fed, holy priest." "No, truly," Little John said. "You see in me what holy St. Dunstan can do for those who serve him on a handful of dried peas and a little cold water." At this, a great shout of laughter went up. "Truly, it is wonderful," the poor man said. "I would have sworn, after seeing how you emptied that pot of beer, that you had not tasted clear water for 2 months. Has not this same holy St. Dunstan taught you a good song or 2? "Well, as for that," Little John said, smiling, "perhaps he has helped me learn a song or so." "Then please, let us hear how he has taught you," the repairman said. At this, Little John cleared his throat. After a word or 2 about being a little hoarse, he sang, "Ah, pretty, pretty maid, where do you go? Please, please wait for your lover too, and we'll pick the rose as it sweetly blooms, for the happy, happy winds are blowing." Now it seemed Little John's songs were never to be finished. He had not sung more than this when the inn door opened. Out came the 2 brothers from Fountain Abbey. The inn owner followed them like a humble servant. But when the brothers from Fountain Abbey saw who was singing and how he was dressed in a Grey Friar's robe, they stopped suddenly. The fat little brother frowned deeply. The thin brother twisted his face as if he had sour beer in his mouth. Then, as Little John took a breath for a new verse, "Hey now!" roared the fat brother. His voice was like loud thunder from a small cloud. "You naughty fellow! Is this a good place for someone in your clothes to drink and sing bad songs?" "No," Little John said, "since I cannot drink and sing, like your worship, in such a good place as Fountain Abbey, I must drink and sing where I can." "Now, shame on you!" cried the tall, thin brother in a harsh voice. "Shame on you, that you should disgrace your holy clothes by this talk and behavior." "Oh, come on," Little John said. "Disgrace, you say? I think it is more of a disgrace for one of our clothes to take hard-earned small coins from poor, thin farmers. Is that not true, brother?" At this, the repairman, the seller, and the poor man nudged each other. They all smiled. The friars looked at Little John with black faces, but they could not think of anything else to say, so they turned to their horses. Then Little John suddenly stood up from the bench. He ran to where the brothers from Fountain Abbey were getting on their horses. He said, "Let me hold your horses' ropes for you. Truly, your words have hurt my bad heart. So I will not stay in this bad place any more. I will go with you. No bad temptations, I know, will come to me in such holy company." "No, fellow," the thin brother said harshly, for he saw that Little John was making fun of them. "We do not want your company, so go away." "Oh dear," Little John said, "I am truly sorry that you do not like me or my company. But as for leaving you, I cannot. My heart is so moved that, whether I want to or not, I must go with you for the sake of your holy company." Now, at this talk, all the good men on the bench smiled until their teeth shone. Even the inn owner could not help but smile. As for the friars, they looked at each other with confused faces. They did not know what to do. They were so proud that it made them feel sick with shame to think of riding along the main road with a traveling friar, in clothes too short for him, running beside them. But they could not make Little John stay against his will. They knew he could break both of their bones in a moment if he wanted to. Then the fat brother spoke more gently than he had before. "No, good brother," he said. "We will ride fast, and you will get very tired at that speed." "Truly, I thank you for thinking of me," Little John said. "But do not worry, brother. My legs are strong, and I could run like a rabbit from here to Gainsborough." At these words, a sound of laughter came from the bench. At that, the thin brother's anger boiled over, like water in a fire, with much noise. "Now shame on you, you naughty fellow," he cried. "Are you not ashamed to bring such disgrace upon our holy clothes? Stay here, you drunkard, with these pigs. You are not fit company for us." "Oh, listen now," Little John said. "You hear, inn owner? You are not fit company for these holy men. Go back to your inn. No, if these most holy brothers of mine just give me the word, I'll hit your head with this strong stick until it is as soft as beaten eggs." At these words, a great shout of laughter went up from those on the bench. The inn owner's face turned red like a cherry from trying to hold back his laugh in his stomach. But he kept his happiness down. He did not want to make the brothers from Fountain Abbey angry with him by laughing too much. So the two brothers, since they could do nothing else, got on their horses. They turned their horses towards Lincoln and rode away. "I cannot stay longer, sweet friends," Little John said, as he pushed himself between the two horses. "So I wish you good day. Off we go, us three." Saying this, he swung his strong stick over his shoulder and walked off, matching his pace with the two horses. The two brothers looked angrily at Little John when he pushed himself between them. Then they moved as far away from him as they could. So the man walked in the middle of the road, while they rode on the path on each side. As they went away, the repairman, the seller, and the poor man ran jumping into the middle of the main road. Each had a pot in his hand. They watched them, laughing. While those at the inn could still see them, the brothers walked their horses slowly. They did not want to make things worse by seeming to run away from Little John. They thought about how it would sound to people when they heard how the brothers from Fountain Abbey ran away from a traveling friar, like the devil, when St. Dunstan let go of his nose from the hot tongs where he had held it tight. But when they had crossed the top of the hill and the inn was out of sight, the fat brother said to the thin brother, "Brother Ambrose, should we not go faster?" "Well, truly, friend," Little John spoke up, "I think it would be good to go a little faster, for the day is passing. So it will not shake your fat too much. Let's go, I say." At this, the two friars said nothing, but they glared at Little John again with angry looks. Then, without another word, they made a sound to their horses, and both started to gallop. So they galloped for a mile and more. Little John ran between them as easily as a deer, and did not even breathe hard from the running. At last, the fat brother pulled his horse's rein with a groan, for he could not stand the shaking any longer. "Oh dear," Little John said, without even a catch in his breath. "I was truly worried that this fast speed would shake your poor old fat belly." To this, the fat friar said nothing. He stared straight ahead. He bit his lower lip. And now they traveled forward more quietly. Little John was in the middle of the road whistling happily to himself. The two friars were on the path on each side, saying nothing. Then soon they met 3 happy musicians, all dressed in red. They stared very much to see a grey friar with such short robes walking in the middle of the road. 2 brothers with heads bowed in shame were riding on richly decorated horses on the paths. When they had come near to the musicians, Little John waved his stick like a person clearing the way. "Make way!" he cried loudly. "Make way! Make way! For here we go, us 3. Then how the musicians stared, and how they laughed. But the fat friar shook as if he had a fever. The thin friar bowed his head over his horse's neck. Then next they met 2 noble knights in rich clothes, with a hawk on each wrist, and also 2 beautiful ladies dressed in silks and velvets, all riding on fine horses. These all made room, staring, as Little John and the 2 friars came along the road. To them, Little John bowed humbly. "Greetings, lords and ladies," he said. "But here we go, us 3. Then all laughed. One of the beautiful ladies cried out, "What 3 do you mean, merry friend?" Little John looked over his shoulder, for they had now passed each other. He called back, "Big Jack, Thin Jack, and Fat Jack Pudding." At this, the fat friar groaned. He looked as if he would fall from his horse from shame. The other brother said nothing, but he looked ahead with a grim and hard look. Just ahead of them, the road made a sharp turn around a tall hedge. About 40 steps beyond the turn, another road crossed the one they were on. When they had come to the crossroads and were well away from those they had left, the thin friar suddenly stopped his horse. "Look here, fellow," he said in a voice shaking with anger. "We have had enough of your bad company. We do not want to be made fun of any more. Go your way, and let us go ours in peace." "Oh, listen now," Little John said. "I thought we were such a happy group. And here you light up like fat in a pan. But truly, I have had enough of you today, though I can hardly do without your company. I know you will miss me, but if you want me again, whisper to Goodman Wind, and he will bring news of it to me. But you see, I am a poor man, and you are rich. Please give me a penny or 2 to buy bread and cheese at the next inn." "We have no money, fellow," the thin friar said harshly. "Come, Brother Thomas, let us go forward." But Little John caught the horses by the ropes they wore on their heads, one in each hand. "Do you truly have no money at all?" he said. "Now I beg you, brothers, for charity's sake, give me something to buy a piece of bread, even if it is only a penny." "I tell you, fellow, we have no money," thundered the fat little friar with the big voice. "Do you in holy truth have no money?" asked Little John. "Not a small coin," said the thin friar sourly. "Not a large coin," said the fat friar loudly. "No," Little John said, "this must not be. Far be it from me to see such holy men as you leave me with no money. Both of you get down at once from your horses. We will kneel here in the middle of the crossroads and pray to blessed St. Dunstan to send us some money to help us on our journey." "What are you saying, you evil person?" cried the thin friar, really grinding his teeth with anger. "Do you tell me, the high cellarer of Fountain Abbey, to get down from my horse and kneel in the dirty road to pray to some poor Saxon saint?" "Now," Little John said, "I really want to hit your head for speaking like that about good St. Dunstan, but get down at once, for my patience will not last much longer, and I may forget that you are both holy men." Saying this, he spun his strong stick until it whistled again. At this speech, both friars turned as pale as bread dough. The fat brother slipped down from his horse on one side, and the thin brother slipped down on the other. "Now, brothers, down on your knees and pray," Little John said. Then, putting his heavy hands on each of their shoulders, he forced them to their knees. He also kneeled. Then Little John began to ask St. Dunstan for money. He did this in a very loud voice. After he had asked the saint for a while, he told the friars to feel in their bags and see if the saint had sent them anything. So each slowly put his hand in the bag that hung beside him, but brought nothing out. "Ha!" Little John said. "Do your prayers have so little power? Then let us try again." Then he immediately began calling on St. Dunstan again, somewhat like this. "O gracious St. Dunstan, send some money at once to these poor people, lest the fat one become thin and as thin as the thin one, and the thin one disappear to nothing at all before they get to Lincoln Town. But send them only 10 shillings each, lest they become too proud. Any more than that which you send to me. Now," he said, rising, "let us see what each man has." Then he put his hand into his bag and pulled out 4 gold coins. "What do you have, brothers?" he said. Then once again, each friar slowly put his hand into his bag, and once again he brought it out with nothing in it. "Do you have nothing?" Little John said. "No, I am sure there is something that has hidden in the seams of your bags, and so you missed it. Let me look." So he went first to the thin friar. Putting his hand into the bag, he pulled out a leather bag and counted out 110 pounds of gold money. "I thought," Little John said, "that you had missed, in some hidden part of your bag, the money that the blessed saint had sent you. And now let me see whether you have some too, brother." Then he put his hand into the fat friar's bag and pulled out a bag like the other. He counted out 70 pounds from it. "Look now," he said. "I knew the good saint had sent you some small amount that you too had missed." Then, giving them 1 pound between them, he put the rest of the money into his own bag. He said, "You promised me your holy word that you had no money. Being holy men, I trust that you would not lie about your word. Therefore, I know good St. Dunstan has sent this in answer to my prayers. But as I only prayed for 10 shillings to be sent to each of you, all over and above, that belongs by rights to me, and so I take it. I wish you good day, brothers, and may you have a pleasant journey from now on." Saying this, he turned and left them, walking away. The friars looked at one another with sad faces. Slowly and sadly, they got on their horses again and rode away without a word. But Little John turned his steps back to Sherwood Forest. He whistled happily as he walked along. And now we will see what happened to Robin Hood when he was a poor man. Chapter 17. Robin Hood turns beggar. Robin walked happily after leaving Little John. The sun was warm. He sometimes jumped or sang a little song. He felt happy because it was spring. He felt strong like a young horse. He looked at the big white clouds in the blue sky. Sometimes he stopped to enjoy nature. The small bushes were growing leaves. The grass was long and green. He also listened to birds singing. He heard a rooster crowing. He laughed because he was easily amused. He walked and was happy to stop and talk to girls he met. The morning passed. He still had not found a beggar to trade clothes with. He said, "I need to change my luck. Half the day is gone. I had a nice walk, but I don't know about a beggar's life." Then he got hungry. He stopped thinking about spring and birds. He started thinking about food. He thought about chicken, wine, and bread. He said to himself, "I wish I had Willie Winkin's wishing coat. I know what I would wish for." He counted on his fingers what he wanted. First, a warm pie with larks and gravy. Next, a boiled chicken with sliced eggs, and warm bread from the fire. The bread crust should be brown and crispy, like Maid Marian's hair. For drinks, 3 full pots of wine. Robin's mouth watered as he thought about the food. He walked and talked to himself. He came to a turn in the road. He saw a strong man sitting on a fence, swinging his legs. The man had many bags of different sizes hanging from him. His coat was old and had many colorful patches. He wore a tall leather hat. He had a strong stick next to him, as long and heavy as Robin's. He was a happy beggar. His eyes were gray and sparkled with fun. His black hair was short and curly. "Hello, friend," Robin said when he was close. "What are you doing here today with the flowers and buds?" The beggar winked and sang a happy song. "I sit upon the stile, and I sing a little while as I wait for my own true dear. Oh, for the sun is shining bright, and the leaves are dancing light, and the little fowl sings she is near, oh." The beggar added, "I'm here, but my girl is not coming." "That's a sweet song," Robin said. "I would listen more, but I have 2 serious things to ask. Please listen." The beggar tilted his head like a magpie. He said, "I'm not good for serious talks, friend, and you don't seem to have many serious words." "No," Robin said. "The first thing is very serious to me. Where can I get food and drink?" "You say that?" the beggar asked. "I don't think about it so seriously. I eat when I can. I eat dry bread when I have no crumbs. When there's no beer, I drink cold water. I was sitting here, thinking if I should eat. I like to be very hungry before I eat. Then, dry bread tastes as good as a fancy pie to King Harry. I'm hungry now, but soon I'll be really hungry." Robin laughed. "You speak in a funny way, but do you really only have dry bread? Your bags look full for such little food." "Maybe there's some other cold food in there," the beggar said cleverly. "And you have only cold water to drink?" Robin asked. "Not a drop," the beggar said. "Beyond those trees is a nice inn, but I don't go there. Once I took a tart from their window to keep it safe. Since then, they don't like me. But they have the best beer I've ever tasted." Robin laughed loudly. "They treated you badly for being kind. But tell me, what is in your bags?" The beggar looked into his bags. "I have a good piece of pigeon pie wrapped in a leaf. Here is some cooked meat and a piece of white bread. I also found 4 oat cakes and a cold ham. Oh, and 6 raw eggs. I'll cook them on the fire with butter." "Stop, friend," Robin said, holding up his hand. "You make my stomach happy with your sweet words. If you feed me, I will go to that inn and bring back beer for us." "Friend, you said enough," the beggar said, getting off the fence. "I will share my best food with you, and thank St. Cedric for your company. But please bring at least 3 quarts of beer. 1 for you, 2 for me. I'm so thirsty, I can drink like the sand drinks water." So Robin left the beggar. The beggar went to a small tree behind the hedge. He put his food on the grass. He cooked his eggs on a small fire. He was good at it from doing it often. After a while, Robin came back with a big skin of beer on his shoulder. He put it on the grass. He looked at the food on the ground. It looked very good to him. He rubbed his stomach slowly, because it seemed like the best food he had ever seen. "Friend," the beggar said, "let me feel the weight of that skin." "Yes, truly," Robin said. "Help yourself, my friend. And meanwhile, let me see if your pigeon pie is fresh." The beggar took the beer, and Robin took the pie. For a while, They only heard eating and the sound of beer leaving the skin. After a long time, Robin pushed the food away. He sighed with great happiness. He felt like a new man. "And now, good friend," he said, lying on his elbow, "I want to talk about that other serious thing I mentioned." "What?" the beggar said, upset. "You wouldn't talk about serious things after drinking this beer." "No," Robin said, laughing. "I won't stop your drinking, my friend. Drink while I talk. I like your life as a beggar. I want to try being a beggar myself." The beggar said, "I'm not surprised you like my life, but to like and to do are different. Friend, you need to learn for a long time to be a beggar. You are too old to start learning something that takes years." "Maybe so," Robin said. "I remember Gaffer Swanthold says a shoemaker makes bad bread and a baker makes bad shoes. Still, I want to try being a beggar. I just need the clothes to be good enough." "I tell you, fellow," the beggar said, "even if you were dressed like Saint Winton, our patron, you would never be a beggar. The first traveler you meet would beat you up for trying a job that's not yours." "Still," Robin said, "I want to try. I think I will trade clothes with you. Your clothes look nice. I will also give you 2 gold coins. I brought my strong stick, thinking I might need to hit someone from your group to argue about this. But I like you so much for the food you gave me. I won't even lift my finger against you, so don't be afraid." The beggar listened with his hands on his hips. When Robin finished, he tilted his head and put his tongue in his cheek. "Oh, really?" he said at last. "Lift your finger against me. Are you crazy, man? My name is Rickon Hazel. I am from Holywell, near the River Dee. I have hit many better men than you. I would hit you now, but for the beer you gave me. You won't get even a small piece of my coat, even if it saved you from hanging." "Now, fellow," Robin said, "I don't want to hurt your head, but I tell you, if not for this food, I would do something that would stop you from traveling for many days. Keep your mouth shut, or your luck will run out with your words." "Oh no, man, you made a bad choice today," the beggar cried. He stood up and took his stick. "Take your stick and fight, fellow. I will not only beat you, but I will take your money. I will leave you with nothing, not even a small coin to buy grease for your head. So fight, I say." Then Robin jumped up and grabbed his staff too. "Take my money if you can," he said. "I promise to give you every coin if you touch me." He spun his staff so it whistled. The beggar swung his staff and hit Robin hard. Robin blocked the blow. The beggar hit 3 times, but he did not touch Robin's head. Then Robin saw his chance. Before you could count to 3, Riccon's staff was over the hedge. Riccon himself lay on the green grass, still like an empty bag. "Well, well," Robin said, laughing. "Do you want my clothes or my money, my friend?" But the beggar did not answer. Robin saw he was hurt and stunned. He ran, still laughing, and brought the skin of beer. He poured some on the beggar's head and some down his throat. Soon, the beggar opened his eyes and looked around, wondering why he was on his back. Robin saw that the beggar was coming back to his senses. He said, "Now, good fellow, will you trade clothes with me, or do I need to hit you again? Here are 2 gold coins if you freely give me all your old clothes, bags, and hat. If you don't give them freely, I fear I will have to—" And he looked at his staff. Riccon sat up and rubbed the bump on his head. "Oh no," he said. "I thought I would beat you well, fellow. I don't know what happened. It's like I bought more beer than I can drink. If I must give up my clothes, I must. But first, promise me as a true yeoman that you will only take my clothes." "I promise on the word of a true yeoman," Robin said, thinking the beggar had a few pennies he wanted to save. Then the beggar pulled out a small knife from his side. He ripped open the lining of his coat. He took out 10 bright gold coins. He put them on the ground next to him and winked at Robin. "Now you can have my clothes," he said, "and you could have had them for your clothes without paying anything, much less 2 gold coins." "Really?" Robin said, laughing. "You are a sly fellow, and I tell you truly, if I had known you had so much money, maybe you would not have carried it away. I'm sure you didn't get it honestly." They took off their clothes and put on each other's. Robin Hood looked like a strong beggar. Rickon of Holywell was very happy in the new green clothes. He said, "I look good now. My wife Moll would not know me. You can have the old food, friend. I will live well with my new money and clothes." Then he left Robin. He crossed a small fence and was gone. Robin heard him singing. The song was, "Polly and Molly are happy when the beggar comes to the house. Jack and Dick call him a good man, and the owner makes a big bill. So Willie Waddykin, stay, Billy Waddykin, let the beer flow. The beggar is the man for me." Robin listened until the song stopped. Then he also crossed the fence. He walked away from where the beggar went. The road went up a small hill. Robin walked up the hill. He had many bags around his legs. He walked for a long time but found no other adventure. The road was empty. It was midday, a very quiet time. Horses were eating in the fields. Farmers and boys were eating bread and cheese under the trees. Robin walked happily on the empty road. His bags moved with him. He came to a small path. It went through a fence, down a hill, and across a small river. It went up another hill to a windmill. Robin liked the place. He took the path. He walked down a grassy hill. He came to a small valley. There he saw 4 strong men eating a big meal on the ground. They were 4 happy beggars. Each had a sign on his neck. One said, "I am blind." One said, "I am deaf." One said, "I am dumb, cannot speak." The last one said, "Help the lame one." But they ate happily, even with these problems. The deaf man heard Robin first. He said, "Brothers, I hear someone." The blind man saw him first. He said, "He is a good man, like us." The man who could not speak called to Robin loudly. He said, "Welcome, brother. Come eat while there is food and wine." The lame man had taken off his wooden leg. He made space for Robin. He said, "We are happy to see you, brother," and gave him the wine. Robin laughed. He held the wine. He said, "You should be happy to see me. I bring sight to the blind, speech to the dumb, hearing to the deaf, and a strong leg to the lame. I drink to your happiness, brothers. You are already strong." They all smiled. The blind beggar was their leader. He was big and strong. He hit Robin on the shoulder. He said Robin was very funny. "Where are you from?" asked the man who could not speak. Robin said, "I slept in Sherwood last night." "Is that so?" said the deaf man. "I would not sleep in Sherwood for all our money. If Robin Hood caught a beggar there, he would cut off his ears." "I think so too," Robin said, laughing. "What money are you talking about?" Then the lame man spoke. "Our king, Peter of York," he said, "sent us to Lincoln with money that—" "Stop, Brother Hodge," said the blind man. "I trust him, but we don't know him." "What are you, brother? Are you an upright man, a jerkman, a clapper-dudgeon, a dommerer, or an Abraham man?" Robin looked at them. His mouth was open. "Truly," he said. "I hope I am an upright man. But I don't know these words. I think it would be better if the man who cannot speak, who has a nice voice, would sing a song." They were all quiet. After a while, the blind man spoke again. He said, "You are joking if you say you don't understand these words. Tell me, have you ever robbed a rich man on the road for the money in his bag?" This means, have you ever beaten a man on the highway for his money? "No," Robin Hood said angrily. "If you make fun of me with such words, it will be bad for you. I want to hit all four of you. I would, but you gave me this good wine. Brother, pass the wine before it gets cold." But all four beggars stood up. The blind man grabbed a heavy stick from the grass. The others did too. Robin saw that things would be bad. He stood up too. He took his staff and put his back against a tree. He was ready to fight. "What?" he cried, spinning his staff. "4 of you against 1 man? Go back, bad men, or I will hit your heads until they have many marks. Are you crazy? I did nothing to you." "You lie," said the man who pretended to be blind. He was the leader and strongest. "You lie. You came here as a spy. You heard too much. You will not leave this place alive. You will die today. Come, brothers, all together. Get him." Then he swung his stick and ran at Robin like an angry bull. But Robin was ready. He hit 2 quick blows. The blind man fell, rolling on the grass. The others stepped back. They looked at Robin angrily. "Come on, bad men," Robin cried happily. "There is food and drink for all. Who wants to be next?" The beggars did not answer. They looked at Robin like big giants looked at Jack, who killed giants. They wanted to eat him, but they did not want to come closer to him and his strong stick. Then Robin saw them hesitate. He jumped at them, hitting as he jumped. The man who could not speak fell. His stick flew from his hand. The others ducked to avoid being hit. Then they ran away quickly, one in one direction, one in another. Robin watched them, laughing. He thought he had never seen such a fast runner as the lame man. But neither beggar stopped or looked back. They felt Robin's stick near their ears. Then Robin turned to the 2 strong men on the ground. He said, "These men talked about money they were taking to Lincoln. I think I can find it on this strong blind man. He sees as well as any woodsman. It is a shame to let good money stay with such thieves." So he bent over the big man. He looked in his old clothes. He found a leather bag around his body under his torn coat. He took it off. He felt it. It was very heavy. It would be good, he thought, if this was gold, not copper coins. Then he sat on the grass. He opened the bag. He found 4 round rolls wrapped in sheepskin. He opened one. His mouth opened wide, and his eyes stared. He saw 50 pounds of bright gold money. He opened the other rolls. Each had 50 bright new gold pounds. Robin said, "I heard that beggars were rich, but I never thought they sent so much money to their group. I will take it. It will be better used for good things and for my group than for these bad men." So he rolled the money in the sheepskin. He put it back in the bag. He put the bag in his shirt. Then he took the wine. He held it to the 2 men on the grass. He said, "Friends, I drink to your health. Thank you for what you gave me today. Goodbye." Then he took his staff and went happily on his way. But when the 2 strong beggars who were hit woke up, and when the others came back, they were very sad. 2 had hurt heads, their wine was gone, and they had no money. After Robin left the small valley, he walked happily, singing. He was so happy and looked like such a strong, clean beggar that every happy girl he met spoke kindly to him and felt no fear. Even dogs, who usually dislike beggars, sniffed at his legs in a friendly way and wagged their tails. Dogs know a good man by his smell, and Robin was a good man in his own way. He walked until he came to a cross near Allerton. He was a little tired. He sat down to rest on the grass. It is almost time, he thought, for me to go back to Sherwood, but I would like one more fun adventure before I go back to my group. He looked up and down the road for someone to come. At last, he saw someone riding a horse. When the traveler came close, Robin laughed. The man looked strange. He was thin and old. You could not tell if he was 30 or 60. He was so thin. His horse was as thin as him. They both looked like they had been baked and were very dry. Robin laughed, but he knew the man. He was a rich corn seller from Worksop. He had often bought all the grain in the area. He would keep it until it was very expensive, making money from poor people's needs. Everyone who knew him hated him for this. After a while, the corn seller rode up to Robin. Happy Robin stepped out in his old clothes. His bags hung around him. He put his hand on the horse's rope and told the man to stop. "Who are you, fellow, to stop me on the king's road?" said the thin man in a dry, angry voice. "Pity a poor beggar," Robin said. "Give me a penny to buy bread." "No," the man snarled. "Strong rogues like you should be in prison or hanged, not walking freely on the roads." "Oh," Robin said, "how you talk! You and I are brothers, man. Do we not both take from poor people what they need? Do we not make a living doing nothing good? Do we not both live without honest work? Have we ever earned an honest penny? Come on. We are brothers, I say. Only you are rich and I am poor. So please give me a penny." "Do you talk like that to me, sir?" cried the corn seller, angry. "I will have you whipped if I catch you where the law can get you. As for a penny, I swear I have no money in my bag. If Robin Hood himself caught me, he would find no money on me. I am too smart to travel near Sherwood with money, with that thief free in the woods." Then Happy Robin looked around to see if anyone was near. He came close to the corn seller. He stood on his toes and spoke in his ear. "Do you really think I am a beggar as I seem? Look at me. There is no dirt on my hands, face, or body. Did you ever see a beggar like that? I tell you, I am as honest as you are. Look, friend." Here he took the money bag from his chest. He showed the bright gold coins to the corn seller's surprised eyes. "Friend, these rags just hide an honest rich man from Robin Hood." "Put your money away, lad," cried the other quickly. "Are you foolish to trust beggars' rags to protect you from Robin Hood? If he caught you, he would strip you bare. He hates a strong beggar as much as a fat priest or people like me." "Is that so?" Robin said. "If I knew this, maybe I would not have come here in these clothes. But I must go on now. My trip is important. Where are you going, friend?" "I am going to Grantham," said the corn seller, "but I will stay in Newark tonight, if I can get that far." "Why, I am also going to Newark," said Happy Robin. "Since two honest men are better than one on roads with a man like Robin Hood, I will walk with you, if you don't mind my company." "Well, since you are an honest and rich man," said the corn seller, "I don't mind your company, but truly, I don't like beggars much." "Then let's go," Robin said, "for the day is ending, and it will be dark before we reach Newark." So they left. The thin horse walked slowly as before. Robin ran beside him. He was shaking with laughter inside, so he could hardly stand. But he dared not laugh aloud, so the corn seller would not suspect anything. They traveled until they reached a hill at the edge of Sherwood. Here the thin man made his thin horse walk slowly because the road was steep. He wanted to save his horse's strength, as he had far to go to Newark. Then he turned in his saddle and spoke to Robin again, for the first time since they left the cross. "Here is your greatest danger, friend," he said, "for here we are closest to that bad thief Robin Hood and where he lives. Beyond this, we come to open, safe country, so we are safer." "Oh no," Robin said. "I wish I had as little money as you, for today I fear Robin Hood will take all my money." Then the other man looked at Robin and winked slyly. He said, "I tell you, friend, I have almost as much money as you, but it is hidden so no one in Sherwood could find it." "You must be joking," Robin said. "How can one hide 200 pounds on himself? Now, since you are such an honest fellow, and much younger than I will tell you what I have never told anyone. This way, you will learn never to trust beggars' clothes to protect you from Robin Hood. Do you see these wooden shoes on my feet?" "Yes," Robin said, laughing. "Truly, they are big enough for anyone to see." "Be quiet, friend," said the corn seller. "This is no joke. The bottoms of these shoes are not what they seem. Each one is a small box. If you twist the second nail from the front, the top of the shoe and part of the bottom lift up like a lid. Inside, in each shoe, are 90 bright gold pounds wrapped in hair, so they don't make noise." When the corn seller told this, Robin burst out laughing. He put his hands on the horse's rope and stopped the sad-looking horse. "Stop, good friend," he said, laughing. "You are the cleverest old fox I have ever seen. In the bottoms of his shoes, he says, 'If I ever trust a poor-looking man again, cut my hair and paint it blue.' He is a corn seller, a horse seller, a land agent, and very cunning, I say." And he laughed again until he shook with joy. All this time the corn seller was staring at Robin, his mouth open in surprise. "Are you crazy," he said, "to talk so loudly in such a place? Let's go and save your laughter until we are safe in Newark." "No," Robin said, tears of laughter on his cheeks. "On second thought, I go no farther than here. I have good friends nearby. You can go on if you want, sweet fellow, but you must go barefoot. I am afraid you must leave your shoes behind. Take them off, friend, for I like them very much." At these words, the corn seller turned pale like a white cloth. "Who are you to talk like that?" he said. Then happy Robin laughed again. He said, "Men here call me Robin Hood. So, sweet friend, you should do what I say and give me your shoes. Hurry, please, or you will not get to Newark until after dark." When the corn seller heard the name Robin Hood, he shook with fear. He had to grab his horse's mane to keep from falling off. Then, right away, and without more words, he took off his wooden shoes and let them fall on the road. Robin, still holding the horse's rope, bent down and picked them up. Then he said, "Sweet friend, I usually ask those I meet to eat with me in Sherwood. I will not ask you because of our nice journey together. For I tell you, there are people in Sherwood who would not be as gentle with you as I have been. The name corn seller leaves a bad taste in the mouths of honest men. Take my advice and do not come so close to Sherwood again. Or perhaps one day you might suddenly find an arrow between your ribs. So, with this, I say goodbye." Then he slapped the horse's side, and the horse and rider left. But the man's face was wet with sweat from fear. I think he was never again found so close to Sherwood Forest as he was that day. Robin stood and watched him. When he was truly gone, Robin turned, laughing, and went into the forest, carrying the shoes. That night in Sherwood, the red fires glowed brightly. Around them sat the strong men of the group. They listened to Robin Hood and Little John tell their adventures. Everyone listened carefully. Again and again, the woods filled with shouts of laughter. When all was told, Friar Tuck spoke. "Good master," he said, "you had a good time, but I still say that the life of a barefoot friar is happier." "No," said Will Stuteley. "I agree with our master. He had more fun. He had 2 good fights with his staff today." So some of the group agreed with Robin Hood, and some with Little John. As for me, I think, but I leave it to you to decide who you agree with. Chapter 18. Robin Hood shoots before Queen Eleanor. The road was white and dusty. The sun was hot. The trees stood still. The air moved over the fields. In the river, fish did not move. A dragonfly sat on a plant. Its wings shined. A young man rode on a white horse. People saw him and looked. He was very handsome. He was 16 years old. His yellow hair was long. He wore silk and velvet. Jewels shined. He had a dagger. This was the Queen's helper, Richard Partington. He came from London to Nottinghamshire. The Queen sent him to find Robin Hood in Sherwood Forest. The road was hot and long. He came from Leicester town, which was 20 miles away. He was happy to see a small inn. It was cool under the trees. A sign with a blue boar hung outside. He stopped and asked for wine. Country beer was not for him. 5 men were sitting outside the inn. They were drinking beer. They looked at the young man. 2 of them wore green clothes. They had big wooden sticks. The inn owner brought wine and a glass. Young Partington poured the wine. He held up the glass. He said, "For my queen, Eleanor. May I find Robin Hood soon?" Everyone stared. The 2 men in green clothes talked quietly. One of them, a tall and strong man, spoke. He said, "Why do you want Robin Hood, Sir Page? What does the Queen want from him? I ask because I know him." Young Partington said, "If you know him, you can help him and the Queen by helping me find him." Then the other man spoke. He was handsome with a tanned face and brown hair. He said, "You look honest, Sir Page. Our Queen is kind. My friend and I can guide you to Robin Hood. We know where he is, but we do not want him to be hurt." Richard Partington said, "I do not bring harm. I have a kind message from the Queen. Please guide me to him." The 2 men looked at each other. The tall man said, "It is safe, Will." The other man nodded. They both stood up. The tall man said, "We think you are true. We will guide you to Robin Hood." Partington paid his money. The 2 men came forward. They all left. Under a green tree, Robin Hood and his men were on the grass. Allan a Dale played his harp and sang. Everyone listened quietly. They loved Allan's singing. Then they heard a horse. Little John and Will Stuteley came from the forest. Richard Partington was with them on his white horse. They came to Robin Hood. All the men stared. They had never seen such a fine young man. Robin stood up. Partington got off his horse and took off his hat. Robin said, "Welcome, fair youth. Why are you in Sherwood Forest?" Young Partington said, "You are Robin Hood, and these are your men. I bring greetings from Queen Eleanor. She has heard of you. She wants to see you. She asks you to come to London. She will keep you safe and send you back to Sherwood Forest. In 4 days, King Henry will have a big shooting contest in Finsbury Fields. Many good archers will be there. The queen wants to see you shoot. She thinks you will win. She sent me with this message. She also gives you this gold ring from her thumb as a sign of goodwill." Robin Hood bowed. He took the ring and kissed it. He put it on his little finger. He said, "I would rather die than lose this ring. I will do the Queen's bidding. I will go to London with you. But first, I will give you the best food we have." The page said, "We cannot wait. Get ready now. The Queen said she will welcome any of your men who come with you." Robin said, "You are right. We have little time. I will get ready. I will take 3 men, Little John, Will Scarlet, my cousin, and Alan a Dale, my singer. Go, boys, get ready quickly. We will leave fast. Will Stuteley, you will be the leader while I am gone." Little John, Will Scarlet, and Alan a Dale ran to get ready. Robin also got ready. Soon all 4 came out. They looked fine. Robin wore blue. Little John and Will Scarlet wore green. Alan a Dale wore red. Each man wore a small steel cap under his hat. They wore a strong coat under their shirts that no arrow could go through. Young Partington got on his horse. The men shook hands. The 5 left. That night, they stayed in Melton Mowbray. The next night, they stayed in Kettering. The next, in Bedford. The next, in St. Albans. They left St. Albans after midnight. They rode fast as the sun came up. The grass was wet. There was mist in the valleys. Birds sang. Spider webs shined like silver. They came to London when it was still early morning. Queen Eleanor was in her room. Sunlight came in through the window. Her ladies were talking quietly. The Queen sat still. The air brought the smell of red roses from the garden. A person came and said that her page, Richard Partington, and 4 men were waiting. Queen Eleanor was happy. She told them to come in. Robin Hood, Little John, Will Scarlet, and Alan a Dale came before the Queen. Robin knelt. He said, "Here I am, Robin Hood. You asked me to come, and I am here. I am your servant. I will do what you ask, even if it costs my life." Queen Eleanor smiled. She told him to stand up. She told them all to sit and rest. They had rich food and good wine. Her own pages served the men. After they ate, she asked about their adventures. They told her about the Bishop of Hereford and Sir Richard of the Lee, and how the bishop stayed in Sherwood Forest for 3 days. The Queen and her ladies laughed a lot. They imagined the bishop in the forest with Robin's men. Then the Queen asked Alan to sing. His singing was famous even in London. Alan took his harp. He played the strings softly. Then he sang, gentle river, your clear water flows brightly, moving where the trees shake, gliding where the flowers grow, singing over small stones, kissing flowers that bend low, breaking under birds that dip, turning purple where the wind blows. I could float on you forever down your current. Sadness and pain would never reach me on your bright and gentle water. So my heart looks for yours, love, to find rest and peace there, for with love I am happy, love, and my many problems stop. Alan sang. Everyone looked at him. It was very quiet. Even after he finished, it was silent for a short time. Time passed until it was time for the big archery contest in Finsbury Fields. Finsbury Fields looked bright and happy on that sunny summer morning. At the end of the field were tents for the archers. The king's archers were in groups of 80 men. Each group had a leader. There were 10 tents of striped cloth. A flag on top of each tent showed the color of the group's leader. The yellow flag of Tepus, the king's famous archer, was in the middle. Next to it was the blue flag of Gilbert of the White Hand. On the other side was the red flag of Clifton. The other 7 leaders were also well known. Egbert of Kent and William of Southampton were among them. But the first 3 were the most famous. People were talking and laughing in the tents. Servants moved around like ants, carrying drinks, bowstrings, and arrows. On both sides of the shooting area were rows of seats, high up. In the middle of the north side was a high place for the king and queen. It was covered with colorful cloth and decorated with red, blue, green, and white flags. The king and queen had not yet come, but all the other seats were full of people, one head above another. It made your eyes dizzy to look at them. 80 yards from where the archers would shoot, there were 10 targets. Each target had a flag of the group's color. Everything was ready for the king and queen. Then bugles sounded loudly. 6 trumpeters with silver trumpets rode into the field. Velvet flags with silver and gold hung from their trumpets. Behind them came King Henry on a gray horse. The queen was next to him on a white horse. Guards walked on both sides of them. Their steel weapons shined in the sun. Behind them came many people from the court. Soon the whole field was full of bright colors, silk and velvet, feathers and shining gold, sparkling jewels and sword handles. It was a beautiful sight on that summer day. All the people stood up and shouted. Their voices were like a storm on the coast. The king and queen came to their place. They got off their horses and went up the wide stairs to the high platform. They sat on 2 thrones with purple silk and silver and gold cloth. When it was quiet, a bugle sounded. The archers marched from their tents. There were 400 of them. They were strong men, the best archers in the world. They stood in front of the king and queen. King Henry looked at them with pride. He was happy to see such a strong group of men. He told his helper, Sir Hugh de Mowbray, to tell the rules of the game. Sir Hugh went to the edge of the platform and spoke in a loud, clear voice. Each man would shoot 7 arrows at his group's target. From each group of 80 men, the 3 best shooters would be chosen. These 3 would shoot 3 arrows each, and the best one would be chosen again. Then each of these would shoot 3 arrows each. The best shooter would win the first prize. The second best would win the second prize. The third best would win the third prize. Everyone else would get 80 silver pennies for shooting. The first prize was 50 gold pounds, a silver bugle horn with gold, and a quiver with 10 white arrows with gold tips and white swan feathers. The second prize was 100 of the biggest deer from Dallin Lee, to be hunted when the winner chose. The third prize was 2 barrels of good wine. Sir Hugh finished speaking. All the archers waved their bows and shouted. Then each group turned and marched back to its place. Now the shooting began. The leaders shot first. Then their men shot one by one. 2,800 arrows were shot in total. They were shot so well that each target looked like the back of a hedgehog. This shooting took a long time. When it was over, the judges came. They looked closely at the targets. They announced loudly which 3 men from each group shot the best. Then the crowd made a lot of noise. Everyone called for their favorite archer. 10 new targets were brought out. Everyone became quiet again as the archers took their places. This time the shooting was faster. Each group shot only 9 arrows. No arrow missed the targets. 5 arrows hit the small white center on Gilbert of the White Hand's target. Gilbert shot 3 of these 5. Then the judges came forward again. They looked at the targets. They called out the names of the best archer from each group. Gilbert of the White Hand was first. 6 of his 10 arrows hit the center, but Tepus and Clifton were close behind. The others still had a good chance for second or third place. Now, with the crowd roaring, the 10 best archers went back to their tents to rest and change their bowstrings. Nothing could go wrong in the next round. No hand could shake from being tired. While everyone talked, like the sound of wind in the forest, Queen Eleanor turned to the king. She said, "Do you think these archers are the very best in England?" "Yes, truly," said the king, smiling. He was happy with the shooting. "They are the best archers not only in England, but in the whole world." "But what would you say," said Queen Eleanor, "if I found 3 archers to shoot against your best 3 guards?" "I would say you did something I could not do," said the king, laughing. "There are no 3 archers in the world who can shoot as well as Tepus, Gilbert, and Clifton." "Now," said the queen, "I know 3 men. I saw them not long ago. I am not afraid to let them shoot against any 3 of your archers. Also, I will let them shoot today. But they will only shoot if you promise to forgive anyone who comes for me." At this, the king laughed loudly for a long time. "Truly," he said, "you are doing strange things for a queen. If you bring those 3 men, I promise to give them a free pardon for 40 days. They can go wherever they want. I will not hurt them at all during that time. Also, if the men you bring shoot better than my archers, they will win the prizes. Since you are so interested in these contests, do you want to make a bet?" "Well," said Queen Eleanor, laughing, "I do not know about such things. But if you want to bet, I will try to please you. What will you bet on your men?" The happy king laughed again. He loved a good joke. He said, "I will bet you 10 barrels of wine, 10 barrels of strong beer, and 200 bows of Spanish wood, with quivers and arrows." Everyone around smiled. It was a funny bet for a king to make with a queen. But Queen Eleanor bowed her head quietly. "I will take your bet," she said. "I know where to put those things you spoke of. Now, who will be on my side?" She looked around at the people, but no one spoke. No one wanted to bet against archers like Tepus, Gilbert, and Clifton. Then the queen spoke again. "Now, who will support me in this bet? Will you, my Lord Bishop of Hereford?" "No," said the bishop quickly. "It is not good for a man of God to do such things. Also, there are no archers as good as the kings in the world. I would only lose my money." "I think your money is more important to you than your holy duties," said the queen, smiling. Everyone laughed. They knew the bishop loved his money. Then the queen turned to a knight standing nearby, Sir Robert Lee. "Will you support me in this?" she said. "You are rich enough to risk so much for a lady." "To please my queen, I will do it," said Sir Robert Lee. "But I would not bet even a small coin for anyone else in the world, because no one can win against Tepus, Gilbert, and Clifton." Then Queen Eleanor turned to the king and said, "I do not need such help as Sir Robert gives me. But against your wine, beer, and strong bows, I bet this belt with jewels from my waist. It is surely worth more than yours." "Now I take your bet," said the king. "Send for your archers now, but first let the others shoot. Then I will have the winners shoot against anyone in the world." "So be it," said the queen. She gestured to young Richard Partington. She whispered something in his ear. The page bowed and left. He went across the field to the other side. He was soon lost in the crowd. Everyone around whispered. They wondered what it meant. They wondered what 3 men the queen would bring against the king's famous archers. Now the 10 archers of the king's guard stood again. The large crowd became silent, like death. Each man slowly and carefully shot his arrows. The silence was so deep that you could hear every arrow hit the target. When the last arrow was shot, a great roar went up. The shooting was worthy of the sound. Again, Gilbert hit the white center 3 times. Tepus was second with 2 in the white and 1 in the black ring next to it. But Clifton did not do as well. Hubert of Suffolk took 3rd place. Both Clifton and Hubert hit the white center twice. But Clifton missed 1 shot on the 4th ring. Hubert hit 1 in the 3rd ring. All the archers around Gilbert's tent shouted with joy until their voices were rough. They threw their hats in the air and shook hands. 5 men walked to the king's tent. Richard Partington was one of them. People knew him. The others were new. 1 man wore blue. 3 others wore green and red. The man in red carried 3 bows. They were made of wood. 2 bows had silver. 1 bow had gold. A man ran from the king's tent. He called Gilbert, Tepus, and Hubert. He asked them to come with him. Everyone stopped shouting. They saw that something big was happening. They stood up to watch. Partington and the others came to the king and queen. The 4 men in blue, green, and red bent their knees. They took off their hats to the queen. King Henry looked closely at them. The Bishop of Hereford saw their faces. He was very surprised. He opened his mouth to speak, but he saw the queen smiling. So he said nothing. His face turned red. The queen spoke loudly. "Locksley," she said, "I made a bet with the king. You and 2 of your men can shoot better than any 3 men he picks. Will you try your best for me?" "Yes," said Robin Hood. He was the man the queen spoke to. "I will try my best for you. If I do not win, I will never use a bow again." Little John was shy before, but now his feet were on the grass. He felt strong again. He said, "I like your sweet face. If a man would not try his best for you, I would hit him." "Be quiet, Little John," Robin Hood said quickly and quietly. But Queen Eleanor laughed loudly. Everyone in the tent laughed too. The Bishop of Hereford did not laugh. The king did not laugh. The king turned to the queen. He said, "Who are these men you brought?" The bishop spoke quickly. He could not be quiet. "Your Majesty," he said, "the man in blue is an outlaw. His name is Robin Hood. The tall man is Little John. The other man in green is Will Scarlet. The man in red is a singer from the north. His name is Allan a Dale." The king's face looked angry. He turned to the queen. "Is this true?" he asked. "Yes," the queen said, smiling. The bishop told the truth. He knows them well. He and 2 other men spent 3 days with Robin Hood in the forest. I did not think the bishop would tell on his friends. But remember, you promised these men would be safe for 40 days. "I will keep my promise," the king said. He was angry. "But after 40 days this outlaw must be careful. Things will not be easy for him." Then he spoke to his archers. They were near Robin Hood's men. They were listening. "Gilbert, Tepus, Hubert," he said, "I promise that you will shoot against these 3 men. If you win, I will give you silver coins. If you lose, you will lose your prizes, and they will go to them. Do your best, boys. If you win, you will be happy for a long time. Go to the targets now." The king's archers went back to their tents. Robin and his men went to their places. They got ready to shoot. They looked at their arrows. They picked the best ones. The king's archers told their friends the news. They said the 4 men were Robin Hood and his friends, Little John, Will Scarlet, and Allan a Dale. The news spread quickly. Everyone had heard of these men. People in the crowd heard the news. They all stood up. They stretched their necks to see the famous outlaws. 6 new targets were put up, 1 for each man. Gilbert, Tepus, and Hubert came out. Robin Hood and Gilbert tossed a coin. They wanted to see who would shoot first. Gilbert won. He asked Hubert to shoot first. Hubert stood in his place. He put his foot down. He put an arrow on his bow. He breathed on his fingers. He pulled the string slowly. The arrow flew straight. It hit the white circle. He shot again. He hit the target again. He shot a 3rd arrow. This time it did not hit the center. It hit the black circle, but it was very close to the white. Everyone shouted. It was the best shooting Hubert did that day. Robin laughed. He said, "You will find it hard to do better, Will. It is your turn next. Be strong. Do not shame Sherwood." Then Will Scarlet took his place. He was too careful. His first arrow missed the center. It hit the ring next to the black, which was the 2nd ring from the center. Robin bit his lips. "Boy, boy," he said, "do not hold the string so long. I told you, being too careful spoils things." Will Scarlet listened. His next arrow hit the center ring. He shot again. He hit the center again. But Hubert had shot better than him. Hubert's target was better. Everyone clapped. They were happy Hubert had won against the new man. The king said to the queen, "If your archers do not shoot better, you will lose your bet." But Queen Eleanor smiled. She thought Robin Hood and Little John would do better. Now Tepus took his place to shoot. He was also too careful. He made the same mistake as Will Scarlet. His first arrow hit the center ring, but his second arrow missed the mark. It hit the black. His last arrow was lucky. It hit the very center of the target, on the black spot. Robin Hood said, "That is the best shot today. But Tepus, you lost. Little John, it is your turn." Little John took his place. He shot his 3 arrows quickly. He did not lower his bow arm. He put each arrow on his raised bow. All 3 of his arrows hit the center, near the black. No one shouted. It was the best shooting of the day. But the people of London did not like to see Tepus lose to a man from the countryside, even if the man was famous like Little John. Now Gilbert of the White Hand took his place. He shot very carefully. Again, for the 3rd time that day, he hit the target with all 3 arrows. "Well done, Gilbert," Robin Hood said. He patted Gilbert's shoulder. "You are one of the best archers I have seen. You should be a free man like us. You are better for the forest than for London." Then Robin took his place. He took a good arrow from his quiver. He turned it over and over before putting it on his bowstring. The king spoke quietly to himself. "Saint Hubert, if you make that man miss, I will give many candles to your church." But Saint Hubert did not seem to hear the king. Robin had 3 good arrows. He looked carefully at his bowstring. "Yes," he said to Gilbert, who stood near him. "You should visit us in Sherwood." He pulled the bowstring to his ear. "In London," he let go of the arrow, "you can only shoot birds. In Sherwood, you can shoot deer." He shot while he talked. The arrow landed very close to the center. "Oh my!" cried Gilbert. "Are you a devil to shoot like that?" "No," Robin said, laughing. "I hope not that bad." He took another arrow. He put it on the string. He shot again. His arrow hit close to the center. A 3rd time he shot. His arrow landed between the other two arrows, right in the center. The feathers of all three arrows touched. From far away, they looked like one big arrow. A quiet sound went through the crowd. London had never seen such shooting, and they would not again after Robin Hood was gone. Everyone saw that the king's archers were beaten. Gilbert shook Robin's hand. He knew he could not shoot as well as Robin Hood or Little John, but the king was angry. He did not want to lose. He knew his men could not win. "No!" he cried. He held the arms of his chair. "Gilbert is not beaten yet. He hit the target 3 times. I lost my bet, but he has not lost the first prize. They will shoot again and again, until he or Robin Hood wins. Go, Sir Hugh. Tell them to shoot another round, and another, until one of them wins." Sir Hugh saw how angry the king was. He said nothing. He went to tell them. He told Robin Hood what the king said. "With all my heart," Robin said. "I will shoot until tomorrow if it makes my king happy. Take your place, Gilbert, and shoot." So Gilbert took his place again. But this time he failed. A small wind blew. His arrow missed the center circle. It missed by a very small amount. "You lost, Gilbert," Robin said, laughing. He quickly shot an arrow. Again he hit the white circle in the center. The king stood up. He did not say a word. He looked around with an angry look. It would be a bad day for anyone he saw who looked happy. Then he, the queen, and the court left. The king was very angry. After the king left, many archers came to Robin, Little John, Will, and Allen. They wanted to see these famous men. Many people who watched also came. So Gilbert and the men he was talking to were surrounded by a crowd. After some time, the 3 judges came forward. They gave out the prizes. The main judge spoke to Robin. He said, "You won the first prize. Here is the silver horn. Here are 10 golden arrows, and here is a bag of 50 golden pounds." He gave these things to Robin. Then he turned to Little John. "You," he said, "won the second prize. 100 deer. You can hunt them when you want." Last, he turned to Hubert. "You," he said, "did well against the men you shot with. So you keep your prize. 2 barrels of good wine. They will be given to you when you want them." Then he called the other 7 of the king's archers who had shot last. He gave each of them silver coins. Then Robin spoke. He said, "I will keep this silver horn to remember this shooting. But Gilbert, you are the best archer of the king's men. I give you this bag of gold. Take it. I wish it was 10 times more. You are a true and good man. Also, I give 1 golden arrow to each of the 10 men who shot last. Keep them always, so you can tell your grandchildren that you are the strongest men in the world." Everyone shouted. They liked what Robin said. Then Little John spoke. "Good friend Tepus," he said, "I do not want those deer the judge talked about. We have enough where we live. I give you 40 deer for your good shooting, and I give 5 deer to each group for their fun." Another loud shout went up. Many people threw their hats in the air. They said that Robin Hood and his men were the best men ever. While they were shouting, a big man from the king's guard came. He pulled Robin's sleeve. "Good master," he said, "I have something to tell you. It is a small thing, but a young boy, Richard Partington, was looking for you. He could not find you. He told me he had a message for you from a lady you know. He asked me to tell you the message privately, word for word. This is it. The lion growls, 'Be careful.'" "Is that so?" Robin said, surprised. He knew the queen sent the message. She was talking about the king's anger. "Thank you, good man. You helped me more than you know today." Then he called his 3 men. He told them quietly that they should leave. It was not good for them to be so close to London. So, without waiting, they walked through the crowd. They left London. They walked north, walked north, walked north, walked. Chapter 19. The Chase of Robin Hood. Robin Hood and his men left the archery place. They went home. It was good they left quickly. 6 of the king's guards came. They looked for Robin and his men to take them. The king did not keep his word. This happened because of the Bishop of Hereford. After the king left, he went to his room. The bishop and Sir Robert Lee were with him. The king did not speak. He was angry about what happened. The Bishop of Hereford spoke softly. "It is sad that this outlaw got away. If he goes back to Sherwood Forest, he will not care about the king." The king looked at the bishop. "Do you say so?" he asked. "I will show you. After 40 days, I will catch this outlaw. I will find him even if I have to cut down Sherwood Forest. Do you think a man with no friends or money can avoid the king's laws?" Then the bishop spoke again, in a soft voice. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I only want what is good for England and you. But what if you cut down every tree in Sherwood? Are there not other places for Robin Hood to hide? Cannock Chase is near Sherwood. Arden Forest is near Cannock Chase. There are many other forests in Nottingham, Derby, Lincoln, and York. You would not find Robin Hood in those places, like finding a rat in a messy attic. No, my lord, if he gets into the forest, you will never catch him." The king tapped his fingers on the table. He was annoyed. "What do you want me to do, Bishop?" he asked. "Did you not hear me promise the Queen? Your words are like wind on dead coals." "It is not for me to tell you what to do," said the clever bishop. "But if I were king, I would think like this. I promised my queen that this clever man could be free for 40 days. But look, I have this outlaw now. Should I keep a promise I made so fast? What if I promised to do what the queen said, and she told me to kill myself? Should I do it? No. Also, a woman does not know about important government things. A woman often likes something new, like picking a flower, and then throws it away when it is old. So, even though she likes this outlaw now, she will soon forget him. I have the worst man in England. Should I let him go? This is what I would tell myself if I were King of England." The bishop talked like this. The king listened to his bad advice. After a while, he told Sir Robert Lee to send 6 guards to take Robin Hood and his 3 men prisoners. Sir Robert Lee was a kind knight. He was sad the king broke his promise. But he said nothing because the king was very angry at Robin Hood. But he did not send the guards at once. He first went to the queen. He told her everything. He asked her to warn Robin. He did this not for Robin, but to save the king's honor. So, when the guards went to the archery field later, Robin and the others were not there. The sun was going down when Robin Hood, Little John, Will, and Alan walked home. The light changed from yellow to red. Shadows grew long. It became dark. The road was white between the dark hedges. The 4 men walked like shadows. Their feet made noise. Their voices were clear in the quiet air. The moon was high in the sky. They saw the lights of Barnet Town. It was about 10 or 12 miles from London. They walked through the streets. They passed houses where people sat outside in the moonlight. They came to a small inn covered with roses. Robin Hood stopped there. He liked the place. He said, "We will stay here tonight. We are far from London and the king's anger. I think the food will be good inside. What do you say, friends?" "Yes, master," said Little John. "I agree. Let us go in." Will Scarlet said, "I always do what you say, uncle, but I wish we were farther before we stop. But if you think it is best, let us go in." So they went in. They asked for the best food. They had a good meal with 2 bottles of wine. A plump young woman served them. Little John liked her. He put his hands on his hips and looked at her. He winked when she looked at him. The young woman laughed. She looked at Little John. She had dimples in her cheeks. Little John was good with women. The meal was fun. The inn had never seen such big eaters. But they finished eating. They sat and drank the wine. Suddenly, the owner came in. He said a young man named Richard Partington from the Queen's house was at the door. He wanted to see the man in blue quickly. Robin stood up. He told the owner not to follow him. He left the others wondering what was happening. When Robin went outside, Richard Partington was on his horse. He was waiting for Robin in the moonlight. "What news do you bring, Sir Page?" Robin asked. "I hope it is not bad." "It is bad," said young Partington. "The king is very angry at you because of the Bishop of Hereford. He sent men to arrest you at the archery field, but you were not there. Now he has gathered many armed men, more than 500. He is sending them fast on this road to Sherwood. They want to catch you or stop you from going back to the forest. He has given the Bishop of Hereford power over these men. You know what to expect from the bishop, a quick death. 2 groups of horsemen are already on the road, close behind me. So you should leave this place at once. If you stay longer, you will sleep in a cold prison tonight. The Queen told me to tell you this." "Richard Partington," said Robin, "this is the 2nd time you have saved my life. I will never forget this. As for the Bishop of Hereford, if I ever catch him near Sherwood again, things will not go well for him. You can tell the good Queen that I will leave this place right away. I will let the owner think we are going to St. Albans. But when we are on the main road, I will go one way through the country and send my men the other way. This way, if one of us is caught, the others might escape. We will go by different paths. I hope we will reach Sherwood safely. And now, Sir Page, goodbye." "Goodbye, brave man," said young Partington. "I hope you reach your hiding place safely." They shook hands. The young man turned his horse and rode back to London. Robin went back into the inn. He found his men sitting quietly, waiting for him. The owner was also there. He wanted to know what Master Partington wanted with the man in blue. "Up, my friends," said Robin. "This is not a safe place for us. Those who are after us will give us a bad time if we are caught. So we will go on. We will not stop tonight until we reach St. Albans." He took out his money and paid the owner. Then they left the inn. When they were on the main road outside the town, Robin stopped. He told them everything that happened with young Partington. He told them that the king's men were chasing them. Then he told them they should split up. The 3 of them would go east and he would go west. They would avoid the main roads and take different paths to Sherwood. "Be smart," said Robin Hood, "and stay away from the roads to the north until you are far to the east. Will Scarlet, you lead the others. You are clever." Then Robin kissed the 3 men on their cheeks, and they kissed him. Then they went their separate ways. Soon after this, about 20 of the king's men came to the inn in Barnet town. They got off their horses and surrounded the place. The leader and 4 others went into the room where the men had been, but they found that their birds had flown away again. The king had been stopped a 2nd time. "I thought they were bad men," said the owner, when he heard who the soldiers were looking for. "But I heard the man in blue say they would go straight to St. Albans, so if you hurry, you might catch them on the road between here and there." The leader thanked the owner. He called his men, got on his horse, and rode fast toward St. Albans on a useless chase. After Little John, Will Scarlet, and Alan a Dale left the main road near Barnet, they traveled east without stopping, as long as they could walk. They reached Chelmsford, in Essex. Then they turned north. They went through Cambridge and Lincolnshire to Gainsborough. Then, going west and south, they reached the northern part of Sherwood Forest. In all that time, they did not meet any of the king's men. It took them 8 days to reach the forest safely. But when they got to the green part of the forest, Robin was not there yet. Robin was not as lucky getting back as his men. After leaving the main northern road, he went west. He passed Aylesbury and came to Woodstock in Oxfordshire. Then he went north for a long way, through Warwick town, until he reached Dudley in Staffordshire. It took him 7 days to get this far. He thought he was far enough north, so he turned east. He avoided the main roads. He took small roads and grassy paths. He went through Lichfield and Ashby de la Zouch toward Sherwood. He came to a place called Stanton. Robin felt happy because he thought he was safe. He thought he would soon smell the forest air again. But things can go wrong even when you think you are safe. This is what happened. When the king's men found no one in St. Albans, they did not know what to do. Then another group of horsemen came, and another, until the streets were full of armed men. Between midnight and morning, another group came to the town. The Bishop of Hereford was with them. When he heard that Robin Hood had escaped again, he did not wait. He gathered his men and went north quickly. He ordered all troops coming to St. Albans to follow him without delay. On the evening of the 4th day, he reached Nottingham town. There, he divided his men into groups of 6 or 7. He sent them through the countryside, blocking every road and path to the east, south, and west of Sherwood. The Sheriff of Nottingham also called his men. He joined the bishop. He saw this as the best chance to get back at Robin Hood. Will Scarlet, Little John, and Alan a Dale had just missed the king's men to the east. The very next day after they entered Sherwood, the roads they had used were blocked. If they had traveled slower, they would have been caught by the bishop. But Robin did not know any of this. So he whistled happily as he walked along the road past Stanton. He had no worries. At last, he came to a small stream that spread across the road. It made a happy sound over its golden stones. Robin stopped because he was thirsty. He knelt down and made a cup with his hands. He began to drink. On both sides of the road, there were many bushes and young trees. Robin liked hearing the birds sing there. It made him think of Sherwood. It felt like a long time since he had been in the forest. But suddenly, as he drank, something went past his ear with a hiss. It splashed into the gravel and water next to him. Robin quickly jumped to his feet. In one jump, he crossed the stream and the road. He ran into the bushes without looking back. He knew that the sound was an arrow. If he stayed for even a moment, he would die. As he jumped into the bushes, 6 more arrows hit the branches after him. One of them went through his coat. It would have hit him deeply, but he wore a strong steel coat. Then some of the king's men came riding fast up the road. They jumped from their horses and went into the bushes after Robin. But Robin knew the area better than them. He crawled here, bent down there, and sometimes ran across open spots. He soon left them far behind. He came out onto another road about 800 steps from the one he had left. He stood for a moment, listening to the shouts of the 7 men. They moved through the bushes like dogs that had lost a scent. Then he pulled his belt tighter. He ran fast down the road toward the east and Sherwood. But Robin had not gone far in that direction when he came to the top of a hill. He saw another group of the king's men sitting in the shade by the road in the valley below. He did not wait. He saw that they had not seen him. He turned and ran back the way he had come. He knew it was better to risk escaping the men in the bushes than to run into the arms of the men in the valley. So he ran back very fast. He safely passed the bushes. Then the 7 men came out onto the open road. They shouted loudly when they saw him, like a hunter when a deer comes out. But Robin was more than a quarter of a mile away from them. He ran over the ground like a fast dog. He never slowed down. He ran mile after mile until he was near Mackworth, beyond the Derwent River, near Derby town. Here he saw he was safe for now. He slowed down his running. At last, he sat down under a hedge where the grass was long and the shade was cool. He rested and caught his breath. "By my soul, Robin," he said to himself, "that was the closest call you have ever had. I truly say that the feather of that arrow touched my ear as it flew past. This running has made me very hungry and thirsty. Now I pray St. Dunstan to send me some meat and beer quickly." It seemed as if St. Dunstan would answer his prayer. A cobbler named Quince from Derby came walking along the road. He had taken a pair of shoes to a farmer near Kirk Langley. Now he was coming home. He had a cooked chicken in his bag and a bottle of beer. The farmer had given them to him because he was happy with the shoes. Good Quince was an honest man, but he was a bit slow-witted. The only thing in his mind was, 3 shillings 6 halfpenny for your shoes, good Quince. 3 shillings 6 halfpenny for your shoes. This thought went around and around in his head, like a pea in an empty pot. "Hello, good friend," said Robin from under the hedge, when the cobbler was close enough. "Where are you going so happily on this bright day?" The cobbler stopped. He saw a well-dressed stranger in blue. He spoke to him politely. "Good day, sir. I come from Kirk Langley. I sold my shoes and got 3 shillings 6 halfpenny for them. It is good money, and I earned it honestly. But if I may ask, pretty fellow, what are you doing under the hedge?" "Oh," said happy Robin, "I am sitting here to put salt on the tails of golden birds. But truly, you are the first good bird I have seen today." At these words, the cobbler's eyes opened wide, and his mouth became round with surprise, like a hole in a wooden fence. "My goodness," he said, "I have never seen these golden birds. Do you really find them in these hedges, good fellow? Please tell me, are there many of them? I would like to find them myself." "Yes, truly," said Robin. "They are as many here as fresh fish in Cannock Chase." "Look," said the cobbler, full of wonder. "And do you really catch them by putting salt on their tails?" "Yes," said Robin, "but this salt is special. You can only get it by boiling a quart of moonlight in a wooden plate. Then you only get a tiny bit. But tell me, clever man, what do you have in that bag and that bottle?" The cobbler looked at the things Robin spoke of. He had forgotten about them because of the golden birds. It took him some time to remember. "Why," he said at last, "in one is good beer, and in the other is a fat chicken. Truly, Quince the cobbler will have a good meal today." "But tell me, good Quince," said Robin, "do you want to sell those things to me? They sound good. I will give you these nice blue clothes I am wearing, and 10 shillings for your clothes, your leather apron, your beer, And your chicken. What do you say?" "No, you are joking with me," said the cobbler. "My clothes are old and patched, and yours are fine and pretty." "I am not joking," said Robin. "Come, take off your jacket and I will show you. I like your clothes. Also, I will be kind to you. I will eat the good things you have with you, and you can eat with me." At these words, he began taking off his coat. The cobbler saw he was serious. He also began taking off his clothes, because Robin Hood's clothes looked good to him. So each put on the other's clothes. Robin gave the honest cobbler 10 bright new shillings. Happy Robin said, "I have been many things in my life, but I have never been an honest cobbler. Come, friend, let us eat. Something inside me is very hungry for that good fat chicken." So both sat down and began to eat with great joy. When they were done, the chicken bones were picked clean. Then Robin stretched his legs. He felt good inside. He said, "By your voice, good Quince, I know you have a few good songs in your head, like young horses in a field. Please sing one for me." "I have a song or two," said the cobbler. "They are not great, but you are welcome to one." So he wet his throat with some beer and sang, "Of all the joys the best I love, sing hey my frisking Nan. Oh, and that which most my soul doth move, it is the clinking can. Oh, all other bliss I'd throw away, sing hey my frisking Nan. Oh, but this—" The strong cobbler could not finish his song. Suddenly, 6 horsemen came and grabbed the honest man. They pulled him to his feet. They almost pulled his clothes off. "Ha!" shouted the leader of the group with great joy. "Have we caught you at last, you man in blue? Now praise St. Hubert, for we are 80 pounds richer now. The good Bishop of Hereford promised that much to the group that brings you to him. Oh, you clever rogue! You look so innocent. We know you, old fox. But you are coming with us to be punished right away." At these words, the poor cobbler looked around with his big blue eyes, round like a dead fish's eyes. His mouth hung open as if he had swallowed all his words and could not speak. Robin also looked surprised, just as the cobbler would have. "Oh, dear me," he said. "I do not know if I am here or nowhere. What is all this trouble, good sirs? Surely this is a kind, honest man." "Honest man, you say, clown?" said one of the men. "Why, I tell you that this is the same rogue men call Robin Hood." The cobbler looked very surprised. He was thinking many thoughts, and his mind was not clear. He looked at Robin Hood. Robin Hood looked like him. The cobbler started to think that maybe he was Robin Hood. The cobbler said, "Am I Robin Hood? I thought I was not, but maybe I am. Yes, I must be Robin Hood, but I thought I was just a worker, not a great yeoman." Robin Hood said, "Oh no, look, his mind is confused. I am Quince, the cobbler of Derby town." Quince said, "Is that true? Then I am someone else. I must be Robin Hood. Take me, men, but know that you have caught the strongest yeoman in the woods." The leader of the group said, "You want to act crazy, do you? Giles, get a rope. Tie this man's hands behind him. We will make him sane again when we take him to the bishop in Tutbury town." They tied the cobbler's hands. They led him away with a rope, like a farmer leads a calf. Robin watched them. When they were gone, he laughed. Tears came to his eyes. He knew the cobbler would be fine. He imagined the bishop's face when they brought Quince to him as Robin Hood. Then Robin walked east again, towards Nottinghamshire and Sherwood Forest. But Robin Hood had been through a lot. His trip from London was hard and long. In 1 week, he traveled more than 140 miles. He wanted to go to Sherwood without stopping, but after 10 miles, he felt weak. He sat down and rested. He knew he could not go further that day. His feet were like lead. He stood up and walked again. After 2 miles, he gave up. He saw an inn. He went inside. He asked the landlord for a room. The sun was just setting. The inn had only 3 rooms. The landlord showed Robin Hood the smallest room. But Robin did not care about the room. He could have slept on broken stones. He took off his clothes. He got into bed. He fell asleep right away. Soon after Robin slept, a big dark cloud appeared in the west. It got bigger. It looked like a mountain of darkness in the night. There were red flashes of light. Then a low sound of thunder was heard. 4 rich men from Nottingham town arrived. This was the only inn for 5 miles. They did not want to be in the thunderstorm. They gave their horses to the stablemen. They went into the best room in the inn. The floor had fresh green plants on it. They asked for the best food. After eating, they asked for their rooms. They were tired from riding all day from Dronfield. They went to their rooms. They complained about sleeping 2 in a bed, but they soon fell asleep. Then the first strong wind came. It made the doors and windows bang. It smelled of rain. It had dust and leaves. The door opened suddenly. A friar from Emmet Priory came in. He looked important. His robes were soft and clean. His rosary was rich. He told the landlord to feed his mule well. Then he asked for the best food in the house. Soon, a tasty stew with meat and onions and small dumplings was put in front of him. There was also a bottle of wine. The friar ate with great hunger. Soon, only a little sauce was left on the plate. At the same time, the storm began. Another strong wind came. A few big raindrops fell. Soon, rain fell fast. It hit the windows. Bright flashes of lightning lit up the raindrops. Thunder cracked. It rumbled like someone rolling big barrels of water in the sky. The women screamed. The men in the bar put their arms around them to calm them down. Finally, the friar asked the landlord for his room. He was not happy when he heard he had to share a bed with a cobbler, but he had no choice. He had to sleep there. He took his candle. He went to the room, grumbling like the distant thunder. When he got to the room, he held the light over Robin. He looked at Robin. He felt better. Robin was clean and fresh, not a rough, dirty man. He took off his clothes. He got into bed. Robin grunted in his sleep and made room. Robin was sleeping very deeply. If he was not, he would not have slept so quietly with a friar so close. If the friar knew Robin Hood was there, he would not have wanted to sleep with him. The night passed well. At dawn, Robin opened his eyes. He turned his head. He looked surprised. Next to him was a man with no hair on his head. Robin knew it was a holy man. He pinched himself. He was awake. He sat up in bed. The other man slept peacefully. Robin thought, "How did this man get into my bed?" He got up quietly, so he would not wake the friar. He looked around the room. He saw the friar's clothes on a bench. He looked at the clothes. Then he looked at the friar and winked. He said, "Good brother, you used my bed, so I will use your clothes." He put on the friar's clothes. He left the cobbler's clothes in their place. He went outside. The stableman was surprised to see him. Friars usually did not wake up early, but the stableman did not say anything. He just asked Robin if he wanted his mule. Robin said, "Yes, my son. Bring it quickly. I am late and must go." The stableman brought the mule. Robin got on it and left, feeling happy. As for the friar, when he woke up, he was very angry. His nice, soft robes were gone. His purse with 10 golden pounds was also gone. Only patched clothes and a leather apron were left. He yelled and swore. But his swearing did not help. The landlord could not help him. He had to go to Emmet Priory that morning for business. So he had to put on the cobbler's clothes or walk naked. He put on the clothes. He was still angry and swore revenge on all cobblers. He started walking, but his troubles were not over. Soon he met the king's men. They took him to Tutbury Town and the Bishop of Hereford. He said he was a holy man. He showed his shaved head, but they still took him. They thought he was Robin Hood. Meanwhile, Robin rode happily. He passed 2 groups of the king's men safely. He felt happy because Sherwood was close. He kept riding east. Suddenly, he met a noble knight in a shady lane. Robin stopped his mule quickly. He jumped off. "Hello, Sir Richard of the Lee," he said. "I am glad to see you today." He told Sir Richard everything that had happened. He said he felt safe now that he was near Sherwood again. But Sir Richard shook his head sadly. "You are in more danger now, Robin," he said. "The sheriff's men are blocking every road in front of you. They check everyone. I just passed them. The sheriff's men are in front, and the king's men are behind you. You cannot go either way. By now, they will know your disguise. They will be waiting for you. My castle and everything in it are yours, but it will not help. I cannot hold it against so many kings and sheriff's men in Nottingham." Sir Richard thought. Robin felt sad. He felt like a fox who hears dogs and finds his hole blocked. But then Sir Richard spoke again. "You can do one thing, Robin, only one. Go back to London. Ask Queen Eleanor for help. Come with me to my castle now. Take off these clothes. Put on my servant's clothes. Then I will go to London with some men. You can mix with them. I will take you to see and speak with the Queen. Your only hope is to get to Sherwood. No one can reach you there. You will never get to Sherwood any other way." So Robin went with Sir Richard of the Lea. He did what Sir Richard said. He knew it was the only way to be safe. Queen Eleanor walked in her rose garden. 6 ladies were with her. They were talking happily. Suddenly, a man jumped over the wall. He hung for a moment, then dropped softly onto the grass. The ladies screamed, but the man ran to the Queen and kneeled. The Queen saw it was Robin Hood. "Robin," she cried, "do you dare to come here? Oh, poor man, you are lost if the king finds you here. Do you not know he is looking for you everywhere?" "Yes," Robin said. "I know the king is looking for me. That is why I came. Nothing bad can happen to me. He promised your majesty I would be safe. Also, I know your majesty is kind and gentle, so I give my life to you." "I understand, Robin Hood," the Queen said. "You are telling me I did not do what I should have done. I know you were in great danger to jump from one danger to escape another. I promise to help you again. I will do all I can to send you back to Sherwood Forest safely. Wait here until I return." She left Robin in the garden. She was gone for a long time. When she came back, Sir Robert Lee was with her. The Queen's face was red. Her eyes were bright. She had been talking strongly. Sir Robert came to Robin Hood. He spoke to him in a cold, strict voice. He said, "Our king is less angry with you, man. He has promised again that you will leave in peace and safety. He also promised that in 3 days he will send one of his pages with you. This page will make sure no one stops your journey back. You can thank our queen. If it were not for her, you would be dead." Let this danger teach you two things. First, be more honest. Second, do not be so bold when you come and go. A man who walks in darkness like you may escape for a time, but in the end, he will fall into trouble. You put your head in the angry lion's mouth. You escaped by a miracle. Do not try it again." He turned and left Robin. For 3 days, Robin stayed in London with the Queen's family. After 3 days, the King's main page, Edward Cunningham, came. He took Robin with him. They went north towards Sherwood. Sometimes they passed groups of the King's men going back to London, but no one stopped them. At last they reached the beautiful leafy woods. Chapter 20. Robin Hood and Guy of Gisborne. A long time passed. Robin Hood changed. He was less bold. He did not go far from Sherwood Forest. He could go back to the forest easily and quickly. Many things changed. King Henry died. King Richard became king. But in Sherwood, Robin Hood and his men were happy. They hunted, ate, sang, and played. The world outside did not bother them. One summer morning, the birds sang. Their singing woke Robin Hood. Little John and the other men woke up too. After they ate, they went out. Robin Hood and Little John walked in the forest. The leaves danced in the breeze. The sunlight came through the trees. Robin Hood said, "Little John, I feel good today. What do you say we find adventures alone?" "Yes," said Little John. "We have had fun this way before. There are 2 paths. You take the right path. I will take the left path. Let's walk straight until we find something fun." "I like your idea," said Robin. "We will part here. Little John, be careful. I don't want anything bad to happen to you." Little John said, "You talk funny. I think you get into more trouble than I do." Robin Hood laughed. "You are right, Little John," he said. "You always find a way out of trouble. Let's see who does best today." They shook hands and walked away. The trees quickly hid them from each other. Robin Hood walked until he came to a wide road in the forest. The tree branches made a roof above him. The ground was soft and wet. Here, Robin Hood found a big adventure. He was walking and thinking of the birds. Then he saw a man sitting under a big oak tree. The man was on mossy roots. Robin Hood saw that the man did not see him, so he stopped and watched the man for a long time. The man was interesting to look at. Robin had never seen anyone like him. The man wore a horse's skin. It had hair on it. On his head was a hood made of horse skin. The hood hid his face. The ears of the horse stuck up like a rabbit's. He wore a jacket and pants made of the hairy skin. He had a heavy sword and a sharp knife. He had arrows on his back. His bow leaned against the tree. "Hello, friend," Robin said, coming closer. "Who are you? What are you wearing? I have never seen anything like it. If I had done something bad, I would be scared of you. I would think you were from hell." The man did not speak. He pushed back his hood. Robin saw a strong face, a hooked nose, and fierce black eyes. He looked like a hawk. The man's face, his thin mouth, and his hard eyes made Robin feel scared. "Who are you, you bad man?" the stranger said in a loud, rough voice. "Oh, no," said Robin. "Don't speak so harshly, brother. Did you eat something sour this morning? Your words are so sharp." "If you don't like my words," the man said fiercely, "you should leave. My actions are like my words." "No, I like your words," said Robin. He sat on the grass in front of the man. "Your words are clever and fun. I have never heard such words." The other man did not speak. He stared at Robin with a bad look. It was like a fierce dog before it attacks. Robin looked back with wide, innocent eyes. He did not smile. They sat and stared for a long time. Then the stranger spoke. "What is your name, friend?" he said. "Oh," said Robin, "I am happy to hear you speak. I thought I had made you speechless. My name can be this or that, but I think you should tell me your name first. You are new here. Please, tell me, why do you wear these strange clothes?" The other man laughed a short, harsh laugh. "By the bones of the devil," he said, "you are the boldest man I have ever seen. I don't know why I don't hit you. 2 days ago, I killed a man for saying less than you. I wear these clothes to keep warm. They are also like armor against a sword. My name is Guy of Gisborne. You may have heard it. I am from Herefordshire. I am an outlaw. I live by bad means. The bishop sent for me. He said if I did something the Sheriff of Nottingham wanted, I would get a pardon. I would also get £200. So I came to Nottingham. I found the sheriff. What do you think he wanted? He wanted me to come to Sherwood to find Robin Hood. Robin Hood is also an outlaw. He wanted me to take Robin Hood, dead or alive. It seems they have no one here to fight him, so they sent for me from Herefordshire. You know the saying, set a thief to catch a thief. Killing this man does not bother me. I would kill my own brother for £200. Robin listened. He was angry. He knew Guy of Gisborne. He knew about his bad deeds in Herefordshire. Guy's actions were famous. Robin hated the man. But he said nothing. He had a plan. "Truly," he said, "I have heard of your kind deeds. I think Robin Hood wants to meet no one more than you." Guy of Gisborne laughed again. "It is funny to think of one outlaw like Robin Hood meeting another outlaw like Guy of Gisborne," he said. "But it will be bad for Robin Hood. The day he meets Guy of Gisborne, he will die." "But, my kind friend," Robin said, "don't you think Robin Hood might be the better man? I know him well. Many think he is one of the strongest men around here." "He may be the strongest here," said Guy of Gisborne, "but this forest is not the whole world. I bet my life I am the better man." "He is an outlaw? I hear he has never shed blood, except when he first came to the forest. Some call him a great archer. I would not be afraid to shoot against him every day." "Yes, some people call him a great archer," said Robin Hood, "but we in Nottinghamshire are good with the longbow. Even I, though I am not a great archer, would try to shoot against you." Guy of Gisborne looked at Robin with surprise. Then he laughed loudly. The woods echoed. "You are a bold man to talk to me like this," he said. "I like your spirit. Few men dare to speak to me. Put up a target, boy, and I will shoot with you." "Oh, no," said Robin. "Only babies shoot at targets here. I will put up a good Nottingham mark for you." He stood up. He went to a hazel bush. He cut a stick, about twice the size of a thumb. He peeled the bark. He sharpened the end. He stuck it in the ground in front of a big oak tree. Then he measured 80 steps. This put him next to the tree where the other man sat. "There," he said, "is the kind of mark Nottingham archers shoot at. Now, let me see you split that stick if you are an archer." Then Guy of Gisborne stood up. "Oh no," he cried. "The devil himself could not hit such a mark." "Maybe he could, maybe he couldn't," said Robin. "But we won't know until you shoot." Guy of Gisborne looked at Robin with a frown. But Robin still looked innocent. So Guy did not speak. He strung his bow. He shot twice. He did not hit the stick either time. He missed by a hand's width the first time. He missed by a good palm's width the second time. Robin laughed. "I see now," he said. "The devil himself could not hit that mark. My friend, if you are no better with a sword than with a bow and arrow, you will never defeat Robin Hood." Guy of Gisborne looked angrily at Robin. "You have a happy tongue, you bad man," he said. "But be careful. I might cut it out of your throat." Robin Hood strung his bow. He stood in his place without a word, but his heart shook with anger. He shot twice. The first time he hit within an inch of the stick. The second time he split it in the middle. Then he threw his bow on the ground. He did not let the other man speak. "There, you bloody villain!" he cried fiercely. "That shows you how little you know about manly sports. Now look at the daylight one last time. You have been on this good earth long enough, you bad beast. Today, if God wills it, you die. I am Robin Hood." As he spoke, he pulled out his shining sword. For a moment, Guy of Gisborne stared at Robin as if he had lost his mind, but his surprise quickly turned to anger. "Are you Robin Hood?" he cried. "Now I am glad to meet you, you poor man. Say your prayers. You will not have time later." As he spoke, he also pulled his sword. Then came the fiercest fight Sherwood had ever seen. Each man knew that one of them must die. There would be no mercy. They fought up and down. The green grass was crushed under their feet. More than once, Robin Hood's sword cut the other man. Soon, red drops were on the ground, but none of them were from Robin. At last, Guy of Gisborne made a strong and deadly thrust at Robin Hood. Robin jumped back quickly, but as he jumped, his foot caught a root. He fell hard on his back. "Holy Mary, help me," he whispered. The other man jumped at him, with an angry smile. Guy of Gisborne stabbed at Robin with his big sword, but Robin caught the blade in his bare hand. It cut his palm, but he turned the point away. It went deep into the ground next to him. Before another blow could be struck, he jumped to his feet. His good sword was in his hand. Now sadness fell on Guy of Gisborne's heart. He looked around wildly, like a hurt hawk. Robin saw that Guy was losing strength. Robin jumped forward. Quickly, he struck a blow under Guy's sword arm. The sword fell from Guy of Gisborne's hand. He staggered back. Before he could recover, Robin's sword went through his body. He spun around. He threw his hands up. He gave a loud, wild cry. He fell on his face on the green grass. Then Robin Hood wiped his sword. He put it back in its case. He went to where Guy of Gisborne lay. He stood over him with his arms crossed. He talked to himself. "This is the first man I have killed since I shot the king's forester when I was young. I often think sadly of that first life I took. But I am happy about this one. It is like I killed a wild boar that ruined a good country. Since the Sheriff of Nottingham sent such a man against me, I will wear his clothes. I will go and see if I can find the sheriff. Maybe I can pay him back some of the debt I owe him." So, Robin Hood took the hairy clothes from the dead man. He put them on himself, even though they were bloody. Then, he put the other man's sword and dagger around his body. He carried his own sword in his hand. He also took the two bows. He pulled the horsehide hood over his face. No one could tell who he was. He left the forest. He walked toward the east, toward Nottingham town. As he walked on the roads, people hid from him. Guy of Gisborne's name and deeds made people afraid. Now, let's see what happened to Little John. Little John walked through the forest paths. He came to the edge of the woods. There were fields of barley, corn, and green meadows. The sun shone on them. He came to the main road. There was a small house with a thatched roof. It was behind some twisted crab trees. There were flowers in front of it. He stopped suddenly. He thought he heard someone crying. He listened. It came from the house. So he walked to the house. He opened the gate and went in. He saw an old woman with gray hair. She was sitting by a cold fireplace. She was rocking back and forth and crying. Little John had a kind heart. He felt sad for others. So he went to the old woman. He gently patted her shoulder. He spoke kind words to her. He told her to cheer up. He asked her to tell him her troubles. He said he might be able to help. The old woman shook her head. But his kind words made her feel a little better. After a while, she told him everything. That morning, she had 3 tall, handsome sons. They were the best in Nottinghamshire. But now they were gone. They were going to be hanged. They were poor. Her oldest son had gone into the forest the night before. He had killed a deer in the moonlight. The king's foresters followed the blood on the grass. They came to her house. They found the deer meat in the cupboard. Neither of the younger sons would tell on their brother. So the foresters took all 3 away. The oldest son said he alone killed the deer, but they still took all 3. As they went, she heard the foresters talking. They said the sheriff had sworn to stop deer killing. He would hang the first person caught on the nearest tree. They were taking the 3 boys to the King's Head Inn near Nottingham town. The sheriff was staying there that day. They would wait for a man he sent into Sherwood to find Robin Hood. Little John listened. He shook his head sadly. "Oh," he said when the old woman finished. "This is a bad situation. Who is this man going into Sherwood after Robin Hood? Why is he looking for him? It doesn't matter now. I wish Robin Hood were here to help us. But we cannot waste time sending for him now if we want to save your 3 sons. Do you have any clothes I can wear instead of these green ones? If our strong sheriff catches me without a disguise, I will be hanged faster than your sons, I tell you, madam." The old woman said she had some clothes of her husband. He had died 2 years before. She brought them to Little John. He took off his green clothes. He put on the husband's clothes. Then he made a wig and a fake beard from wool. He covered his own brown hair and beard. He put on a tall hat that belonged to the old man. He took his staff in one hand and his bow in the other. He went quickly to the inn where the sheriff was. About a mile from Nottingham town, near Sherwood Forest, was the King's Head Inn. It was busy that morning. The sheriff and 20 of his men were there. They were waiting for Guy of Gisborne to come back from the forest. There was cooking in the kitchen. There was the sound of wine and beer barrels in the cellar. The sheriff was inside. He was eating the best food. The sheriff's men sat outside. They drank ale, or they lay under the oak trees, talking and laughing. The horses stood nearby. They made noise with their feet and tails. The king's foresters came to this inn. They brought the widow's 3 sons. The boys' hands were tied behind their backs. A rope tied them together from neck to neck. They were taken to the room where the sheriff was eating. They stood shaking before him. He looked at them sternly. "So," he said in a loud, angry voice, "you have been killing the king's deer, have you? I will deal with you quickly today. I will hang all 3 of you, like a farmer hangs crows to scare others away. Our good county of Nottingham has had too many bad men like you for too long. I have put up with this for many years, but now I will stop it. I will start with you." One of the poor boys started to speak, but the sheriff roared at him to be quiet. He told the foresters to take them away. He would deal with them after he ate. So the 3 poor boys were taken outside. They stood with bowed heads. They felt hopeless. After a while, the sheriff came out. He called his men. "These 3 bad men will be hanged at once," he said. "But not here. It might bring bad luck to this good inn. We will take them to that group of trees over there. I want to hang them on the trees of Sherwood itself, to show those bad outlaws what they can expect from me if I catch them." As he spoke, he got on his horse. His men did too. They all rode to the trees he spoke of. The poor boys walked among them, guarded by the foresters. They came to the place. Nooses were put around the boys' necks. The ends of the ropes were thrown over a branch of a big oak tree. Then the 3 boys fell to their knees. They loudly begged the sheriff for mercy. But the Sheriff of Nottingham laughed. "Now," he said, "I wish I had a priest here to hear your confessions. But there isn't one nearby. So you must go on your way with all your sins on your backs. Trust St. Peter to let you into heaven, like 3 salesmen into town." Meanwhile, an old man came near. He stood leaning on his staff, watching. His hair and beard were white and curly. He had a yew bow on his back. It looked too strong for him to use. The sheriff looked around before he ordered his men to hang the 3 boys. His eyes saw this strange old man. The sheriff waved to him. "Come here, father," he said. "I have a few words for you." So Little John, for it was he, came forward. The sheriff looked at him. He thought there was something familiar about the face. "How now?" he said. "I think I have seen you before. What is your name, father?" "Please, your worship," said Little John in a shaky voice like an old man. "My name is Giles Hobble, at your service." "Giles Hobble, Giles Hobble," the sheriff muttered to himself. He was trying to remember names. "I don't remember your name," he said at last. "But it doesn't matter. Do you want to earn 6pence this bright morning?" "Yes," said Little John, "for I don't have much money. I would not throw away 6pence if I could earn it honestly. What do you want me to do, your worship?" "Why, this," said the sheriff. "Here are 3 men who need hanging. If you hang them, I will pay you 2pence each. I don't like my men to be hangmen. Will you try?" "Indeed," said Little John, still in the old man's voice. "I have never done such a thing before, but if 6pence can be earned so easily, I might as well have it. But your worship, have these bad fellows confessed their sins?" "No," said the sheriff, laughing. "Not at all, but you can do that too if you wish. But hurry, please. I want to go back to my inn soon." So Little John came to where the 3 boys stood shaking. He put his face to the first boy's cheek. It looked like he was listening. He whispered softly in his ear, "Stand still, brother, when you feel your ropes cut. But when you see me throw my woolen wig and beard from my head and face, throw the noose from your neck and run to the woods." Then he slyly cut the rope that tied the boy's hands. The boy stood still as if he were still tied. Then he went to the second boy. He spoke to him the same way. He also cut his ropes. He did this to the 3rd boy too. He did it so slyly that the sheriff, who sat on his horse laughing, did not know what was happening. His men did not know either. Then Little John turned to the sheriff. "Please, your worship," he said, "will you let me string my bow? I want to help these men on their way when they are swinging, with an arrow under their ribs." "With all my heart," said the sheriff. "Only, as I said, make haste." Little John put the tip of his bow to his foot. He strung the bow. Everyone was surprised to see an old man so strong. Next, he took a good, smooth arrow from his quiver. He put it on the string. Then he looked around to make sure the way was clear behind him. Suddenly, he threw away the wool from his head and face, He shouted loudly, "Run!" Quickly, the three boys threw the nooses from their necks. They ran across the open ground to the woods. They ran as fast as an arrow from a bow. Little John also ran to the trees like a fast dog. The sheriff and his men stared after him. They were confused by what had just happened. But before Little John had gone far, the sheriff woke up. "After him!" he roared loudly. For he knew now who he had been talking to. He wondered why he had not known him before. Little John heard the sheriff's words. He saw that he could not reach the woods before they caught him. He stopped and turned suddenly. He held his bow as if he were about to shoot. "Stand back!" he cried fiercely. "The first man who moves forward 1 foot or touches a finger to his bowstring dies." The sheriff's men stopped. They knew Little John would do what he said. If they did not obey, they would die. The sheriff yelled at them. He called them cowards. He told them to go forward, but they did not move. They watched Little John. He walked slowly to the forest. He watched them. The sheriff was angry. He saw Little John getting away. His head hurt. He didn't know what he was doing. He turned his horse. He kicked the horse. He shouted. He rode fast toward Little John. Little John raised his bow. He pulled the arrow back, but his bow broke. The arrow fell. The sheriff's men shouted. They followed the sheriff. They ran to Little John. The sheriff was faster. He reached Little John before he got to the woods. The sheriff hit him hard. Little John moved his head. The sword hit his head flat. Little John fell down. He was unconscious. "I am happy," the sheriff said. The men came. Little John was not dead. "I didn't kill him too fast. I would rather lose a lot of money than have him die now. He should hang. William, get some water from the fountain. Pour it on his head." The man did it. Little John opened his eyes. He was confused. They tied his hands behind him. They put him on a horse. His face was to the back of the horse. His feet were tied under the horse. They took him back to the King's Head Inn. They laughed. The widow's 3 sons got away. They hid in the forest. The Sheriff of Nottingham was in the King's Head Inn again. He was happy. He had caught Little John. He said to himself, "Tomorrow he will hang in front of Nottingham town. I will get my revenge." He drank some wine. He thought about something. He put the cup down quickly. "I don't want this man to get away. Robin Hood is smart. If Robin Hood escapes, he might help Little John. Maybe I should not wait until tomorrow to hang him." He pushed his chair back. He went outside. He called his men. He said, "I will not wait to hang him. We will do it now. We will hang him from the tree where he saved those 3 men." They put Little John on the horse again. His face was to the tail. 1 man led the horse. Others rode around him. They went to the tree. This was the tree where they planned to hang the poachers. They rode along the road. They came to the tree. 1 man spoke to the sheriff. "Sir, is that Guy of Gisborne, the one you sent to find Robin Hood?" The sheriff looked. "Yes, it is him. I hope he killed Robin Hood, like we will kill Little John." Little John heard this. He looked up. He felt sad. The man's clothes had blood. He had Robin Hood's horn. He had Robin Hood's bow and sword. "What happened in the forest?" the sheriff asked Robin Hood. He was wearing Guy of Gisborne's clothes. "Your clothes have blood." "If you don't like my clothes, close your eyes," Robin said in Guy of Gisborne's voice. "The blood is from a bad outlaw. I killed him today. I also got hurt." Little John spoke for the first time. "Oh, you bad bloody man. I know you, Guy of Gisborne. Everyone knows you. They hate you for your bad deeds. Did you kill Robin Hood? You are a good tool for this bad sheriff. I will die happily now. Life is nothing to me." Little John cried. The Sheriff of Nottingham was happy. "Guy of Gisborne," he said, "if this is true, it is the best thing you have ever done." "It is true," Robin said in Guy of Gisborne's voice. "Look, this is Robin Hood's sword. This is his bow. This is his horn. Do you think he gave them to Guy of Gisborne?" The sheriff laughed loudly. "This is a good day. The outlaw is dead. His helper is with me. Ask me what you want, Guy of Gisborne. It is yours." "I want this," Robin said. "I killed the leader. Now I want to kill his helper. Give this man's life to me, Sheriff." "You are a fool," the sheriff said. "You could have asked for a lot of money. I don't want to let this man go, but I promised. You can have him." "Thank you," Robin said. "Men, take him off the horse. Lean him against that tree. I will show you how we kill a pig." Some of the sheriff's men shook their heads. They didn't care if Little John hanged, but they didn't want to see him killed like that. The sheriff told them loudly to take Little John off the horse. He told them to lean him against the tree. Robin Hood strung his bow. He also strung Guy of Gisborne's bow. No one saw him do it. Little John stood against the tree. Robin Hood took Guy of Gisborne's dagger. "Move back! Move back!" he shouted. "Don't get too close! Move back, I said! Farther!" They moved back. Many turned their faces away. They didn't want to see what would happen. "Come," Little John said. "Here is my chest. The same hand that killed my master should kill me too. I know you, Guy of Gisborne." "Be quiet, Little John," Robin said softly. "You said you know me 2 times, but you don't know me. Can't you tell it's me under these clothes? My bow and arrows are in front of you. My sword is there too. Take them when I cut your ropes. Now, get them fast." He cut the ropes. Little John moved fast. He grabbed the bow, arrows, and sword. At the same time, Robin Hood pulled back the hood from his face. He held Guy of Gisborne's bow. He put an arrow on the string. "Stand back," he said strongly. "The first man who touches a bowstring will die. I killed your man, Sheriff. Be careful it's not your turn next." Little John had his weapons. Robin Hood put his horn to his lips. He blew 3 loud and clear sounds. The Sheriff of Nottingham saw Robin Hood's face. He heard the horn. He felt scared. "Robin Hood!" he shouted. He turned his horse. He rode away fast. The sheriff's men saw their master running. They thought they should not stay. They rode their horses after him. The sheriff rode fast, but he could not escape an arrow. Little John shot his bow. The sheriff rode into Nottingham town. An arrow stuck out from his back. For a month, the sheriff could only sit on soft cushions. The sheriff and 20 men ran away from Robin Hood and Little John. Will Stuteley and 12 other men came out of the trees. They did not see the sheriff or his men. The sheriff and his men were far away in a cloud of dust. Then they all went back into the forest. They found the widow's 3 sons. The sons ran to Little John. They kissed his hands. They could not stay in the forest anymore. They promised to tell their mother they were safe. They would come to the greenwood tree that night. Then they would join Robin Hood's group. Chapter 21. King Richard comes to Sherwood Forest. About 2 months later, there was a lot of excitement in Nottingham. King Richard was traveling around England. Everyone thought he would visit Nottingham town. The king and the sheriff sent messages to each other. Finally, they decided the king would stay with the sheriff in Nottingham. Then there was even more busy work. People were running around. You could hear hammers and voices everywhere. They were building big arches over the streets for the king to ride under. They put colorful flags on the arches. There was also a lot of noise in the town's guild hall. A big dinner was planned there for the king and his friends. The best builders were making a special seat for the king and the sheriff to sit together. It felt like the day the king would arrive would never come, but it did. The sun was bright, shining on the stone streets. Many people filled the streets. People from the town and the country stood very close together, like fish in a box. The sheriff's men had to push them back to make space for the king to ride. A big monk said to one of the sheriff's men, "Be careful who you push. Don't push your arm into me. If you are not more polite, I will hit you, even if you are one of the sheriff's men." Many tall men in green clothes, who were in the crowd, laughed. But one man, who seemed to be in charge, touched the monk with his arm. "Be quiet, Tuck," he said. "Didn't you promise me you would be quiet before we came here?" "Yes," the monk grumbled, "but I didn't think a rough man would step on my feet as if they were just acorns." Suddenly, they all stopped talking. They heard many bugle horns playing down the street. Everyone looked in that direction. The pushing and moving became even bigger. Then, many shining men came into view. The people cheered loudly, like fire moving through dry grass. 28 heralds rode first. They wore fancy clothes of velvet and gold. White feathers were on their heads. Each herald held a long silver trumpet and played it. From each trumpet hung a heavy flag of velvet and gold with the king's symbols. After them came 100 noble knights, riding 2 by 2. They wore armor but no helmets. They held long spears with colorful flags. Next to each knight walked a young helper in rich silk clothes. Each helper carried his master's helmet with long, flowing feathers. Nottingham had never seen such a beautiful sight. The sun shined brightly on the knights' armor as they rode their big war horses. Their armor made a clashing sound, and their chains jingled. After the knights came the lords and nobles in silk robes and gold chains. They had jewels on their belts. After them came many soldiers with spears. In the middle of them rode 2 men side by side. One was the Sheriff of Nottingham in his official clothes. The other man was taller than the sheriff. He wore simple but rich clothes and a heavy chain around his neck. His hair and beard were like gold, and his eyes were as blue as the summer sky. As he rode, he bowed to the people on his right and left. A loud cheer followed him. This was King Richard. Then, above all the noise, a loud voice shouted, "God bless you, our good King Richard, and bless you too, Our Lady of the Fountain." King Richard looked to where the voice came from. He saw a tall, big priest standing in front of the crowd, leaning back against the people behind him. "By my soul, Sheriff," the king said, laughing, "you have the tallest priests in Nottinghamshire I have ever seen. If God didn't answer prayers because he couldn't hear, I still think I would get blessings from that man. He could make the big stone statue of St. Peter rub its ears and listen to him. I wish I had an army of men like him." The sheriff did not say a word. All the color left his face, and he held on to his saddle so he would not fall. He also saw the man who shouted, and knew it was Friar Tuck. Also, behind Friar Tuck, he saw the faces of Robin Hood, Little John, Will Scarlet, Will Stuteley, Allan a Dale, and others from their group. "What's wrong?" the king asked quickly. "Are you sick, Sheriff? You are so white." "No, your majesty. the sheriff said. "It was just a sudden pain that will go away soon." He said this because he was ashamed. He didn't want the king to know that Robin Hood was not afraid of him and dared to come into Nottingham town. So the king rode into Nottingham town on that bright afternoon in early autumn. Robin Hood and his men were very happy to see him arrive like a king. Evening came. The big dinner in the Guild Hall in Nottingham town was over. They were drinking a lot of wine. 1,000 candles shined on the long table. Lords, nobles, knights, and squires sat there. At the head of the table, on a special seat covered in gold cloth, sat King Richard with the Sheriff of Nottingham next to him. The king laughed and said to the sheriff, "I have heard much about some people here. One is Robin Hood and his group. They are outlaws and live in Sherwood Forest. Can you tell me something about them, Sir Sheriff? I hear you have met them many times." The Sheriff of Nottingham looked down sadly. The Bishop of Hereford, who was there, bit his lip. The sheriff said, "I can tell your majesty little about what those bad people do, only that they are the bravest lawbreakers in the land." Then young Sir Henry of the Lea spoke. He was a favorite of the king and had fought with him in a faraway land. "Please, your majesty," he said, "when I was away, I often heard from my father, and most times I heard about this Robin Hood. If your majesty would like, I will tell you a story about this outlaw." The king laughed and told him to tell his story. So Sir Henry told how Robin Hood helped Sir Richard of the Lea with money he borrowed from the Bishop of Hereford. The king and the others present laughed loudly many times. The poor bishop's face turned red with anger because it was a bad memory for him. When Sir Henry of the Lea finished, others, seeing how much the king liked the story, told more stories about Robin and his men. "By my sword," said King Richard, "this is a bold and funny outlaw, the best I've ever heard of. I must deal with this myself and do what you could not, Sheriff. I must get rid of him and his group from the forest." That night, the king was in his room in Nottingham town. With him were young Sir Henry of the Lea and 2 other knights and 3 lords from Nottinghamshire. But the king was still thinking about Robin Hood. "I would give £100 to meet this tricky fellow, Robin Hood," he said, "and to see some of what he does in Sherwood Forest." Then Sir Hubert of Gingham spoke, laughing. "If your majesty wants to do that, it's not hard. If your majesty is willing to lose £100, I promise you will not only meet this man, but also eat with him in Sherwood." "Oh, Sir Hubert," said the king, "that makes me very happy. But how will you make me meet Robin Hood?" "Well," said Sir Hubert, "let your majesty and us here put on the clothes of 7 black friars, and let your majesty put a bag with £100 under your clothes. Then let's ride from here to Mansfield town tomorrow. If I'm not wrong, we will both meet Robin Hood and eat with him before the day ends." "I like your plan, Sir Hubert," the king said happily. "Tomorrow we will try it and see if it works." So the next morning, when the sheriff came to see the king told him what they had talked about the night before. He told him about the fun adventure they were going to do that morning. But when the sheriff heard this, he hit his head with his hand. "Oh no," he said. "What bad advice has been given to you? Oh, my king, you don't know what you are doing. This bad man you are going to find doesn't respect the king or the king's laws." "But didn't I hear correctly that Robin Hood has not hurt anyone since he became an outlaw, except for that bad guy of Gisborne, for whose death all good men should thank him?" "Yes, your majesty," said the sheriff. "You heard correctly. But—" "Then," the king said, stopping the sheriff, What do I have to fear from meeting him, since I have done him no harm? Truly, there is no danger in this. But maybe you will go with us, Sir Sheriff." "No," the sheriff said quickly. "God forbid." But then 7 robes like those worn by black friars were brought. The king and the others put them on. The king put a bag with 100 gold pounds under his robes. Then they all went out and got on the mules that were waiting for them. The king told the sheriff to keep their plans a secret. So they started their journey. They rode along, laughing and joking, until they left the open fields where the harvest had been gathered. They rode through scattered clearings that became thicker as they went further, until they were deep in the forest. They rode for several miles in the forest without meeting anyone they were looking for. They reached the part of the road closest to Newstead Abbey. "By St. Martin," said the king, "I wish I were better at remembering important things. We came here and did not bring even a drop of anything to drink. Now I would give 50 pounds for something to drink." As soon as the king spoke, a tall man stepped out from the trees by the road. He had a yellow beard and hair and merry blue eyes. "Truly, holy brother," he said, putting his hand on the king's mule, "it would be wrong not to agree to such a good offer. We have an inn near here. For 50 pounds, we will give you a good drink of wine and a great meal you will never forget." As he spoke, he put his fingers to his lips and made a loud whistle. Then the bushes and branches on both sides of the road moved and cracked. 60 strong men in green clothes came out of the trees. "Hello, fellow," said the king. "Who are you, you naughty rogue? Do you not respect holy men like us?" "Not at all," said merry Robin Hood, for it was he. "Because all the holiness that rich friars like you have, you could fit in a small cup, and a good wife wouldn't even feel it with her finger. As for my name, it is Robin Hood, and you may have heard it before." "Get away from me," said King Richard. "You are a bold and bad fellow, and an outlaw, as I have often heard. Please, let me and my brothers travel in peace." "That cannot be," said Robin, "for it would look bad if we let such holy men travel with empty stomachs. But I am sure you have a full bag of money to pay for your meal at our inn, since you offered so much for just a drink of wine. Show me your bag, respected brother, or I might have to take your robes off to search for it myself." "No, do not use force," the king said firmly. "Here is my bag, but do not touch us with your lawless hands." "Oh, come on," said merry Robin. "What proud words are these? Are you the King of England to talk to me like that? Here, Will, take this bag and see what's inside." Will Scarlet took the bag and counted the money. Then Robin told him to keep 50 pounds for themselves and put 50 back into the bag. He gave this back to the king. "Here, brother," he said, "take this half of your money, and thank St. Martin, whom you called on before, that you have met such gentle rogues who will not take everything from you as they could. But will you not take off your hood? For I want to see your face." "No," said the king, moving back. "I cannot take off my hood, for we 7 have promised not to show our faces for 24 hours. "Then keep them covered in peace," said Robin, "and I will not make you break your promises." So he called 7 of his men and told each of them to take a mule by the rope. Then, turning toward the deeper parts of the forest, they rode until they came to the open field and the green tree. Little John, with 60 men, had also gone out that morning to wait along the roads and bring a rich guest to Sherwood if he was lucky. Many people with full purses had to travel the roads at this time because of all the big events in Nottinghamshire. But even though Little John and many others were gone, Friar Tuck and 40 or more strong men were sitting or lying around under the big tree. When Robin and the others came, they stood up to meet him. "By my soul," said merry King Richard, when he got down from his mule and looked around, "you truly have a fine group of young men with you, Robin. I think King Richard himself would be happy to have such bodyguards." "These are not all of my men," Robin said proudly, "for 60 more of them are away on business with my good helper, Little John. But, as for King Richard, I tell you, brother, there is not one of us who would not give our blood for him. You churchmen cannot truly understand our king, but we men love him very much because of his brave actions, which are so like our own." But now Friar Tuck came up, bustling. "Good day, brothers," he said. "I am very happy to welcome some people like me in this bad place. Truly, I think these outlaws would be in trouble if it were not for the prayers of Holy Tuck, who works so hard for their well-being." Here he winked slyly and put his tongue in his cheek. "Who are you, mad priest?" said the king in a serious voice, though he smiled under his hood. At this, Friar Tuck looked around slowly. "Look now," he said. "Never let me hear you say again that I am not a patient man. Here is a friar who calls me a mad priest, and yet I do not hit him. My name is Friar Tuck, fellow, the holy Friar Tuck." "There, Tuck," said Robin. "You have said enough. Please, stop talking and bring some wine. These respected men are thirsty, and since they paid so much for their meal, they must have the best." Friar Tuck felt a little annoyed at being stopped like that. Still, he went straight to do what Robin asked. Soon, a big pot was brought, and wine was poured for all the guests and for Robin Hood. Then Robin held his cup up. "Wait," he cried. "Do not drink until I give you a toast. Here's to good King Richard of great fame, and may all his enemies be defeated." Then all drank to the king's health, even the king himself. "I think, good fellow," he said, "you have drunk to your own defeat." "Not at all," said merry Robin, "for I tell you that we of Sherwood are more loyal to our king than those of your religious order. We would give our lives for his good, while you are happy to stay safe in your abbeys and priories, no matter who is king." At this, the king laughed. He said, "Perhaps King Richard's well-being is more important to me than you know, fellow. But enough of that. We have paid well for our food, so can you not show us some fun entertainment? I have often heard that you are wonderful archers. Will you not show us some of your skill?" "With all my heart," said Robin. "We are always happy to show our guests all the fun to be seen. As old Swanthold says, it's a hard heart that will not give a caged bird the best food, and you are like caged birds with us. Ho, lads, put up a target at the end of the clearing." Then, as the men ran to do what their master asked, Tuck turned to one of the fake friars. "Do you hear our master?" he said with a sly wink. "Whenever he hears a silly joke, he always says, 'Old Swanthold said it,' whoever that is, so that poor man carries all the bits and pieces of our master's thoughts on his back." Friar Tuck said this in a low voice, so Robin could not hear him, because he was a little annoyed that Robin had stopped him so quickly. Meanwhile, the target they were to shoot at was set up at a distance of 120 paces. It was a circle of leaves and flowers, about 2 hands wide. It hung on a stick in front of a wide tree trunk. "There," said Robin. "That is a good target, lads. Each of you shoot 3 arrows at it. If anyone misses by even 1 arrow, he will get a punch from Will Scarlet." "Listen to him," said Friar Tuck. "Why, master, You give punches from your strong nephew as if they were gentle touches from a playful girl. I bet you are sure you will hit the target yourself, or you would not be so quick to offer his punches." First, David of Doncaster shot, and all 3 of his arrows hit the target. "Well done, David!" cried Robin. "You saved yourself from a beating today." Next, Midge, the miller, shot, and he also hit the target with his arrows. Then came Wat, the tinker, but sadly for him, one of his arrows missed the target by the width of 2 fingers. "Come here, friend," Will Scarlet said. His voice was soft and gentle. "I have something to give you now." Wat, the tinker, came to Will Scarlet. He made a funny face and closed his eyes. It was like he already felt a hit on his ear. Will Scarlet rolled up his sleeve. He stood on his toes to hit harder. He hit with all his strength. Whoof! His hand hit the tinker's head. Wat fell down on the grass. He went over and over, like a toy at a fair when someone hits it. The tinker sat up. He rubbed his ear. He opened and closed his eyes. He saw bright stars. The other men laughed loudly. The forest was full of their laughter. King Richard laughed too. Tears came from his eyes. Then each man took a turn. Some did not get hit. Some got a hit that made them fall down. Last, Robin took his turn. Everyone was quiet when he shot. His first arrow hit the wood where the prize was. His second arrow landed very close to the first one. "Oh," King Richard said to himself, "I want this man to be in my guards. I would give a lot of money for him." Now, Robin shot for the 3rd time. But, oh no, the arrow was not good. It went to one side. It landed a little outside the prize. Everyone made a loud sound. The men on the grass rolled around and laughed. They had never seen Robin miss before. But Robin threw his bow down. He was angry. "Oh no!" he cried. "That arrow was bad. I felt it when it left my hand. Give me a good arrow, and I will hit the target." The men laughed even louder. "No, good friend," Will Scarlet said in his soft voice. "You had your chance. You missed completely. I think the arrow was as good as any today. Come here, I have something to pay you." "Go, good master," Friar Tuck said loudly. "May God be with you. You have given many hits from Will Scarlet. It would be a shame if you did not get one too." "No, I cannot," said Happy Robin. "I am the leader here. No one can hit the leader, but even King Richard can let the Holy Pope hit him. It is a way to say sorry for sins. So I will let this holy friar hit me. He seems to be a leader. I will take my punishment from him." Then he spoke to the king. "Please, brother, will you punish me?" "With all my heart," said happy King Richard. He stood up. "I owe you something. You took a heavy weight of 50 pounds from my bag, so make room for him, boys." "If you make me fall," Robin said, "I will give you back your 50 pounds. But I tell you, brother, if you do not make me fall on my back, I will take all your money for your proud words." "Yes," said the king, "I will try." Then he rolled up his sleeve. His arm made the men look. But Robin stood strong, with his feet wide apart. He waited, smiling. Then the king moved his arm back. He hit Robin very hard. Robin fell head first on the grass. The hit was so strong it could break a stone wall. Then the men shouted with laughter. Their sides hurt. They had never seen such a hit. Robin sat up. He looked around. It was like he had fallen from the sky and was in a new place. He looked at his laughing men. He touched his ear gently. "Will Scarlet," he said, "give this man his 50 pounds. I do not want his money or him. Let bad things happen to him and his hits. I wish I had taken my hits from you. I think he has made my ear deaf forever." The men were still laughing. Will Scarlet counted out the 50 pounds. The king put it back in his bag. "Thank you, friend," he said. "If you ever want another hit like that, come to me. I will give it to you for free." The happy king spoke. Just then they heard many voices. Little John and 60 men came out from the trees. Sir Richard of the Lee was with them. They ran across the open space. As they ran, Sir Richard shouted to Robin, "Hurry, dear friend, get your men together and come with me. King Richard left Nottingham town this morning. He is coming to find you in the forest. I do not know how he comes. I only heard a rumor, but I know it is true. So hurry with all your men. Come to Castle Lee. You can hide there until the danger is gone. Who are these strangers with you?" "Oh," said happy Robin. He stood up from the grass. "These are some guests who came with us from the road near Newstead Abbey. I do not know their names, but I got to know this strong man's hand well this morning. This meeting has made my ear deaf and cost me 50 pounds. Sir Richard looked closely at the tall friar. The friar stood tall and looked back at the knight. Then Sir Richard's face turned pale. He knew who it was. Quickly, he jumped from his horse. He fell to his knees in front of the other man. The king saw that Sir Richard knew him. He pulled back his hood. All the men saw his face. They knew him too. They had all been in Nottingham. They had seen him riding with the sheriff. They fell to their knees. They could not speak. The king looked around. His face was serious. Then he looked at Sir Richard of the Lea. "What is this, Sir Richard?" he said strictly. "How dare you stand between me and these men? How dare you offer your castle as a hiding place for them? Will you hide the most famous outlaws in England?" Then Sir Richard of the Lea looked at the king's face. "No," he said, "I would never do anything to make your majesty angry. But I would rather face your anger than let any harm come to Robin Hood and his men. I owe them my life, my honor, everything. Should I leave him when he needs help?" Before the knight finished speaking, one of the fake friars near the king came forward. He knelt beside Sir Richard. He pulled back his hood. It was young Sir Henry of the Lea. Then Sir Henry held his father's hand. He said, "Here kneels one who has served you well, King Richard. As you know, I saved you from death in Palestine. But I stand with my dear father. I also say that I would freely give shelter to this noble outlaw, Robin Hood, even if it made you angry. For my father's honor and well-being are as important to me as my own." King Richard looked at the two knights on their knees. At last, his angry look went away. A small smile came to his lips. "Well, Sir Richard," said the king, "you are a brave knight. Your free speech does not make me angry. Your young son is like his father. He is brave in his words and actions. As he says, he once saved me from death. So I will forgive you for his sake, even if you had done more. All of you, stand up. You will not be hurt by me today. It would be a shame for a happy time to end badly." Then they all stood up. The king asked Robin Hood to come to him. "Well," he said, "is your ear still too deaf to hear me speak?" "My ears would be deaf in death before they would stop hearing your majesty's voice," Robin said. "As for the hit your majesty gave me, I would say that even if my sins are many, I think they have been paid for now." "Do you think so?" the king said. His voice was a little strict. "Now I tell you that if not for three things, my kindness, my love for a strong woodsman, and your loyalty to me, your ears might be more closed than any hit from me could close them. Do not talk lightly of your sins, good Robin, but come, look up. Your danger is over. I now give you and all your men a full pardon. But truly, I cannot let you walk in the forest as you have. So I will take your word when you said you would serve me. You will go back to London with me. We will take that bold little John too, and also your cousin, Will Scarlet, and your singer, Alan a Dale. As for the rest of your men, we will write down their names. They will be Royal Rangers. I think it is better to make them guardians of our deer in Sherwood than to let them run free as killers of deer. But now, get a feast ready. I want to see how you live in the forest. So Robin told his men to make a big feast. Quickly, big fires were lit. They burned brightly. Good-smelling food cooked over them. While this was happening, the king asked Robin to call Alan a Dale. He wanted to hear him sing. So they told Alan, and he came, bringing his harp. "Well," King Richard said, "if your singing is as good as you look, it is good enough. Please sing a song and let us hear your skill." Then Alan touched his harp gently. Everyone was quiet as he sang. "Oh, where have you been, my daughter? Oh, where have you been today? Daughter, my daughter. Oh, I have been by the river, where the water is gray and wide, and the gray sky is over the water, and the wind sighs sadly. What did you see there, my daughter? What did you see there today? Daughter, my daughter. Oh, I saw a boat come close, where the reeds whisper and sigh, and the water makes a soft sound as it goes by, and the wind sighs sadly. Who was in the boat, my daughter? Who was in the boat today? Daughter, my daughter. Oh, there was a person all in white, and a pale light was around his face, and his eyes shone brightly like stars at night, and the wind sighed sadly. And what did he say, my daughter? What did he say to you today? Daughter, my daughter. Oh, he said nothing, but he did this. 3 times he kissed my lips, and my heart felt a strange, strong joy, and the wind sighed sadly. Why are you so cold, my daughter? Why are you so cold and white, daughter, my daughter? Oh, the daughter said no word, but she sat straight with her head down, for her heart was still and her face was dead, and the wind sighed sadly. Everyone listened quietly. When Alan a Dale finished, King Richard sighed. "By my life, Alan," he said, "your voice is so sweet that it touches my heart. But why is this a sad song for a strong man? I would rather hear you sing a song of love and fighting than something sad like that. Also, I do not understand it. What do the words mean?" "I do not know, your majesty," Alan said, shaking his head. "Often I sing things that I do not fully understand myself." "Well, well," said the king, "never mind. But I tell you this, Alan, you should sing about things like love or war, for truly you have a sweeter voice than Blondel, and I thought he was the best singer I ever heard. But now someone came and said the feast was ready. So Robin Hood brought King Richard and his men to where the food was. It was on white cloths on the soft green grass. Then King Richard sat down and ate and drank. When he finished, he said strongly that he had never had such a good meal in his life. That night, he slept in Sherwood Forest on a bed of soft green leaves. Early the next morning, he left the forest for Nottingham town. Robin Hood and all his men went with him. You can guess what a surprise it was in the town when all these famous outlaws walked into the streets. As for the sheriff, he did not know what to say or where to look when he saw Robin Hood in such high favor with the king. His heart was full of anger because he was so upset. The next day, the king left Nottingham town, so Robin Hood and Little John and Will Scarlet and Allen a Dale shook hands with all the other men. They kissed each man's cheek. They promised to come to Sherwood often to see them. Then each got on his horse and rode away with the king. Chapter 22. Epilogue. Robin Hood's story ends here. He did not go back to Sherwood Forest for many years. Little John went back to Nottinghamshire after some time. He lived a calm life near Sherwood. He became famous for fighting well with a long stick. Will Scarlet also went home. He had to leave because he accidentally killed his father's helper. The other men in Robin's group worked well for the king, but Robin Hood and Allen a Dale did not go back to Sherwood so soon. This is why Robin was a very good archer. The king liked him a lot. Robin quickly became the main leader of the king's helpers. The king saw that Robin was true and good. So the king made him the Earl of Huntingdon. Robin then went to wars with the king. He was very busy and could not go back to Sherwood, not even for one day. Allen a Dale and his wife Ellen stayed with Robin. They shared his good times and bad times. Now, my friend, we have been together through these fun stories. I will not ask you to follow me more. We will stop here. What comes next is sad. It tells how good times end and happy things are gone forever. I will tell you quickly how Robin Hood died. He died like he lived, not as an earl, but with his bow, loving the forest, as a true helper. King Richard died in a war, like a brave king. You probably know this. So, after some time, the Earl of Huntingdon, or Robin Hood, came back to England. He had nothing to do outside of England. Allen a Dale and his wife Ellen came with him. They had been in Robin's house since he left Sherwood Forest. It was spring when they came back to England. The leaves were green, and the small birds sang happily. It was just like in Sherwood when Robin Hood walked freely in the forest. All the beauty and joy of spring made Robin think of his forest life. He wanted very much to see the woods again. So he went to King John and asked to visit Nottingham for a short time. The king said yes, but told him not to stay in Sherwood for more than 3 days. So Robin Hood and Allen a Dale went quickly to Nottinghamshire and Sherwood Forest. The first night, they stayed in an inn in Nottingham town. They did not visit the sheriff. The sheriff did not like Robin Hood, and Robin becoming important made it worse. The next day, they got on their horses early and went to the woods. Robin felt like he knew every tree and stone on the road. There was a path he often walked in the evening with Little John. Here was another path, almost covered by bushes, where he and his men went to find a monk. They rode slowly, talking about these old, known things. They were old, but new, because they saw more in them now. At last, they came to the open field and the big, wide green tree. This was their home for many years. Neither of them spoke when they stood under the tree. Robin looked around at the familiar things. They were much like before, but different. Where many busy men once were, there was now only quietness. As he looked, the woods, the grass, and the sky all became blurry in his eyes. He cried because he wanted his old life so much when he saw these things. They were as known to him as his own hand. That morning, he had his old horn with him. Now, with his great wish, he wanted to blow his horn again. He put it to his lips and blew a sound. Tirila, lirila. The sweet, clear sounds went through the forest paths. They came back from faraway trees as soft sounds. Tirila, lirila, tirila, lirila. Then the sound stopped and was gone. Now, on that same morning, Little John was walking in a part of the forest for some work. As he walked, thinking deeply, he heard the soft, clear sounds of a horn from far away. Just as a deer jumps when an arrow hits it, Little John jumped when he heard that sound. All the blood in his body seemed to rush to his face like fire. He lowered his head and listened. Again, the horn sounded, thin and clear, and again it sounded. Then Little John made a loud, wild cry of wanting, of joy, and also of sadness. He put his head down and ran into the bushes. He ran forward, breaking and tearing things, like a wild pig running through small trees. He did not care about the thorns and bushes that cut his skin and tore his clothes. He only thought about getting to the green field as fast as possible. He knew the horn sound came from there. At last, he burst out of the trees. Small broken branches fell around him. He did not stop. He ran forward and fell at Robin's feet. He put his arms around Robin's knees, and his whole body shook with big cries. Robin and Alan a Dale could not speak. They stood looking down at Little John, tears running down their faces. While they stood there, 7 of the king's men ran into the open field. They shouted with great joy when they saw Robin. Will Stuteley was leading them. After a while, 4 more came, breathing hard from running. 2 of these 4 were Will Scathlock and Midge, the miller. All of them had heard Robin Hood's horn. They all ran to Robin and kissed his hands and clothes, crying loudly. After a while, Robin looked around with eyes full of tears. He said in a rough voice, "Now, I promise I will never leave these dear woods again. I have been away from them and from you for too long. Now I will stop being Robert, Earl of Huntingdon. I will take up that better name again, Robin Hood, the yeoman." At this, they all shouted loudly, and all the men shook hands with joy. News that Robin Hood was back in Sherwood spread quickly through the country. In less than a week, almost all of his old men were with him again. But when King John heard about this, he was very angry. He swore loudly that he would not stop until he had Robin Hood, dead or alive. There was a knight at court named Sir William Dale. He was a brave soldier. Sir William Dale knew Sherwood Forest well. He was the head keeper of the part near Mansfield town, so the king asked him to take an army of men and go find Robin Hood. The king also gave Sir William his special ring to show the sheriff. This was so the sheriff would get all his armed men to help find Robin. So Sir William and the sheriff went to do the king's order and look for Robin Hood. They looked for 7 days, but did not find him. If Robin Hood had been as calm as before, everything might have ended without a fight, as it always had. But he had fought for years with King Richard. He was not the same. It hurt his pride to run away from those who came for him, like a hunted fox runs from dogs. So, it happened that Robin Hood and his men met Sir William and the sheriff and their men in the forest. A bloody fight followed. The first man to die in that fight was the Sheriff of Nottingham. He fell from his horse with an arrow in his head before many arrows were even shot. Many good men died that day. But at last, Sir William Dale was hurt, and most of his men were dead. He left the forest, beaten, but many good men were left behind, lying still under the green trees. But even though Robin Hood had won the fight, it weighed heavily on his mind. He thought about it until he got a fever. It held him for 3 days. He tried to fight it off, but he had to give up. So, on the morning of the 4th day, he called Little John to him. He told him he could not get rid of the fever. He would go to his cousin, the leader of the nuns near Kirklees in Yorkshire. She was a good doctor. He wanted her to open a vein in his arm and take out some blood to make him better. Then he told Little John to get ready to go too, in case he needed help on his journey. So Little John and Robin Hood left the others. Robin Hood told Will Stuteley to be the leader until they came back. They traveled slowly until they reached the nunnery of Kirklees. Robin had helped this cousin a lot. The king had made her the leader because he liked Robin, but people easily forget thankfulness. So, when the leader of Kirklees heard that her cousin, the Earl of Huntingdon, had given up his title and gone back to Sherwood, she was very angry. She feared that being his cousin would make the king angry with her too. So, when Robin came to her and asked for her help as a doctor, she started to plan bad things against him. She thought that by hurting him, she could please his enemies. But she kept this to herself and seemed kind to Robin. She led him up the winding stone stairs to a room under the roof of a high, round tower. But she did not let Little John come with him. So the poor man turned from the nunnery door. He left his master with the women, but he did not go far away. He lay down in a small open space nearby. He could watch the place where Robin was, like a big, faithful dog turned away from the door where his master went in. After the women got Robin Hood to the room, the leader of the nuns sent everyone else away. Then she took a small string and tied it tightly around Robin's arm, as if she was going to let out blood. And she did let out blood, but the vein she opened was not one of the small blue ones under the skin. She cut deeper than that. She opened a vein where bright red blood flows quickly from the heart. Robin did not know this. Even though he saw the blood flow, it did not come fast enough for him to think something was wrong. After doing this bad deed, the leader of the nuns turned and left her cousin. She locked the door behind her. All that day, blood ran from Robin Hood's arm. He could not stop it, even though he tried everything. Again and again he called for help, but no help came. His cousin had betrayed him. Little John was too far away to hear him, so he bled and bled until he felt his strength leaving him. Then he stood up, unsteady. He put his hands on the wall to hold himself up. He finally reached his horn. He blew it 3 times, but weakly and softly. His breath was shaky from sickness and loss of strength. But Little John heard it where he lay in the open space. His heart was sick with fear. He ran and jumped toward the nunnery. He knocked loudly on the door. He shouted loudly for them to let him in. But the door was made of thick oak, strongly barred, and had sharp points. So they felt safe and told Little John to go away. Then Little John's heart was crazy with sadness and fear for his master's life. He looked around wildly. He saw a heavy stone bowl, so big that 3 men today could not lift it. Little John took 3 steps forward. He bent his back and lifted the stone bowl from where it was stuck deep in the ground. He walked forward, shaking under its weight. He threw it crashing against the door. The door burst open. The scared nuns ran away, screaming, when he came in. Then Little John walked in. He said no word. He ran up the winding stone steps until he reached the room where his master was. Here he found the door locked too, but he put his shoulder against it. He broke the locks as if they were made of thin ice. There he saw his dear master leaning against the gray stone wall. His face was white and thin. His head swayed from side to side from weakness. Then, with a loud, wild cry of love, sadness, and pity, Little John jumped forward. He caught Robin Hood in his arms. He lifted him like a mother lifts her child. He carried him to the bed and laid him gently there. And now the leader of the nuns came in quickly. She was scared of what she had done. She feared Little John's anger and the anger of the other men. Then she stopped the blood with clever bandages, so it did not flow any more. All the while, Little John stood there grimly. After she finished, he told her strictly to go away, and she obeyed, pale and shaking. Then, after she left, Little John spoke kind words, laughing loudly. He said that this was just a child's fear, and that no strong man would die from losing a little blood. "Why," he said, "give you a week, and you will be walking in the woods as bravely as ever." But Robin shook his head and smiled softly where he lay. "My dear Little John," he whispered, "God bless your kind, rough heart. But, dear friend, we will never walk in the woods together again." "Yes, we will," Little John said loudly. "I say again, yes. Oh, come on. Who dares say that any more harm will come to you? Am I not here? Let me see who dares touch—" Here he stopped suddenly. His words stopped him. At last, he said in a deep, rough voice, "Now, if any harm comes to you because of what happened today, I promise by St. George that this house will burn. The hot flames will touch every part of it. As for these women," here he ground his teeth, "it will be a bad day for them." But Robin Hood took Little John's rough brown hand in his white hands. He gently corrected him in his low, weak voice. He asked Little John since when he had thought of hurting women, even for revenge. He talked until, at last, Little John promised, in a choky voice, that no harm would come to the place, no matter what happened. Then there was silence. Little John sat with Robin Hood's hand in his. He looked out of the open window, often swallowing a big lump in his throat. Meanwhile, the sun slowly went down in the west. The whole sky was red and beautiful. Then Robin Hood, in a weak, shaky voice, asked Little John to lift him up so he could look at the woods one more time. So the man lifted him in his arms, as he was told. Robin Hood's head lay on his friend's shoulder. He looked for a long time, with a wide, lasting look. Little John sat with his head down. Hot tears rolled one after another from his eyes and dripped onto his chest. He felt that the time to say goodbye was close. Then, soon, Robin Hood asked him to string his strong bow for him. He also asked him to choose a smooth, good arrow from his arrows. Little John did this, without moving his master or getting up. Robin Hood's fingers held his good bow with love. He smiled softly when he felt it. Then he put the arrow on the part of the string that his fingertips knew so well. "Little John," he said, "Little John, my dear friend, and the one I love more than all others in the world, please mark where this arrow lands. Let my grave be dug there. Lay me with my face toward the east, Little John, and make sure my resting place stays green, and that my tired bones are not moved." When he finished speaking, he suddenly lifted himself up and sat straight. His old strength seemed to come back to him. He pulled the bowstring to his ear. He shot the arrow out of the open window. As the arrow flew, his hand slowly went down with the bow until it lay across his knees. His body also fell back into Little John's loving arms. But something had left that body, just as the arrow had left the bow. For some minutes, Little John sat still. But soon he gently laid down what he held. Then He folded the hands on the chest and covered the face. He turned and left the room without a word or sound. On the steep stairs, he met the leader of the nuns and some of the Main sisters. He spoke to them in a deep, shaking voice. He said, "If you go within 20 feet of that room, I will tear down your house over your heads, so that not one stone will be left on another. Remember my words well, for I mean them." Saying this, he turned and left them. They soon saw him running fast across the open area as dusk fell, until the forest swallowed him. The early gray of morning was just starting to make the dark sky brighter to the east. Little John and 6 more of the men came quickly across the open area toward the nunnery. They saw no one because the sisters were all hidden. They were scared by Little John's words. They ran up the stone stairs, and soon a loud sound of crying was heard. After a while, this stopped. Then came the sounds of men's feet as they carried a heavy weight down the steep and winding stairs. So they left the nunnery. As they passed through its doors, a loud sound of crying rose from the open area that was dark in the dawn. It was as if many men, hidden in the shadows, had lifted their voices in sadness. This is how Robin Hood died, at Kirklees Nunnery in beautiful Yorkshire. He had kindness in his heart for those who caused his death. He showed kindness to those who did wrong and pity for the weak throughout his life. His men were spread out after this, but nothing very bad happened to them. A kinder sheriff came after the old one, and he did not know them so well. They were separated here and there in the country. They lived in peace and quiet. So many lived to tell these stories to their children and their children's children. Someone says that on a stone at Kirklees there is an old writing. I will give it to you in the Old English it was written in. It says, "Here under this little stone lies Robert Earl of Huntingdon. No archer was as he so good, and people called him Robin Hood. Such outlaws as he and his men will England never see again." He died 24 December 1247. And now, dear friend, we also must part. Our happy journeys have ended. Here, at Robin Hood's grave, we turn, each going our own way.